Of order. I earnestly hope that there are not. Perhaps the clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
European Union Referendum Bill's second reading.
Order. I must inform the House that I have selected the amendment in the name of Mr Alex Salmond. Just before I ask the Foreign Secretary to move the second reading of the bill, I can advise the House, it won't be surprised to hear this, that some dozens of colleagues are seeking to catch my eye, and a time limit will have to be imposed. Obviously, frontbenchers are not constrained by it, but the Foreign Secretary and his shadow are nothing if not sensitive to the wishes of the House, and I'm sure they will want to balance the need to cover the subject thoroughly and to take interventions with the interest of other colleagues in having the chance to contribute. I call the Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs, Mr Philip Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, this is a simple but vital piece of legislation. It has one clear purpose: to deliver on our promise to give the British people the final say on our EU membership in an in-out referendum by the end of 2017. For those who were present in the last Parliament, today's debate will be tinged with a sense of déjà vu. We have, of course, debated this bill before. So before I start, I would like to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Stockton South. His European Union bill in the last Parliament was passed by this House, but sadly blocked in the other place by the parties opposite. He deserves the credit for paving the way for the bill we are debating today. Let me also pay tribute to my noble friend Lord Dodds, who sponsored the Wharton Bill in the other place, and to my honourable friend the member for Bromley and Chislehurst, who reintroduced the same bill in the following session. The commitment, Mr Speaker, on this side of the House to giving the British people their say has deep roots. Mr Speaker, it is almost... I'm going to make a little progress, bearing in mind the Speaker's exhortation. Mr Speaker, it is almost 4 decades ago to the day that I and millions of others in Britain cast my vote in favour of our membership of the European communities. And like millions of others, I believed then I was voting for an economic community that would bring significant economic benefits to Britain, but without undermining our national sovereignty. I don't remember anybody saying anything about ever closer union or a single currency. But, Mr Speaker, the institution that the clear majority of the British people voted to join has changed almost beyond recognition in the decades since then. I will.
I must say there must have been some strange juxtapositions in the campaign held in the 1970s in which I took a very active part. Most of the debates I took part in were about the pooling of sovereignty and the direct applicability of European legislation without parliamentary intervention, which was a very controversial subject. And otherwise, the ever closer union was in the treaty to which we were acceding.
Well, Mr. Speaker, call me negligent, but as an 18-year-old voter in that election, I didn't actually read the treaty before I cast my vote. Mr. Speaker, treaty after treaty, the Single European Act, Maastricht, Amsterdam, Nice and Lisbon, individually and collectively, have added hugely to the European Union's powers, often in areas that would have been unthinkable in 1975. And that change has eroded the democratic mandate for our membership to the point where it is wafer thin and demands to be renewed. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful, honourable gentleman. 2 weeks ago I was in North Uist and I met with one of my constituents there, who is from Germany. She's lived in North Uist for 25 years. She voted in the Scottish referendum, but she cannot vote in this referendum. Why was the Scottish Government more generous and more understanding to her rights as a citizen for 25 years than this Tory Government? Why is she excluded?
If the honourable gentleman could bear to stop wagging his finger and just wait for a little while, I will come precisely to the question of franchise in just a moment. Mr. Speaker, to many people, not just in the UK but across Europe, the EU has come to feel like something that is done to them, not for them. Turnout in last year's European Parliament elections was the lowest ever, dropping to 13% in Slovakia. But, Mr. Speaker, the fragility of the European Union's democratic legitimacy is felt particularly acutely by the British people. Since our referendum in 1975, citizens across Europe, from Denmark and Ireland to France and Spain, have been asked their views on crucial aspects of their country's relationships with the EU in over 30 different national referendums, but not in the UK. We've had referendums on Scottish devolution, referendums on Welsh devolution, referendums on our electoral system and on a regional assembly for the North East. But an entire generation of British voters has been denied the chance to have a say on our relationship with the European Union. And, Mr. Speaker, today we are putting that right. After fighting and winning the general election as the only major party committed to an in-out referendum in the face of relentless opposition from the parties opposite, today we are delivering on our promise to give that generation their say. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful. In his opening remarks, he referred to the number of changes that have taken place since 1975, when there was last a referendum. Can I take it from what he said that unless the British people have a right to reject all those changes brought about without a referendum, he will not be satisfied? Or can he at least set out today what it is that the government wishes to take back, rather than simply condemning his governments in the past and all previous governments since 1975?
Mr. Speaker, the answer to question number one is no, and the answer to question number two is that the Prime Minister has set out in a series of speeches, articles, interviews and in the Conservative Party manifesto the key areas where we require change to the way Britain's relationship with the European Union works if we are to be able to get the consent of the British people for our future membership. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we have long been clear that the European Union needs to change, and Britain's relationship with the European Union needs to change. Unlike the party opposite, we believe that Brussels has got too much power, and we believe that some of those powers need to be brought back to national capitals. In a world whose centre of economic gravity is shifting fast, Europe faces a serious challenge. If we are to continue to earn our way in the world and to secure European living standards for future generations, then the EU needs to focus relentlessly on jobs, growth and competitiveness. Bluntly, it needs to become far less bureaucratic and far more competitive. And with the European electorate, I will in just a moment, with the European electorate more disenchanted with the EU than ever before, with anti-EU parties on the rise across the continent, it is time to bring Europe back to the people, ensuring decisions are made as close to them as possible and giving national parliaments a greater role in overseeing the European Union. These are issues that resonate across all member states. Change that is needed for the benefit of all to make the EU fit for the purpose of the 21st century. I give way to my honourable friend.
And I applaud the opening remarks by my right honourable friend, and also the Prime Minister for making certain we had this bill. But may I ask him one question? In the last statement in the last Parliament made by the Prime Minister, he said quite clearly he wanted reform and a fundamental change in our relationship with the EU. Could he explain what the second part of that actually means in practice and in relation to this debate?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend's question is exactly germane to the point I'm making. There are things that need to be done for the good of all 28 countries, reforming the way the European Union works to make it more competitive, more effective, more democratically accountable. But the British people also have some particular concerns born of our history and our circumstances. And for example, Mr. Speaker, we are not, and so long as there is a Conservative government never will be, part of the single currency zone. We've made that decision because we will not accept the further integration in our fiscal economic, financial and social policy. Well, the honourable gentleman says, from a sedentary position, we made that position. Is it the position of the Labour Party that we will never join the single currency? I haven't heard that position articulated from the Labour benches. That would be a seminal moment in our parliamentary history, Mr. Speaker, if the Labour Party were able to make that commitment today. But look, we have made this decision because we will not accept the further integration in our fiscal, economic, financial and social policy that will inevitably be required to make the Eurozone a success. So we need, to go to my right honourable friend's point, we need to agree a framework with our partners that will allow further integration of the Eurozone while protecting Britain's interests and those of the other Euro-outs within the EU. And because we occupy a crowded island with a population that's growing even before net migration, and a welfare system which is more accessible than most and more generous than many in Europe, we are far more sensitive than many member states to the impact of migration from the EU and the distorting effects of easy access to benefits and services and of in-work welfare top-ups to wages that are already high by comparison with many EU countries. So in our election manifesto, the Conservative Party committed to negotiate a new settlement for Britain in Europe, a settlement that addresses these concerns of the British people and sets the European Union on a course that will benefit all its people in the future. And the Prime Minister, and I will in just a moment, the Prime Minister has already begun that process, meeting 15 European Union leaders, and at the European Council in June he will set out formally the key elements of our proposal. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. I understand the point that he's making about the pressures of increased numbers coming to work in the United Kingdom. But will he take a moment to pay tribute to some of the very hard-working Eastern Europeans from Poland and others who have come here, work hard, pay their taxes and contribute to our society?
Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to do so, and I don't think anybody, or at least not very many people in this country, have a problem with those who come here to work hard, pay their dues and make a better life for themselves, contributing to the UK economy. That is not the focus of our concern. The focus of our concern is the distorting effects of easy access to our welfare system. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
To the Secretary of State. Earlier he said very clearly that he thought that Brussels had too much power. Can he set out to the House which powers he thinks Brussels has too much of affecting this United Kingdom, and whether he will consider it a success or a failure by the Prime Minister if he fails to repatriate those powers?
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid the honourable gentleman has just fallen into the obvious trap. He knows that a negotiation is a negotiation. Look, he asked me to set out a list of powers for repatriation, and then he invites me to say that if we don't achieve every single one of the powers on that list repatriated, the Prime Minister has failed. That is not the way any sensible person who has any experience of negotiating approaches a complex negotiation. Mr. Speaker, I need to make a little progress. There are, of course, those who will say that this process cannot succeed, that Europe will never change, that our negotiations will not be successful. And Mr. Speaker, looking at the record of the last Labour government, I can see why they might be tempted to say that. Under Labour, there was a one-way transfer of power from Westminster to Brussels. They gave away £7 billion of our hard-fought-for British rebate and got absolutely nothing in return. They presided over a massive increase in the EU budget. They signed us up to the Eurozone bailout funds, and they failed to deliver on their promise to give the British people a say before ratifying the Lisbon Treaty. Mr. Speaker, Labour's record on Europe was one of dismal failure. But in the last Parliament, we showed what can be done. We showed that even in coalition with the Liberal Democrats, through a tough negotiating stance and a laser-like focus on our national interest, change can be achieved. We cut the EU budget for the first time ever. saving British taxpayers billions of pounds. We took Britain out of the Eurozone bailouts that Labour signed us up to, the first ever return of powers from Brussels. We vetoed an EU treaty that would have damaged Britain's interests, and we brought back control of over 100 police and criminal justice measures and secured exemptions for the smallest businesses from EU regulation. Mr. Speaker, our record in the last 5 years shows that we can deliver change in Europe, and change that is in Britain's national interest. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Foreign Secretary for giving way. He's taking a lot of, thank you, Mr. Speaker. He's taking a lot of noise and a lot of advice from the benches opposite, and yet I and many of my colleagues will remember sitting here Friday after Friday, being bitterly opposed the member for Stockton South's EU referendum bill, and I presume that he welcomes the sinner who repents today. But as he takes all that advice, will he just remember that members opposite, members on the SNP benches, and indeed the Liberal Democrat benches, if we had listened to their advice, Britain would currently be languishing in the euro.
Absolutely. My honourable friend is absolutely right. And when the electorate considers the stated positions of the parties, I would advise them not only to look at those positions today, but look at the depth of the roots that sustain those positions. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Foreign Secretary. Does the Foreign Secretary believe that when the Prime Minister completes these unspecified negotiations and comes back and then decides that he will campaign for a yes in the referendum, that my next-door neighbour, the Honourable Member for Stone, and his allies who held the major government hostage will ever be satisfied?
Mr. Speaker, I'll let my right honourable friend speak for himself in the course of the debate, but I'm sure he will await with a healthily sceptical approach the return of the Prime Minister from Brussels with that package, and I'm sure that he will consider it carefully and analytically, safe in the knowledge that underpinning this whole process is an absolute commitment to allow the British people in an in-out referendum to have the final say on this issue. I give way to my honourable friend, and then I must make some progress.
Most grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. In all the concessions that the Prime Minister has so far obtained from the European Union and the veto of the Fiscal Union Treaty, none of these have fundamentally changed our relationship with the EU. How does he intend to fundamentally change our relationship with the EU?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right, of course, and I've already mentioned an area where we need fundamental change in the way the European Union operates. It is now a union which has at its core a Eurozone of 19 members who will integrate more closely together. There needs to be an explicit recognition that those who are not part of that core do not need to pursue ever closer union. There needs to be an explicit protection of the interests of those non-Eurozone members as the EU goes forward. And that is an example of an area where we need specific structural change to the way the European Union operates. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, negotiating with 27 member states will not be easy, and it will not happen overnight. But we expect to be able to negotiate a new deal which will address the concerns of the British people about Britain's relationship with Europe, which we will then put to them in the promised referendum. I must make some progress. This bill provides the mechanism to do that. It sets in stone our commitment to hold the referendum before the end of 2017. Of course, if the process is completed sooner, the referendum could be held sooner. So the bill allows for the date of the referendum to be determined by regulations made by affirmative resolution. The bill, I'll give way again in a moment, but I must just make some progress here. The bill provides for the wording of the referendum question on its face. In 2013, the Electoral Commission assessed the referendum question posed by the Wharton Bill. The Commission recommended two possible formulations. This bill specifies the simpler of the two. Should the United Kingdom remain a member of the European Union, with a yes-no answer? The Honourable Lady doesn't need to answer right now. She can wait until the designated referendum day. The Electoral Commission will, of course, report again in relation to this bill, and we look forward to their assessment. I'll just give way to the honourable gentleman, then I must make some progress.
Foreign Secretary for giving way. On the question, it could be perfectly possible to not accept the Prime Minister's negotiating stance, but still want to remain a member of the European Union. Should we not have a specific vote on the Prime Minister's recommendations, as well as a vote on the retention of the European Union?
No, Mr. Speaker. We made our proposal to the British people. It was put to the test in the general election. We've received an overwhelming mandate to progress, and that is what we are going to do. Mr. Speaker, the bill also sets out the entitlement to vote in the referendum. Since this is an issue of national importance, the parliamentary franchise is the right starting point. It means that British citizens in the UK or resident abroad for less than 15 years and resident Commonwealth and Irish citizens can take part. The bill extends, I will in just a moment, the bill extends the franchise in two very limited respects: to members of the other place who meet certain qualifications, and to Commonwealth citizens resident in Gibraltar. Members of the other place cannot take part in elections to this House on the grounds that they're already represented in Parliament. But it is clearly right that the franchise be extended to them in this referendum. And Gibraltar will be deeply affected by its outcome. It is part of the European Union, and its economy is closely bound to its relationship with the EU. Gibraltar, of course, already takes part in elections to the European Parliament as part of the South West region of England. And during debates on the Private Members Bill in the last Parliament, there was cross-party support for Gibraltar's inclusion. I hope that will remain. I'm just going to finish this section on the franchise, and then I will give way. We will only extend the franchise to Gibraltar with the consent of the Government of Gibraltar, and my right honourable friend, the Minister for Europe, has already agreed the principles for achieving this with the Chief Minister. Wherever possible, this bill leaves it to the Gibraltar Parliament to make provision to implement the referendum in Gibraltar. The Government of Gibraltar intends to introduce its own referendum bill, which will be complementary to the UK legislation. Mr. Speaker, some will argue that we should extend the franchise further, to 16 and 17-year-olds perhaps, or even to citizens of other EU countries resident here. We do not agree. This is an issue of national importance about Britain's relationship with the European Union, and it is right that the Westminster parliamentary franchise should be the basis for consulting the British people. I concede that there are those in the House who will wish to debate whether that franchise itself should be extended to 16 and 17-year-olds. The government is not persuaded, and this is a debate for another day. It would be wrong to include 16 and 17-year-olds in this referendum as an addition to the Westminster franchise. I reject, too, the suggestion that EU citizens living in the UK should be included. This referendum is about delivering a pledge to the British people to consult them about the future of their country. It would be a travesty to seek to include EU nationals whose interests may be very different from those of British people. I give way to my honourable friend.
May I welcome my right honourable friend's comments about Gibraltar, which will be warmly welcomed by the people of Gibraltar themselves, and which recognises that Gibraltar is a particular case. Will he also accept that many of us, those who supported my bill and my honourable friend the member for Stockton North's bill in the last Parliament, did so on the basis of the parliamentary franchise, and I strongly urge him to stick to that and not to be drawn into broader issues of the franchise which are not part of this bill's proposal.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his intervention, and indeed I intend to stick to the position I've set out. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Foreign Secretary for giving way. But can I remark, speaking as somebody who worked in the Treasury between 1999 and 2005, can I remind him that it was a Labour government. It was a Labour government that designed. It was a Labour government that designed the 5 tests. It was a Labour government that carried out the assessment. It was a Labour government that kept us out of the single currency. And it's thanks to a Labour government that we're not in a single currency today.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he will have been at the heart of the angry, temper-ridden debates that went on inside the Prime Minister's office in number 11 at the time, and perhaps one day when he writes the book we'll all enjoy reading the inside story. I'm going to give way to the Honourable Lady and then to my Honourable Friend, and then I must make some progress.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, but I want to press him again about extending the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds. This is precisely the answer he gave about why not to do it, because it's an issue of national importance, which is the main issue that he should do it. He said that he didn't want to deviate from the franchise for Westminster. He's already doing that in the draft bill by extending this to peers. So why not let young people have a say on their future, which is what this bill is about?
Look, Mr. Speaker, this is my personal view on the extension of the franchise. I think we would be better expending our efforts trying to get a decent rate of turnout among 18 to 24-year-olds before we start worrying about 16 and 17-year-olds. I'm going to wait to my honourable friend.
Has the Foreign Secretary seen the national opinion poll today that showed that the majority of British people want to stay in the European Union, but a reformed European Union, reform that is not only in the British national interest, but also in the interests of continental Europe and the 27 other European partners that we have? Does this not underline the importance of European leaders not only listening to this Parliament, but more importantly, through this Parliament and directly to the British people and through the British people?
Speaker, and by creating the referendum, by what we're doing in this bill today, we are ensuring that our partners in Europe understand that this is not about making a deal in a smoke-filled room with a few politicians. It's about delivering a package which satisfies the British people. And my assessment has been for a long time and remains now that the great majority of the British people want Britain to remain inside the European Union, provided we can get the reform of the European Union and the reform of Britain's relationship with the European Union that satisfies and answers those crucial points that we've set out. I'm going to give way one more time to my honourable friend, and then I'm going to make progress.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. On the point of European nationals voting in this referendum, could he confirm to the House whether in any of the referendums held in other European countries it has been opened to all other European Union citizens living in that country? You're not a separate member of the Union.
As far as I'm aware, that is not the case, Mr. Speaker, and I note with interest that just this weekend it was reported that Luxembourg, a very open and very, very pro-EU country, has decided not to extend its own parliamentary franchise to the very many EU citizens resident in Luxembourg. Mr. Speaker, although the central issue at stake in this bill is simple, and the three key variables, the date, the franchise and the question, are dealt with in the first two clauses of the bill, running a referendum is not a straightforward matter. The remainder of this bill, which includes 38 pages of schedules, deals with three important but technical areas. First, it establishes a power in Section 4, subsection 1, to set the conduct framework, which will determine how the referendum will be run. Secondly, the bill creates a power in Section 4.2 to set more detailed conduct rules and combination rules to determine how this vote would be run alongside other electoral events, should the chosen date coincide with any. And finally, the bill will establish the detailed campaign rules, updating the Political Parties Elections and Referendums Act 2000 where necessary, taking into account the lessons of both the Scottish independence and the alternative vote referendums and the recommendations made by the Electoral Commission. Mr. Speaker, it also disapplies Section 125 of the Act, and as this aspect has received some media attention, I will elaborate the government's logic for doing this. Section 125 places statutory restrictions on government in the final 28 days preceding the poll. There are operational and political reasons for disapplying it in this referendum. If left unaltered, Section 125 would stop the government from, quote, publishing, unquote, material which deals with, quote, any issue raised by, close quotes, the referendum question. In the context of this referendum, that is unworkable and inappropriate. It's unworkable because the restriction is so broad that preventing publication in relation to any issue raised by the referendum could prevent ministers from conducting the ordinary day-to-day business of the UK's dealings with the European Union, and inappropriate because this referendum will take place as a result of a clear manifesto commitment and a mandate won at the general election. That mandate is to renegotiate the terms of the UK's relationship with the European Union and to put those terms to the people in a referendum. In light of the outcome of those negotiations, the government expects to take a position. And if we have been successful, as we expect to be, the government will want to explain what has been agreed and how the British people's concerns have been addressed. We will want to make a recommendation on where the national interest lies, and government ministers will want to be able to continue making the case up to referendum day without being constrained by fears that, for example, the posting of comments on Twitter accounts could constitute publication. Mr. Speaker, I give way to my honourable friend.
And I'm grateful for the Foreign Secretary to be so generous in giving way and following the question time earlier. But isn't that what a lot of people are concerned about? That the government will use the apparatus of state to push a case rather than letting the two sides have equal and fair access?
Mr. Speaker, let me just complete my remarks on this section, and then I'll come back to the honourable gentleman's point, because I think hopefully I will clarify for him. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, it will be for the yes and the no campaigns to lead the debate in the weeks preceding the poll. These campaigns will be designated by the Electoral Commission and will receive a number of benefits, including a public grant, eligibility to make a referendum broadcast and to send a free mail shot to voters. I can assure the House that the government has no intention of undermining those campaigns and is not proposing to spend large sums of public money during the purdah period prescribed by Section 125. A vibrant, robust debate in the best traditions of British democracy is in all of our interests. And I'd say to the my honourable friend, if his concern is that the government is thinking of spending public money to deliver doorstep mail shots in the last 4 weeks of the campaign, I can assure him that the government has no such intention. The government will exercise proper restraint to ensure a balanced debate during the campaign. I give way to my right honourable friend.
Well, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. I remember when we did the Political Parties Elections and Referendums Act, that one of the arguments that I was putting forward on my party's behalf was to extend the purdah period, not to restrict it. And while I understand the points that my right honourable friend is making, and while I indeed anticipate that when it comes to this referendum I'm likely to be arguing for a yes vote, although I shall wait on the Prime Minister's renegotiation, nevertheless I think we have to be very careful to ensure that we provide a clear indication that it will be a level playing field and it will not be abused. And for that reason, I do hope that the government will focus on this issue, because the change which is being introduced on a piece of legislation which we previously ourselves criticised as being deficient in this respect can convey an impression that the government will come in and try to load the dice, and that must be avoided.
I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend's sentiments, and I hope that he will see that in the remarks I've made over the last minute or two, I have sought to reassure colleagues who have such concerns, and the government will continue to seek to reassure colleagues. I will take one further intervention, then I intend to conclude.
Grateful to the Foreign Secretary. I want to ask him a particular question about the renegotiation. I think there'd be virtually unanimous agreement in this House that the import duties currently imposed on cane sugar coming into Europe are unfair. Will he confirm that that item is on the list for the renegotiation that he's been telling us about?
Well, I'm delighted to see that the honourable gentleman is robust in his defence of the interests of Tate and Lyle, his constituents, and I will take that as a representation, and I will put it with the many others coming in from all sides of the House, suggesting particular areas that we need to raise in the course of this discussion. Mr. Speaker, I need to conclude my remarks knowing how many members wish to contribute. Mr. Speaker, few subjects ignite as much passion in this House, or indeed in this country, as our membership of the European Union. The debate in the run-up to the referendum will be hard fought on both sides of the argument. But whether you favour Britain being in or out, we surely should all be able to agree on the simple principle that the decision over our membership should be taken by the British people. Not by Whitehall bureaucrats, certainly not by Brussels Eurocrats, not even by government ministers or parliamentarians in this chamber. The decision must be for the common sense of the British people. That is what we pledged, and that is what we have a mandate to deliver. For too long, the people of Britain have been denied their say. For too long, powers have been handed to Brussels over their heads. For too long, their voice on Europe has not been heard. This bill puts that right. It delivers the simple in-out referendum we promised, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Mr. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. This bill will set before the British people a very clear and a simple question. Should the United Kingdom remain a member of the European Union? It's 11 words, but the answer will have profound consequences for the future of our country as the people of the United Kingdom make the most important decision on our place in the world for 40 years. It is a decision that will affect the future journey of our proud and great islands. It's a decision the consequence of which will be felt by people of our country for decades and generations to come. And it's a decision that will not only shape how we view our place in the world, but how the rest of the world sees us. Now, Mr. Speaker, we support this bill and its passage through Parliament, but we also support Britain remaining a member of the European Union. And the same cannot be said of all of the honourable and right honourable members opposite. I will give way.
Speaker, I'm very grateful for him giving way. Delighted the Labour Party now agrees the British people deserve a choice and a vote. But does he not understand that the British people want a very substantial reduction in migration into this country? And doesn't that require this Parliament to regain control of our borders from Brussels?
Well, I would say to the right honourable gentleman that we also agree that the European Union needs to change. Like many people, we want to see reform in Europe on benefits, on transitional controls, on the way in which the EU works, how it relates to national parliaments, and we also want to see the completion of the single market in services to boost jobs and economic growth here in the United Kingdom. Now, the truth, Mr. Speaker, is we need to cooperate in order to achieve those things, but I would also say to the House that the EU needs to recognise that there is a growing demand across societies, across Europe, for greater devolution of power. At the same time, we need to cooperate and to devolve, and the EU's task in the years ahead is to reconcile these two forces. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Given that the EU has fundamentally changed since the early 70s, since we joined it, then it is absolutely right that this bill is taking place, and whatever the result of the referendum, I think we now can all agree with that. But can I address to him the issue of fundamental change in our relationship? Given that the majority of European capitals are moving closer and closer to political union, does he accept that the negotiations aiming to accommodate those countries that don't wish to go down that road are terribly important? And what guarantees will the Labour Party be looking to and for when it comes to those negotiations?
I think the honourable gentleman would recognise that there are, of course, differences of view within the European Union about future direction, and membership of the euro is an example of that. We took the decision as the last Labour government that we would not join the euro. Our policy is that we are still against joining the euro, and I can't foresee any circumstances in which it would be within the British economic interest to do so. But other European countries take a different view, and the challenge for Europe is to accommodate those while keeping together 28 countries for whom cooperation is vital in the modern world. I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way.
what the government parties criticised us when we were in office for taking people further into Europe. But can we remind them, when they complain about the free movement of labour, they signed up to the single market, and the British people never got a referendum then. They signed up to Maastricht, and the British people never got a referendum then. They implied that we would have taken them into the single currency when we had the 5 economic tests.
Honourable friend is indeed entirely right. And when it comes to changing minds on Europe, there's lots of people who've changed their minds on Europe. And I would just remind the House that as recently as June 2012, this is what the Prime Minister told a press conference in Brussels. He said, "I completely understand why some people want an in-out referendum, but I do not share that view. I do not think it is the right thing to do." I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Does my honourable friend agree that those of us that were in this House for the John Major administration watched the government party fall apart under the pressure of their rows on Europe, and we look forward cheerfully to it happening again?
Well, it's clear that my honourable friend is taking great pleasure in the discomfort that is already evident on the benches opposite. And for those who wish to study the history, it is very interesting that here we are 40 years on from 1975, and the same thing is happening, but in mirror image. It is the Conservative Party that has agreed to a referendum in order to try and deal with the splits that there are. Let me also say, I'm just going to make a little bit more progress and then I will give way further. Let me also say to the Foreign Secretary that reform is not just about what Britain asks for now. It is about the building of alliances and the making of friends, as the Prime Minister now understands only too well. And it is an approach that can bring considerable change over time. I think I made the point previously. If you take the proportion of the EU budget that's spent on the Common Agricultural Policy, there's been a very significant reduction over a period of 40 years. And what that demonstrates is that change is possible by building alliances and arguing the case. And I would say to the House that the EU will need to continue to reform in the years ahead. I will give way to the honourable member.
Secretary of State for giving way. And does he agree with me that an example of the need for radical reform of our relationship with the European Union, and indeed reform of the European Union as a whole, is ably demonstrated by the fact that I believe if the UK were not currently a member of the European Union, no one would be suggesting that we join? What does he think?
Well, I just say to the honourable gentleman, I don't agree with him. I don't. I give way.
Well, friend, for giving way. If this referendum is to be considered free and fair, does he agree it would be wise to ensure the neutrality of the civil service and the machinery of government? And would he look sympathetically at any amendments to try to enshrine in the legislation an appropriate period of purdah?
Well, we would be very happy to look at all amendments that come forward during the consideration of the bill on the floor of the House. We have some amendments that we ourselves will put forward. I shall come to those in a moment. But I would say to the honourable gentleman that I agree with the Foreign Secretary in this respect. I do think that once the government eventually reaches a view, I think the government is entitled to explain to the British people what its view is. Indeed, it's going to have to explain its view to some of the members of the Cabinet. And therefore it is reasonable to ensure that the government is able to do that. I will give way one more time at this stage, and then I do want to make progress.
I'm most grateful to the right honourable gentleman giving way. But could he explain exactly what he thinks ministers will have to be able to do that they were not doing during the Scottish referendum or the AV referendum? I seem to remember ministers making lots of explanations about their view. Isn't he concerned that this might be an opportunity for the government to call the referendum so soon after the deal has been concluded that the British people don't have a chance to digest what has occurred? It's a snap referendum designed to get a certain result.
Well, I say to the honourable member, as I understand the argument that has been put, it relates to Section 125 of the 2000 Act, and what is the definition of material? Because that's what that section of the Act itself says, and it would, in my view, be not a sensible position for any government to find themselves in, that they are constrained from explaining. I will give way in a moment, if you just bear with me, from explaining what its view is to the people, because I think the people are entitled to hear from the government of the day, as indeed happened in 1975. I give way to my
honourable friend. I mean, he'll realise that this issue is so toxic for the party opposite that it caused the previous Prime Minister, John Major, to question the parentage of some of the members of his cabinet at that time. And I'm sure if he was caught off camera yesterday, the Prime Minister would have been using similar language. But and the point he's just been answering the honourable gentleman opposite is. Isn't it true that we might reach the referendum, the date of the referendum, but agreements in significantly changing our relationship with Europe will not be agreed, and that will be subject to subsequent negotiations, particularly if it requires treaty change? So what we'll be asked to vote for is something that will be taking place in the future, and we won't have the final detail agreed across Europe.
My honourable friend, I think everybody in the country, everybody in the House, is going to have to wait and see what the deal is that the Prime Minister breaks out, and then people are going to have to make their own judgment. I give way to my honourable friend.
On this question, I think it's very important that in order for the result to be accepted and for it to be long-lasting and for it to settle this question for a generation, it's very important that the process is seen to be fair on all sides. And of course, as ministers are perfectly at liberty to say what they like in interviews and go around the country making speeches and all the rest of it. But there's a big difference between that and public money being used to send out leaflets and to promote one particular side of the debate. And I think it's very important that the spending limits are designed to ensure that spending is equal on both sides and both sides have a fair say in this.
Well, friend, I think everybody in the House would agree that the referendum has got to be fair. It's got to be seen to be fair. But at the same time, any government is entitled to argue its case. I will give one more time at this stage, and then I am going to make progress.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend who's been extremely generous with his time. A number of constituents have already been in touch with me, as you might imagine, as you, Mr Speaker, might imagine, about the issue. And in particular, a number of them have raised the question itself and have said, rather than a yes-no, they would prefer to see a Remain-Leave question. Does my right honourable friend have a view on this?
My view, Mr Speaker, is I think the question is perfectly clear and very simple, and I don't think that anyone who goes into the polling station on the day, whenever it is, will not understand what the consequence of voting either way would be. Now, Mr Speaker, as well as the negotiations taking place in Europe, it is clear that there's an equally important set of negotiations taking place within the Conservative Party on this subject, and the truth is they're not going terribly well, are they? Because we have been asking the Prime Minister for his list of negotiating demands, and we're still waiting. We're still not clear, and the point my honourable friend made a moment ago, about whether there is going to be treaty change or not. And this week, the Prime Minister apparently told journalists at the G7 that he decided that he would succeed in the negotiations, and therefore all ministers would be expected to support the line. Now, we know that that didn't go down too well with certain ministers who came face to face with the prospect of having to choose between their jobs and their Euroscepticism. And then, lo and behold, the Prime Minister decided, faced with a choice between backing the national interest and the Conservative interest, he did what he always does, which is to give in to his party. And the explanation was that his remarks had been over-interpreted. Now, I don't know if this was a case, Mr Speaker, of lost in translation, but the newspapers today were pretty disobliging about the Prime Minister's decision. Downing Street chaos, The Telegraph. Weak and uncertain, The Times. Great U-turn, The Mail. Now, we are none the wiser as to where the government stands or what the answers are to those questions. So, for the benefit of the House, Mr Speaker, let me try and summarise where it seems the government has got to on our membership of the EU. The Prime Minister is probably for in, but he can't say definitely he's in or out, because a lot of his MPs are for out unless they can be persuaded to be in. Meanwhile, the Foreign Secretary, who used to be leaning out, now appears to be leaning in, while other members of the Cabinet, who are for out, read yesterday that they would be out unless they campaign for in. Now it seems they might be in, even though, after all, they are probably for out. Mr Speaker, in, out. It's the EU Tory hokey-cokey. A complete mess. I will give way and then I will move on.
Grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. it's perhaps an ill-chosen day to talk about the history of parties changing views on this. Yes. Since 32 years ago to the day, Gordon Brown and Tony Blair were elected to this House, as were I. They were elected on a manifesto of leaving the European Union. They subsequently changed their views, as has he changed his views on the need for a referendum and the need for a renegotiation. Can he explain the reasons for his change of view and what changes he wants to see in Europe prior to the referendum?
I say to the right honourable gentleman, I set out earlier the changes that we would wish to see, but change is not just a function of one particular moment in time. That's the first point. And the second thing, that it's been a general election, there is now going to be a referendum. Uncertainty, as we argued consistently about Britain's place in Europe, is not good for the British economy, so we should get on and have this decision so the British people can have their say, and I hope they will reach a decision to remain in the European Union. I'm going to make some more progress because I have been extremely generous in giving way. On the franchise, can I say to the Foreign Secretary, the government is right to use the same basic approach as 40 years ago in the last European referendum, and the same approach used 33 days ago when we had a general election, in other words, the parliamentary voting register. I don't begrudge extending the franchise to a particular group of 790 people, but I would just say to the Foreign Secretary that if we're going to extend the franchise to 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90-year-olds in the House of Lords, then I think we should also extend it to 16 and 17-year-olds. Because on this side of the House, we are in favour of giving these young adults the right to vote in all elections. Now, this is an issue of principle. It's about giving them, as citizens, their right to participate in our democracy. Now, I suspect that during the course of this debate and committee consideration of the bill, we will hear arguments against doing this. But I would simply say, Mr. Speaker, and to the House, that they will have a ring of familiarity about them, because on every single occasion in the last 200 years that someone has had the temerity to suggest that the franchise should be extended, the forces of conservatism, and I say that with a small c, have said, don't be ridiculous, it'll undermine the fabric of society, or they are incapable of exercising the necessary judgment. After all, if I could just make this point, in the 1832 Reform Act, landowners in Parliament said the only people who can vote are those who have an interest in the land, people who own it. In 1912, Lord Curzon said about votes for women, and I quote, "Women do not have the experience to vote." Now, if you substitute the words 16 and 17-year-olds for the word women, you have exactly the same argument made today. Indeed, it was also the argument made when a Labour government lowered the voting age from 21 to 18. It is the same old excuse of an argument against giving people a say, and it is completely at odds, Mr. Speaker, with the other rights that we already give to 16 and 17-year-olds, which include the right to work, pay tax and join the armed forces. Now, the British Youth Council, I'm well aware of that, but they can also be company directors. They can consent to medical treatment. It's a long, long list. Now, the British Youth Council had... I will give way, yes.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Does he not also think it's odd, given that the current government's position in terms of the Wales bill is to devolve the power to the Welsh government to make a decision on whether 16 and 17-year-olds can be given the vote? So they're giving that power to Wales. We've seen it exercised in Scotland, and yet they're blocking it in this instance. What about
makes a very, very powerful point as to why the franchise should be extended. I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank my right honourable friend. What do you agree? The Prime Minister wasn't forced to give 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote in the Scottish referendum. He agreed that would happen. So what's different now, and why should English and Welsh 16 and 17-year-olds and now Scottish 16 and 17-year-olds be treated differently for this referendum?
Well, I agree completely with my honourable friend, and maybe the Minister, in winding up, will give the House an explanation as to why the government is not minded to move on this. I would just want to quote what the British Youth Council Select Committee said after its taking evidence on this subject last year. It said, "We are very proud of the democracy in which we live and of its history and traditions. We are absolutely convinced that 16 and 17-year-olds have the aptitude and the appetite to take a full part in that democracy. And I agree. And, Mr. Speaker, at a time when in this House, on many occasions, we have debated how can we encourage more young people. The Foreign Secretary made the point about the lower rate of participation in our public and political life of young people. How can we get more young people involved in our democratic life? What better way to do so than to give 16 and 17-year-olds the opportunity to take part in this momentum decision that will affect their lives and their futures just as much as it will affect ours? I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
Shadow Foreign Secretary for giving way. Would he also agree that since nearly 1 in 4 16-year-olds can expect to live to 100, and they'll be living with the consequences with this for far longer than members of this House or the other House, and would he also agree with me that as they have the mental capacity to weigh up these decisions and to have the enthusiasm to take part, that we should extend the franchise?
I agree with the Honourable Lady completely, and I look forward to joining her in the division lobby when we vote on our amendment that 16 and 17-year-olds should be given the vote. The second thing I want to say about the detail of the bill is we feel that the referendum should be held on a separate day. Now, the bill does specifically allow ministers by regulations to make provisions to combine the referendum with other polls, but as the Foreign Secretary will be aware, this contradicts the advice of the Electoral Commission. It couldn't have been clearer. It said, and I quote, "The bill should be amended to make clear that an EU referendum cannot be combined with the significant elections already scheduled to take place in May 2016 and should be held on a suitable separate day to any other poll." And to those who argue that, well, if we combine it with other polls, well, this will lead to a higher turnout, I would simply pray in aid the example of the Scottish referendum last September, held on a separate day. And I think the evidence is very, very clear, Mr. Speaker. If you have a big decision with very considerable consequences that you put before the British people, and that is what this referendum will be about, then the people will know what is at stake, and they will come out and vote, and we should trust them to do so. So I hope that the government will reconsider that aspect of... I will give way to my honourable friend, and then I am going to...
I thank the Shadow Foreign Secretary for giving way. He's talking about turnout, which will obviously be of concern to all of us. Does he not therefore agree with me that using the low turnout of 18 to 24-year-olds to deny the vote to 16 to 17-year-olds rather defeats the object? And surely what we should be doing is using this in a healthy, vibrant debate about the future of Europe to get both age groups out to vote in the referendum.
Absolutely right, and makes a powerful, powerful point. We want there to be a debate. We want everybody to participate. We want the British people, in the end, to make that judgment. The third thing I want to say on the detail of the bill is, as I've argued already, I do believe that the government has a responsibility to ensure that voters have enough information to make an informed decision, and I do think that that should include an independent assessment of the economic consequences of leaving the European Union and what that would mean when compared to our remaining a member. And that, I presume, as the Foreign Secretary has said, is why Section 125 of the 2000 Act is to be disapplied. Finally, on the detail, the bill requires the referendum must take place by December 2017. Now, that should give the Prime Minister long enough to conclude the negotiations, but I hope that the Right Honourable Gentleman will agree with me that the sooner the decision can be taken, the better, because uncertainty is not good for anyone, and not least when we see there are businesses that have begun to say, well, we will need to consider our future place here in the United Kingdom. Uncertainty doesn't contribute to that. Now, I'm going to bring my remarks to a close because there's so many other people who do want to speak, and I'm bearing in mind the Speaker's strictures, kindly put. Mr. Speaker, this bill is important because it will give the British people the chance to have their say, but it is in the end just the mechanism for that decision. The really important thing is the decision itself. And on that subject, I want to say this. The notion that Britain's future prosperity and security lies somehow in turning away from the European Union in the hope of somehow getting a better deal makes no sense in a world that is increasingly interdependent. It is not, Mr. Speaker, that Britain could not manage outside the European Union, because, well, I've said that before and I say it again, because we have to have an honest debate. But the truth is it would come at an economic cost. Why? Because our partnership with Europe helps us to create jobs, secure growth, encourage investment and ensure our security and our influence in the world. And it's not that we do not understand that some communities feel more of the consequences of a rapidly changing world than others. But all of us, I'm going to bring my remarks to close, all of us have a stake in answering these questions. Where will the jobs for our children and our grandchildren come from? How will we grow our economy so we can continue to support the NHS and an ageing population? How do we combat climate change, terrorism and insecurity? And the answers lie in cooperation. Because we should have confidence, Mr. Speaker. We are a nation that is full of ideas. We invented the television, the jet engine, the World Wide Web, and the best way to continue to use the talents of this great country of ours to turn ideas into jobs is to work with others and to take advantage of the investment that being in the European Union brings us. We gain from ideas generated in other countries, from lowered trade barriers, from people coming in with their talents. We've always traded with neighbours near and far, and we have got to remain an outward-facing country. So, Mr. Speaker, we believe that in this year of all years we should also remember the contribution that European nations coming together has brought to the cause of peace on this continent of ours. And that is an achievement which it is all too easy to take for granted, but would seem extraordinary to our forebears and our ancestors if they had sat here 100 years ago, after centuries of war across Europe, if someone had said, I've seen the future and this is what Europeans working together will be able to achieve. Mr. Speaker, we believe in the strength of the argument for remaining part of the European Union. We are already making it on this side of the House, and we will continue to do so, and it will be for the British people to decide.
Order. We will begin with a 10-minute limit on backbench speeches. Mr. Owen Paterson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for calling me in this debate. This is a great day. This is a remarkable moment that we have a Conservative majority. Now I'm delighted to hear backed by the Labour opposition that is going to deliver a bill which will give the people of the UK a choice on who actually makes their laws and their regulations. And if I look at the mentors who encouraged me to come to this place over 20 years ago, sadly dead, my predecessor, the late Lord Biffin of Tannat and the late Lord Ridley of Liddesdale, they would be delighted to see us have this opportunity to go back to the question, did this country vote to join our market in 1975, where, referring to the Shadow Foreign Secretary's recent comments, we can have the benefits of the market, we can embrace the world, we can get our full seat back on organisations like the World Trade Organisation. We do not have to be told what to do by the political and judicial arrangements which we are currently under. And we have a glorious moment in history because the Eurozone inevitably is going to have to move to become a coordinated country where significant money is shifted from the southern wealth-creating areas of Germany and Holland to southern Europe. And we have a chance of a really radical change. And I'm delighted the Foreign Secretary has expounded this today. I'm delighted the Prime Minister has started. And we will have a real chance. But just very briefly, because I'm not...
Very briefly, I would just also recall other mentors who were in this House when I first came into this House, people like the late Lord Shaw of Stepney, and indeed the late Tony Benn.
Endorsement of those key figures from the other side. I would just touch very briefly on 2 points. First of all, I think the timing, I would strongly advocate the Prime Minister gets the maximum time for his negotiations, and I would like to see the referendum held late 2017. And on the question, I personally would favour two positives rather than having a negative on one side. But the issue that really does concern me is this issue of the suspension of PERDA. And I was dismayed to read, I'm afraid, the Foreign Secretary's comments on Conservative Home this morning. I'm afraid they are a nonsense. We have had the rules of PERDA developed steadily over 20 years. We just fought a general election, very satisfactorily, and the wheels of government continued to turn without attempts to use taxpayers' money to influence the way people voted. And I'd just briefly like to take the House through this long process. It goes right back to 1996, when the Nairn report called on referendums, first of all, to be brought with an electoral law. We then saw the Welsh referendum, when we on this side were in total disarray, and the result was extraordinarily narrow. 6,721 was the majority right across Wales. That was a 168 majority per seat. By any standards, a very marginal result. And there was very widespread satisfaction, particularly in North Wales, near where I come from, that the result was affected by very significant intervention by the government. So we then pass on to Lord Neil of Bladen, whose committee in October 1998 came up with some absolutely key recommendations. First of all, I'd like to cite Professor Vernon Bogdanor of Oxford University, who taught the Prime Minister a thing or two about politics, philosophy and economics. And in a very telling contribution, he said, "I hope also the committee will make some suggestions about referendums, because one purpose of a referendum is to secure legitimacy for decisions where Parliament alone cannot secure that legitimacy. For that legitimacy to be secured, the losers have to feel that the fight was fairly conducted." And this is an absolutely fundamental issue. If the public have a sense, and the British public have a real sense of fairness, if they have a sense that this was rigged, the result will not be legitimate. So on the basis of that, the very distinguished figures on the Neil Committee proposed, and they said, our view is straightforward. We believe it is perfectly appropriate for the government of the day to state its views and for members of the government to campaign vigorously during referendum campaigns, just as they do during general election campaigns. But we also believe, just as in general election campaigns, neither taxpayers' money nor the permanent government machine, civil servants, official cars, the Government Information Service and so forth should be used to promote the interests of the government side of the argument. In other words, referendum campaigns should be treated for these purposes in every way as though they were general election campaigns. And they went on, we believe it's extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, for the government of the day to offer purely objective and factual information in the course of a referendum campaign, especially when, as will usually be the case, itself is a party to the campaign. We believe governments should not participate in referendum campaigns in this manner, just as it would be thought to be wholly inappropriate during a general election campaign for the government to print and distribute at the taxpayer's expense literature setting out government policy. And they actually made a recommendation, 89, the government of the day in future referendums should, as a government, remain neutral and should not distribute at public expense literature, even purportedly factual literature, setting out or otherwise promoting its case. And then in an adjournment debate, and I would stress, very senior respected figures on both sides of the House participate in this long debate over 20 years. So here, in this adjournment debate, 9th November 1998, on the Neil report, you had significant contribution from the then Home Secretary Jack Straw, but Lords Fowler and McGregor of Pull and Market on our side called for full implementation of Neil. They were absolutely clear about that. And Sir Norman Fowler, who then was, said, however, we accept the findings in the report and believe that legislation based on it should be introduced with a proviso that it should implement all the major proposals. There should be no cherry-picking of one proposal, leaving the others to one side. And we then move on, very interesting, Mr. Speaker, to the second reading. The government produced a bill, and the second reading was on the 10th of January 2000, when a significant intervention in column 36 by the member for Buckingham was made. And you said, Mr. Speaker, you said, and only you could use a phrase such as this, I'm sure that the House has listened to the Right Honourable Gentleman's historical exegesis with great interest. You went on to say, very pertinently, and you were the first person to raise this issue of time, you went on to say, if he's against the purchase of votes, how does he justify promoting a bill that will allow the issue by ministers of official press releases in support, for example, of the abolition of our national currency, while regulating the activities of campaigning organisations in any such referendum for up to 6 months, thereby preventing the supporters of national self-government from effectively arguing their case. And that was a most pertinent intervention, because the issue on time then reappeared in the committee stage, and sadly he's left to see my honourable lady friend from Beaconsfield. really argued hard in amendments, and you participated, and I participated on the issue of SPADs, and respected figures like the Honourable Member for Southend, the Deepings, and the Member for Stone, and a number of us who've held this party together through the long winter of opposition. We all made the point that 28 days was not sufficient. We did not like Jack Straw's proposals on 28 days. And we were absolutely clear about that. And the Right Honourable Lady Member said, we are worried that the 28-day period on its own will be insufficient. The particular mischief is that there will be a preliminary period in which the campaign that will be set up in opposition to the view that the government wants to put forward, but which they will subsume into their own campaign organisation, is not up and running because it's not received validation from the Commission. So, we had a further intervention from Lord Mackay of Arbrecknish, another very distinguished member of this side, who said, I believe that the purdah should apply during the whole referendum period. I consider that to be fair and equitable. And so, as I draw my conclusion, it is absolutely clear, as we had an intervention yesterday, helpfully from the Electoral Commission, who said, we are therefore disappointed and concerned that the bill includes provision to remove the restrictions on the use of public funds by governments and others to promote an outcome right up until voters cast their vote. You have to ask... I just want to finish my comments now, because I know others want to speak. You have to ask, Mr. Speaker, the question why. Why is this power, which has been debated by some very serious members of both sides of the House over a long period for 20 years, we've come up with what we on this side thought was a very unsatisfactory compromise of 28 days. Why is that being arbitrarily lifted? We fought a number of general election campaigns, cars continued to be made, cows continued to be milked, and the world did not stop. And it absolutely must be taken on board by the government that if the British people sense there's no fairness, that this is being rigged against them, that a deluge of local government, of national government, and above all European government money and propaganda can be dropped on them. And it won't just be election material, as the Foreign Secretary said. There will be reports, there will be briefs, there will be analyses of the terrifying consequences of which way one of the votes might go. That will be unacceptable. That will go down extremely badly with the British people. And what really worries me, this extraordinary moment in our street, this incredibly important moment, could be seen to be illegitimate. And whatever system of government for this country emerges after the referendum, it might not be seen to be valid. And I really would appeal to the Foreign Secretary to go back, talk to the Prime Minister, and remove this arbitrary dropping of a process of purdah which has been thrashed out over 20 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In calling the Right Honourable Gentleman Member for Gordon, I remind the House that as the Right Honourable Gentleman is his party's front bench spokesman, he's not subject to the 10-minute limit. Mr. Alex Salmond.
Mr. Speaker, in moving the amendment in the names of my honourable friends and myself, let me first congratulate the Prime Minister on his singular achievement, the 31-day achievement. 31 days doesn't seem like a huge amount of time, but in terms of holding the Conservative Party together in Europe, the last 31 days have been a great achievement. Now, Hannibal crossed the Alps in 17 days, but I think that pales into insignificance compared with this period of calm of 31 days before the Bavarian blunder of yesterday has blown the gasket on the Conservative Party's divisions in Europe. It said in the Times today that quoting your own speeches is the first sign of political madness. On that basis, I think the Prime Minister is pretty far gone. I want to share with the House the full bouquet of the absurdity, apparently in all sobriety, of the Prime Minister's statement of yesterday. What he said, quoted on the front page of the Times today, is that is what I said. I feel there was a misinterpretation, which is why when I woke up and read the newspapers and thought, I will repeat what I said and make that very clear. Well, that puts that one to bed then, doesn't it? I think I lost count today at question time, a number of times the Foreign Secretary answered the question by firstly saying it's very clear. I've always had this enormous suspicion of members of the Treasury bench when they start off their answer to a question by saying it's very clear. We all know it's pretty opaque. And opaque is exactly what the Prime Minister's position is right now on collective responsibility. As he was asked at question time, this is not the hypothetical question of whether the Prime Minister and the Government are going to recommend a yes or a no vote. Although I think most of us, if we could get a bet on that one, would be pretty certain of what the outcome. This is just a simple question of collective responsibility. When that decision is reached, whatever that decision may be, will it then pertain on all members of the Government? Will collective responsibility maintain? I give way to a right honourable member who knows a great deal about collective responsibility, if my memory serves me correct.
Mr. Speaker, the nation would like to hear a debate about the United Kingdom's relationship with the EU, not these silly jibes. And can he explain on behalf of his party why they're so keen to get powers back from London but never want any power back from Brussels?
Remember the right honourable gentleman when John Major, as Prime Minister, ironically thanked him for resigning for the Cabinet so as he could consolidate and secure his leadership of the Conservative Party. The SNP's attitude is that we're a pro-European party. We believe controlling 99% of our taxation revenue is genuine independence, as opposed to the some 12% that we control at the present moment, or the maybe 20% that we would control under the proposals we were debating yesterday. That's why we are proud to say, as so many other countries, that you can be independent within the European Union. The idea that the right honourable gentleman portrays that you can't be independent in the European Union is not one that's widely shared across the rest of the continent. It may just be that it's the right honourable member and his friends who are out of step with all the other Europeans, as opposed to the right honourable gentleman and his friends being correct about the idea of independence within the European construct. I think this idea of whether or not there will be collective responsibility is a question that is capable of being answered in terms of the principle about the referendum, and I do hope that the Foreign Secretary will address it in these terms when he or his colleague winds up the debate this evening. I'm in the fortunate position that the Speaker said of not being bound by the 10-minute rule. I'll give way a couple more times, but I understand what the Speaker said in terms of allowing other members to get in. Please.
Gentleman giving way. Can he explain why the same arguments deployed by people like him that we should join the euro, and thank goodness we didn't, are now being used by people like him to say that we can't possibly consider leaving the EU? Doesn't that just underline that he is Braveheart in Scotland but Slaveheart in Brussels?
One wonders, lying in his bed like the Prime Minister this morning, working out how he would deploy that bon mot in terms of the debate, how long it took the right honourable gentleman to come up with that one. I don't think he mistakes me, incidentally. I am not, and he should really reflect on the speech I made only last week, I am not one of those people who argues that the UK couldn't possibly be out of the European Union. Indeed, I made a speech last week where I warned against a parade of establishment figures talking down to people and saying you can't do this, you can't do that. I am not a person who argues that case. The essence of my case for being in the European Union is a positive case about what Europe should be doing, not about whether it shouldn't be doing. And I do hope at some point in this debate we'll actually get to a state that the things that are wrong with the European Union are not that Polish hard-working people can not repatriate their child benefit to Poland. There must be more in terms of this country's relationship with the rest of Europe than matters of such smallness in terms of the general perspective. I want to move on to the question of the essential nonsense of this referendum and why my party will be opposing it in the lobbies this evening. When you propose a referendum, it should be because you're proposing a change. You're proposing a significant constitutional change, whether it be for the alternative vote, or Scottish independence, or Scottish devolution, or Welsh devolution. You're proposing a change and you're looking for democratic sanction, the sovereignty of the people to back your change. But that is not the position of the Prime Minister. Nobody seriously believes that the Prime Minister wants to take this country out of the European Union. The referendum is a tactic that's being deployed as a means of deflecting support from UKIP, as a sop to the backbenchers. Nobody actually believes the Prime Minister wants to take the country out of the European Union. And the suspicion that we are already seeing developing in this debate is as a result of that essential contradiction in the government's proposition, not just incidentally from hardened Eurosceptics like, well, Europhobes perhaps, like we've heard from the opposition of their government benches already, but even from earlier on today, the honourable members for Reigate and Beaconsfield, right, honourable members, when they were questioning why the government looks like it's trying to stack the deck in the referendum before the referendum has even begun. The questions about campaign limits, about the purdah period. These questions are coming not just from people who are opposed to the European Union, but members of great experience who are concerned that the government is already moving to stack the deck in this referendum campaign. And let me tell honourable members who don't share my view on Europe what exactly will happen if we go into a campaign and the campaign polls start to close, that perhaps even the no side moves ahead in the campaign. We'll find Sir Nicholas Macpherson appearing in front of select committees of this House, parading things. We're finding civil servants compromising their impartiality. We'll find the Prime Minister suddenly making a promise, a commitment, a pledge, a vow that he's suddenly found some new policy initiative to turn the argument in total defiance of any idea of a purdah period. My advice, and it's free advice, freely given, honestly given, is lock it down in this referendum bill. Otherwise, all of your worst fears will come into being unless you have it in the legislation. Do not, with great respect to the Foreign Secretary, trust the bona fides of the Foreign Secretary that he wants just a fair game and fair play. Lock it into the amendments to the bill if you want to secure a proper and decent referendum and avoid the deck being stacked. We have detailed reasons for opposing the referendum in its current form. And I have to say to the Labour Party, I am surprised by this argument that we lost an election and therefore have to change our policy, as the acting leader said just the other day. Does this apply to all of Labour policies that they fought the election in, or is it just this policy on the referendum? I listened to Labour spokesman on... yes, of course.
I have to say to him, he's doing absolutely nothing to reduce at all the reputation for self-satisfied smugness that preceded him before he got re-elected. And I speak as someone actually who's believed for well over a decade that we should have a referendum on our membership of the EU. But I want to ask him this: if it's right for the Scottish people to have the referendums they wanted on establishing a Scottish Parliament and a referendum on Scottish independence, why is it not right for the vast majority of people elsewhere in the UK who definitely want a referendum on Britain's membership of the EU? Why should he be trooping through the lobbies trying to prevent them? Why should he be denying people in Dudley their say on this issue?
Say, if it was 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago the honourable member was campaigning against the referendum, why is now suddenly, in fact, on a manifesto.
Order, we can't have two people on their feet at the same time. I hope it is a point of order rather than of frustration. But point of order, Mr. Ian Austin.
For him to say that I was campaigning just a few weeks ago against the referendum when one of my local pledges was to support a referendum, when I've been in favour of a referendum for well over a decade, and if he knew anything about what I've ever said on this issue, he would know that.
Well, I don't think the Right Honourable Gentleman said anything disorderly. I think the safest thing that I conclude is that the Right Honourable Gentleman wasn't attending closely to election literature in Dudley. His mind being focused perhaps elsewhere. Mr. Alex Salmond.
Mr. Speaker, you are correct in your anticipation. But of course the record shows that what I said he was campaigning on a manifesto. Now, I have to say I didn't realise that the Labour Party had two manifestos, one for Dudley and one for the rest of the country. But perhaps in future elections they will accept the wisdom of the honourable member, and who knows, it will transform their political prospects if the Dudley manifesto becomes the UK manifesto for the Labour Party. But with great respect to honourable member for Dudley, what I was trying to point out was the argument that you change your position because you lose an election seems a very selective one in the Labour Party at the present moment. For those of us in the House yesterday, we heard Labour spokesperson on Scotland put forward a speech and a position which was identical to the Labour Party's position before the election. And yet the catastrophic result in Scotland makes the English result pale into insignificance. So if this argument about the Labour Party changing its position in the referendum because they lose the election applies on the European issue, then why on earth are they not changing their position on the Scottish issue or the many other issues in which the Labour Party have been soundly beating? So we'll maintain our position against the referendum in terms of the votes in the lobbies this evening. In particular, we cannot see the argument against votes for 16 and 17-year-olds not being allowed in this referendum. In an era where political engagement and turnout has been at its lowest ebb, the inclusion of this age bracket in the Scottish referendum contributed to being one of the most exciting and engaging political debates of all time. I have to say to the right honourable member on the Labour front bench, I think in fairness to the Prime Minister, I should record that he was not a deep enthusiast of the 16 to 18-year-olds having the vote in Scotland. It was enabling legislation to allow the Scottish Parliament to go ahead with that position. But Scotland now has a politicised population of 16 to 18-year-olds. Of course, Mr Speaker, the notion of educating and engaging the young non-elites of the nation is a comparatively recent phenomenon in parts of these islands. It was something we were doing in Scotland some 3 centuries before it was applied around here. And we've just sent one of the youngest MPs since the 17th century to these very chambers from Scotland. And we're extremely proud of that process. But let's have a think about 16 to 18-year-olds in Scotland. Last September, they were voting in the Scottish referendum. This May, they were excluded from voting in the general election. Next May, they'll be included in voting in the Scottish elections, and then they'll be excluded again from voting in a European referendum. I thought rather amusingly the right honourable member on the Labour front bench referred to the hokey-cokey position of the Conservative Party on the issue of referendum. But what about the in-out position of the 16 to 18-year-olds in Scotland? Of course these people have demonstrated that they are much more wise and able to understand politics than when the Foreign Secretary was a callow youth and didn't understand what he was voting on in 1975. They have demonstrated their ability to engage in these debates, and it would be deeply insulting to the young people of Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland to exclude them from this upcoming referendum. And secondly, the issue...
I have a letter from a young constituent, Matthew Terrace, from my constituency, who did get to vote in the referendum and will obviously be old enough to vote on Europe, but speaks for the young people in his school. And he points out that they feel discarded by being excluded in this referendum. It has engaged our young people in Scotland, and this could be a chance for this House to engage young people across the UK. So Matthew speaks up on behalf of his whole school, and I would commend this House to think again about excluding young people in this referendum.
The Honourable Lady puts her point extremely well, and I do hope that the Foreign Secretary was paying attention and listening. For the last time, if I may.
Just on this point, would the Honourable Member agree that the Conservative government plays into his very hands in alienating 16 and 17-year-olds in Scotland from decisions taken in this Parliament by pursuing this line?
Conservative and indeed the Labour parties have played into the hands of the Scottish National Party on many occasions. However, on this occasion, I think this issue is so important that I appeal to the Foreign Secretary not to play into our hands, but allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in this upcoming referendum. And then there's a question of European citizens. Why shouldn't European citizens have a vote in this referendum? We allowed European citizens to vote in the Scottish referendum because we had a view of nationality which has a civic basis. We, unlike the narrow-minded nationalism of the Conservative benches, as opposed to their particularly narrow view of people's interests, we take a broad view in these matters. We believe in civic nationalism. We believe that if you engage in a country and you live in a country, you work in a country, you pay tax in a country, then you're entitled to vote on the future of a country. We have a Member of Parliament in the Scottish Parliament, Christian Allard. He's actually my member of the Scottish Parliament. He's a member for the North East of Scotland. I go to Christian whenever I have a difficulty that requires resolution across the North East of Scotland. He's a fine, distinguished member of the Scottish Parliament. He is to be denied a vote in the European referendum. He's been in Scotland for 25 years, contributing to our community. Why on earth should he be denied a vote? While members, of course, and this is not the general election franchise, the House of Lords is to be empowered to vote in this referendum. I know that the Conservative benches are frightfully worried about the idea of prisoners being accorded the right to vote because of the European Convention. There are 6 ex-prisoners in the House of Lords who are going to be enfranchised by the Foreign Secretary's proposals. And the Foreign Secretary says, of course, the House of Lords should be enabled to vote. This is an advisory referendum. The House of Lords will have their say after a referendum in terms of whether or not a proposal is enacted. It's an advisory, not a binding referendum. You can't say it's a general election franchise and then start to change the franchise. And then what about the position of other Europeans? It is not the case that all other European citizens are to be denied a vote in this referendum. Citizens of the Irish Republic will have a vote in this referendum. Citizens of Malta, of Cyprus, will have a vote in this referendum because of the Commonwealth entitlement. How could you have an argument that says that some other European citizens will vote, but some others will not? Well, he says it's simple. I suggest, and I say this with some experience of having to conduct a franchise which can be defended in the courts, that the argument of saying that some European citizens but not others will be an extremely difficult argument to sustain if it's subjected to court challenge. And I warn the Foreign Secretary that he will not find it as easy as just saying to this House that it's obvious that some people should be given the vote and some people should be denied a vote. And then, of course, we come to the question of the double majority or the quadlock. Why should it be the case? Why should it be the case that Scotland or Wales or Northern Ireland, or for that matter England, should be taken out of the European Union against the will of that nation? Well, the Foreign Secretary, from a sedentary position, says it's because we're a United Kingdom, but it was the Prime Minister who said the essence of the United Kingdom was it was an equal partnership of nations. He said it only last September. He said that we should lead in Scotland, lead the United Kingdom. He didn't say we should leave Europe. He said we should lead the United Kingdom. And of course, it would be outrageous, disgraceful, undemocratic and unacceptable to drag Scotland out of the European Union against the wishes and will of the Scottish people. And finally, Mr. Speaker, since it's the honourable member,
I am very grateful. He is surely aware that the population of London, which is the powerhouse of our economy and which is dependent upon relations with the European Union, is almost double that of Scotland. Using his argument, should London have a separate say too?
I know that when many people in the Labour Party to try and explain the difference between a country and a county or a country and a city is an argument they find very difficult. But to argue, and I would say to the honourable member, there are many routes to revival for the Labour Party in Scotland. Suggesting that Scotland is not a nation or is equivalent to a city or a county ain't one of the best avenues in terms. So all of the 4 component nations of the United Kingdom should be treated with equal respect. And on the subject of respect, that comes to the issue of whether this referendum might be held on the same day as the Scottish and Welsh and not possibly the Northern Irish elections. Now, I'm sure that the Treasury bench will have heard from all of these nations the huge opposition there would be to such a proposal. But it doesn't just come from the representatives of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. And I think from the citizens of London as well. It comes from the Electoral Commission. And last December, not just did the Electoral Commission say it was a bad idea, but they also gave a very clear piece of advice to the government. And let me read it to the House. Any government introducing legislation for future referendums, not only in Scotland, but also those held across in other parts of the UK, should also publish at the same time its assessment of the implications of holding other polls on the same day. This will enable legislators, including the Scottish Parliament, UK Parliament, to consider the relative benefits and risks of the proposal they scrutinise in the referendum bill. At the same time, it's what the Electoral Commission recommended. We are now discussing the bill on the referendum. Can I ask the Minister on the Treasury bench, where is the assessment that the Electoral Commission called for in such unambiguous language? I give way to the honourable member.
Let's take the right honourable gentleman back just a moment to his arguments about the franchise. Is he arguing, for example, that prisoners should be empowered to vote in this referendum? Because, of course, if they should be in the parliamentary franchise, which under the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights arguably they should, then that might be an argument for their inclusion. But I did notice when he was First Minister in Scotland and this matter was being debated here, the silence of his administration on this subject was absolutely deafening.
This was action. We defended in court the argument, and I'm surprised the right honourable gentleman didn't follow the Scottish courts on such a matter. The government which I led defended in court an attempt to enfranchise prisoners in the Scottish referendum, and we were right to refuse that. I was merely pointing out that ex-prisoners in the House of Lords are to be enfranchised in the government's proposals, while fine, upstanding European citizens who've never done a thing wrong in their lives, like Christian Allard, MSP, are to be denied a vote. And I'm truly surprised that someone with such a liberal reputation, he may soon be the last Liberal in this entire House of Commons, somebody with such a liberal reputation should make such a point. Perhaps he's campaigning for some select committee or other and coveting support from the benches. Now, the important point, before the right honourable member attempted to distract me, the important point was there was a clear injunction, let me use an English term, from the Electoral Commission that at the same time as a bill was produced for a referendum which left open the possibility of holding the elections on the same day, there should be the assessment published. That was what the Electoral Commission said last December. The ministers on the Treasury bench, today is the day we're debating it, where is the assessment that the Electoral Commission required to be published? Where is the government's assessment of the pros and cons of holding an election on the same day? Let me say to the government, it would be totally unacceptable to the people of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland to have the European referendum held on the same day as our national election. In summary, Mr. Speaker, let me say this. This bill is badly based. It's based on a nonsense and a contradiction, because the Prime Minister who is introducing the bill, although wasn't here with us today, but nonetheless is introducing the bill, does not actually want to withdraw from the European Union. Major constitutional referendums should be held in a proposition, honestly held, whether it's for independence, devolution or proportional representation or whatever it may be, and backed up by those proposing. The Prime Minister has held this referendum, proposes to hold it as a political tactic, and that is the contradiction at the heart of the legislation. That is why there is so much suspicion already, not just among opponents of Europe, but among those who are proponents of Europe. And that is why this bill should not get its second reading in the chambers later this evening.
Order. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed. The question is that the amendment be made. Mr. Kenneth Clarke.
Mr. Speaker, I have to tell the right honourable member for Gordon that much though I enjoyed his speech, he hasn't persuaded me to support the SNP amendment in the division tonight. But that's not because either that I have changed my fundamental doubts about referendums. Like every politician of my generation, I rather prefer parliamentary democracy. But we are where we are, and it's quite obvious we're going to have a referendum, so I probably won't be voting in favour of the bill tonight, but I shall do nothing actually to stop it in principle going ahead. I would only warn my honourable and right honourable friends that since Harold Wilson made the rather unwise decision to introduce this institution into our British Constitution, it has never actually yet been used to settle any question. The question of proportional representation, for example, seems to me still very much alive and kicking. The question of elected mayors doesn't seem to have been totally resolved by all the local referendums. I actually think the future of Scotland and what I hope will be its continued relationship with the United Kingdom has been enlivened and not quietened by the result of the recent referendum, and now we have Europe again. And one thing I do share with the right honourable gentleman is it does demonstrate that politicians of conviction fight in referendums and accept that they've lost them, but they don't change their fundamental views. I don't believe my right honourable friend for North Shropshire will become an enthusiastic Europhile if he's on the losing side of this referendum, and he will not be surprised to know that I am likely to be found in the Yes campaign. But what I do hope, I'll give way in just a second, what I do hope is that as we have a referendum campaign, it will be of the same extraordinarily high quality as the Scottish one, which I took a small part in. I've never known the population so politicised or such an intense debate. And so far on all the important referendums, such as that one, I've always been on the winning side. But I hope I will be so again after such an interesting campaign. Very briefly.
Very good. My honourable friend, give away. I think I have one over my right honourable friend that I have been president of a European Trade Association and he hasn't. And he really must not muddle the idea of the European Union, which is a political and judicial organisation, and the European market, which I'm a most enthusiastic proponent of.
I'll come to my right honourable friend's belief in a moment that you can somehow have all the advantages of the European Union and the market without complying with any of the obligations. I know no trading bloc that allows anybody entry to its market on the basis that you're going to decide whether or not you comply with the rules of that trading bloc. But I'll come to that in a second, because I do think it's important. I approve of the form of words for the question that's included in this bill. But I hope as the campaign goes on, and we all form all-party campaigns, that it becomes clear what the question actually means. It is crystal clear. It is not solely about these negotiations for reform which are going ahead, although I personally completely concede that the European Union has a lot of defects and it is ripe for reform. And some of the things that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, is pressing for, particularly in the Bloomberg speech, I approve of very strongly if he can achieve them. But the question, the yes vote, involves a decision about the future role of the United Kingdom in the world, the modern world, how we're best able to further the interests of our citizens and defend our security, how we're best able to develop our economy and bring prosperity. That is the big question. And no, I won't, because I'm on a time limit and other people want to speak. I apologise to my right honourable friend, but he and I have debated this frequently. We are 1% of the world's population. We represent 3% of the world's GDP, and as a proportion, we're declining yet further. And the question of being in the European is to get across to people that our effective voice in the world, insofar as we have one, is best deployed as a leading and influential player in the European Union. There will be less interest taken in British views by the United States, by Russia, by China, by India, the other emerging powers, if we go into splendid isolation. And as I've already said, the idea that we somehow advance our future prosperity by withdrawing to the biggest organised trading bloc in the world, at the same time the Conservative Party being an advocate of wider free trade wherever it can be obtained, will be an absurdity. And that leads me to the other argument. What does out mean? What does a no vote mean? Now, I look forward to my Eurosceptic friends giving an answer to that, because Eurosceptics have always given different answers. And my former honourable friend, now in UKIP, has a quite different view of what a no vote means compared with some of my no-voting colleagues on these back benches. Does it mean the Norwegian option? Do you stay in the trading area? That means you pay a large subscription, You accept free movement of labour and they have a higher proportion of other EU nationals compared with Norwegians than we have compared with Brits. And you also comply with all the legislation, the rules and the regulations of the single market without having any say in what is done. Now, do you go further than that? Do you have the Swiss model? The Swiss model means you have some access to the single market, and in those areas you comply with all the laws and rules directly applied, and you use no Swiss influence on what they are. But the Swiss, no, I can't, there's a time limit. I have to listen to my honourable friend's speech. The Swiss do not have access to large parts of the market. They accepted free movement of labour, I would add. But also, they've not got access, they've no passport to European financial services or any other services. Swiss banks are in the City of London providing investment and employment because Switzerland is excluded from the extremely valuable part of our financial services industry upon which a lot of our prosperity depends. Now, normally, I find Eurosceptics do not address that. Do they wish to go into the wide blue yonder, leave the trade area altogether? That would involve tariffs. That would involve 10% on vehicle exports to Europe. No, the idea. No, well, I doubt whether that's what my honourable friend is advocating, that we just cease to have any access to the market at all. We need to be absolutely clear. The Eurosceptic case usually is, oh, we're so important to them, they keep all the benefits of membership. They'll allow us, if we negotiate strong enough, to give way to the obligations. Now, I already said that there are some things that we ought to negotiate. We should be wary of getting too carried away by freedom of movement of labour, which is desirable in a trading area. It's a benefit to all members, including the United Kingdom. We should, of course, stop benefit tourism. They're unwise benefit tourists when they come here because benefits are more generous in Germany and Sweden and many other places, but no doubt they will agree with us on clarifying excluding benefit tourism. But the thing to bear in mind when we go further is there are 2.2 million British people who are living and working in the rest of the European Union. And we have about 2.5 million EU citizens living and working here. Now, if we're going to demand treaty change to permit us to discriminate against European foreign nationals, not other foreign nationals, European foreign nationals, perhaps all foreign nationals, in our employment laws or our tax system or our benefit system, well, are they going to forego from the same thing against British residents in other countries? There are more British people drawing unemployment benefit in Germany than there are Germans drawing unemployment benefit here. I actually think that an Englishman working alongside a Frenchman in an international company in France, if he's doing the same job, should have the same take-home pay. I find it difficult to argue why an Englishman and a Polish person working alongside each other doing the same job in Britain should not have the same pay either. And freedom of movement of labour actually benefits us. On treaty change, the Eurosceptics love to demand that there must be treaty change. They do that because they know it's not possible to get treaty change to a complicated 28-member nation-state treaty before 2017. It takes 5 or 6 years. You can have legally binding protocols on particular things, which has been resorted to, and I'm sure ingenuity in the Foreign Office and in the corridors of Europe will produce legally binding protocols for anything we produce. But to make a touchstone of treaty change, when you have 27 other governments who all start demanding things in the process following our lead, I think is not worth pursuing. The key issue is to have a campaign as well as a question that is absolutely clear. This is about Britain's role in the modern world, the 21st century world of interdependent nations, how do we maximise our influence by actually using our power base in Europe? The alternative is, I'm afraid, a fanciful, escapist route into isolated nationalism, which I think will greatly diminish our influence in the world and greatly damage our economy.
Order. On account of the level of interest, I'm afraid an 8-minute limit must now apply. Kate Hoey.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow my constituent in his speech, and also a fellow diner at the wonderful Kennington Tandoori in Vauxhall. I don't, as the Speaker will realise, I don't agree with very much of what he said, but today I'm here to speak on this particular bill, and I want to say that I also agree with the member for North Shropshire when he said this is a good day. This is a great day for democracy, and having sat through and spoken in 2 referendum debates where I'm feeling great today because I'm actually going to be with the majority of my party. And if only my party had listened when those small number but very good members of my party, including the member for Luton North, argued, and indeed the member for Dudley argued strongly that we should have had in our manifesto that we supported the right of the British people to decide the future relationship with the EU, well, perhaps the election result might have been slightly different. But I'm very pleased today that my front bench is supporting this second reading, and I think it's a very, very important day for the British public. I want to just talk about a few aspects of the bill itself. For me, the most important thing about this referendum bill, when it finally leaves this Parliament, is that it gives every single British person in all of the United Kingdom the clear feeling and understanding and belief that it is going to be free and fair, that it is really going to be an opportunity for their views to be listened to and their views to be heard, and that the vote will mean that they have really been listened to. And my concern is that there are some elements within this bill that could mean that people at the end of the result will feel that they have not had a free and fair vote. And the first one of those has already been alluded to, and I strongly support those on this side of the House and on the other side of the House who believe that the Purdah aspect is just wrong. I just do not believe that that will prove to the British people that the government wants a free and fair vote. We have to change that Purdah situation, and I just think that any common sense view would say that it cannot be right for the Purdah restrictions to be changed from this. No, not at the moment, thank you. So on the question of Purdah, that is really, really important. The second thing, I do believe that it is not, and this is where I'm not in line with some of my members of my party on this issue, while I do think that there is a real debate to be heard on votes at 16 to 18-year-olds, I don't think that bringing that in for a referendum is the right time to do it. I really do think that if we're going to change our constitution on the right to vote and bringing the age down, it has to be a seriously thought-through issue that can't just be brought in glibly for a referendum. It should be being discussed in this Parliament, and the decision should be taken for the next general election. But the referendum, I think, is too early for that. So I'm not in favour of changing the voting system. I support the bill on that, and I support the bill absolutely on the rights, the non-rights of EU citizens other than those that are actually mentioned to be able to vote. I just don't think that would make any sense at all and would actually alienate millions and millions of British citizens. No, thank you. So on that question, I'm very clear on that too, and I'm glad that my party supports that too. On the question of the wording, some people, and I think the Scottish, our Scottish nationalist member who spoke earlier talked about the Electoral Commission. We seem to want the Electoral Commission when we support it, what it says, and then when we don't support it, we don't support what they say. And on the wording is very, very clear. The Electoral Commission said that it should actually be a fairer wording would be, should the United Kingdom remain a member of the European Union or leave the European Union? Very simple, very clear. Not seen as in any way biased, and then people would have the vote to either leave or remain. And I think that has to be looked at, and the Electoral Commission, I know, are continuing to look at that. So I hope that will be one of the points that is changed in this bill. We didn't, and I tried to intervene on the Foreign Secretary, but unfortunately wasn't recognised. I am concerned about the whole funding issue and the money for these two campaigns that will ultimately be formed. How do we ensure that the biggest funder of all, the European Union itself, the European Union Commission, how do we ensure that the Commission is going to be absolutely clear what they can or cannot fund? Already we know that many of our institutions in this country, including the BBC, gets huge amounts of European Union money. Now, that is going to be absolutely disgraceful if the European Union Commission is allowed to continue to pour in money, which is used then for many propaganda, which will be certainly seen during a referendum campaign, into our schools, into our educational institutions generally. So it is really important. And I do hope that when the winding up from both sides, that is covered, because nowhere at the moment is it covered. I will, because he is a friend and he lives on an island.
I'm very grateful, Honourable Lady Gillan. She raises the spectre of the perhaps European Commission intervening. Might she be worried that the European Parliament might produce reports prior to the referendum that are extremely biased, the way the Westminster Parliament did prior to the Scottish referendum, and might Jose Manuel Barroso turn up at the Andermatt show speaking extra cathedral statements on behalf of one side of the referendum? Are these the types of things that worry her when she's talking about that?
I think if I decipher that, I think what it really would mean is that, I mean, I know the European Union Parliament doesn't actually have that much power. I'm much more concerned about the unelected Commission who have the money and who spend our money after we've given it to them in the way that they decide is best. So I am very concerned about that, and I hope that that is something that will actually be looked at. You know, I don't want to go into the arguments now, because I really do want to see this referendum campaign get out to the grassroots of the whole of the country and get that campaign that we did see in Scotland on an issue where there was genuinely held opinions and great campaigns. And I look back at some of the images from the 1975 campaigning referendum, where we did see political leaders. And one of my great mentors and people that I'm very fond of, Peter Shore, and the kind of debates that went on there were just wonderful, out in all around the country, and we have to get that, and we have to make sure that everybody feels they're involved. I hope that my party will have a complete free vote, both with shadow ministers and members of Parliament, so that everyone has their own say. This campaign is not about politicians. It's not about members of Parliament. It's about the British people who for all this time have felt that they have been ignored, that they have not been listened to, and they have seen a European Union that has changed radically since the day that many of them voted for it to stay in the European community back in 1975. And I just want to say another thing. Could we please distinguish, and the BBC and the media have to distinguish, between those people who say that they are anti-EU from being anti-Europe? The two things are completely different. And it is so annoying to hear supposedly educated journalists who supposedly are experts on this to talk all the time about Europe. So you're anti-Europe. Well, no, I'm not anti-Europe. I'm anti an unelected, absolutely dictatorship that we have from the European Union. That is not being anti-Europe, and we have to distinguish between that, and it's absolutely important. And the other thing I'll just get in my last 30 seconds is, can we please, and I've said this so many times to the Prime Minister that I'm sure he's absolutely fed up with it, but it could be conveyed back to him, would he please, and would my shadow front bench please, stop talking about Britain. Britain excludes Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom. They will have a hugely important say in the referendum, and we must talk about the United Kingdom. It's the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And on that note, I will say support this referendum.
Education. For all Gillan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's a great pleasure to follow the honourable lady who speaks for Vauxhall, and I have to say that I agree with almost every word that she said. I'm sitting next to the right honourable member for Rushcliffe, and I'm afraid, although he is a much revered member of this House and a man that I've known for a long time, I'm afraid I could not agree with his remarks in this occasion, and I'm very pleased to support the second reading of this bill and to welcome it. Almost my entire adult life, Europe seems to have dominated the debate, whether it was de Gaulle's efforts to keep us out. In some ways, it's a shame those didn't succeed. Or the referendum in which I did vote yes originally, or indeed those negotiations on the Maastricht Treaty. I have to say that was an exhausting process, and as a signatory with many of my colleagues of the Fresh Start EDM, something which is seared on my memory of my first term in this House. But I welcome this opportunity of clarifying our relationship with the other 27 members of the EU and to recalibrate that relationship and then put it to the people of this country to have a vote. It's quite right that we should be re-examining this relationship, not least because at a time when we're tightening the purse strings to pay off the country's overdraft, we should be looking at the money we pay for subscription to this expensive club, which is around £9.8 billion at the last examination. And to get a perspective on that, I was looking at what we contribute to the UN regular budget and the UN peacekeeping budget, which amounts to 85 million and 301 million in their turn. So I actually welcome the fact that this government has got the review of the balance of competences, which has given us the necessary audit information to move forward. And I hope that the Chancellor and the Prime Minister will be able to produce the reforms that this country and the institution of Europe needs to make the institution and our membership of it fit for purpose. After all, some 200 million more people have joined the EU since we signed up for membership of that club. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have some concerns, and they relate not just to this legislation, but also to what may happen. I'm worried that this debate is going to dominate our landscape, our political landscape, for the next 2 years. And I issue a word of caution that it must not override and interfere with our domestic agenda that was so ably set out in the winning manifesto that took us to our election victory. Neither should this be used to split our party, as it has done in the past. I think there has always been a range of opinions about the European Union in our party, and I believe that we should see an objective negotiation and a plan of action set out for us by the government, and then I hope the leadership will allow individual MPs to promote their views without fear or favour, no matter what their rank is within or without government. I also think that the timing, which is going to be very, very crucial, is going to be important, and I would urge the government to lay out with more clarity their thinking on timetabling. My own experience with the Welsh referendum was that the Welsh Government was determined not to have the referendum at the same time as the Welsh elections for the Welsh Assembly. And so I hear what the members of the Scottish Nationalist Party are saying, and I believe there are some valid arguments to be deployed. In fact, I believe this referendum is so important that maybe it should be a standalone referendum. So I hope that the government will listen to the points of view that have been laid out by others that I don't agree with politically in any way, shape or form, but I'm willing to make common cause with when I think they're being sensible. I do hope that the government will resist, however, the call for the triple or the quadruple lock or whatever we're going to call it now, because I asked the House of Commons Library to look at the
disaggregation by the UK constituent nations of the EU budget contributions and receipts. And my right honourable friend, who's occupying the front bench, will be interested to know that it clearly shows that although the average cost across the UK for the last year that figures were available was £48 per head, when you disaggregate it, the real burden falls on England, the cost of membership being £72 per capita, whereas in Scotland it is a mere £2, in Wales minus £74, and in Northern Ireland minus £160. So the devolved nations who are effectively feather-bedded against the real cost of membership should not be allowed to slant the results of any referendum by demanding an individual on any result, basing an outcome purely on a selfish regional...
Order, just 1 second. We can't have two people on the feet. If the Honourable Lady doesn't want to give way, the Right Honourable Gentleman will just have to wait a little bit longer. Cheryl.
I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I won't go into feather bedding and 30 years of feather bedding and oil revenues and the rest of it, but I do wonder where this argument is taking the Honourable Lady. I mean, that argument by extension it would mean that Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland shouldn't get a vote at all if she believes that based on financial contribution. And is she aware that 3.5% of the population, 13 states of the United States of America, can block a constitutional amendment in the United States of America?
This is not the United States of America, and the people of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland have a vote as members of the United Kingdom, and long may they remain so. I think we will need clear and straightforward messages, Mr Deputy Speaker, because as is obvious from the debate so far, there's going to be a myriad of voices in this referendum, and the options are not going to be easy for the man in the street to understand. However, I share my right honourable friend's concern about the period of purdah. I myself, when Secretary of State for Wales, ran a very successful referendum on a more devolution of powers to Wales, but I remained strictly neutral because I thought that was the right way to behave, and indeed it was a successful referendum, and nobody felt that I had slanted it from the position of being Secretary of State. I also think that it is important that we have the necessary intricacies of Article 50 of the Treaty of the European Union spelt out for people as well. Because on both sides of the argument, I think we need to know what would govern the processes and negotiations of a unilateral withdrawal. However, what I also think must be made clear is the terms of engagement in and around the referendum period with other European institutions. For example, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to know whether the front bench knows what plans any of the devolved governments within the UK have for spending money on this referendum, or indeed the European Commission itself or the other European institutions. Because, for example, I think that we could find that there is money spent from other directions which will slant the result of this referendum. I don't share the Right Honourable Gentleman for Gordon's views on the franchise for 16-year-olds. I was at a school in my own constituency when I expressed that opinion, and I thought I would be out of kilter with what they thought. Surprisingly enough, many of those young people actually expressed a view to me that they were not yet confident in the decisions that would have to be made in voting in a general election or in a referendum to take that franchise on board. So I would like to have that franchise remain where it is, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's been many years that we have been a member of the European Union, but for the past couple of decades, in my view, it's clear that the British public has fallen out of love with the EU. But it's also clear that we cannot stop being European, nor do many want to. What I hear from people is they want to reverse the feeling of impotence that has developed over the increasingly centralised European decision-making process. And specifically, they want a fair deal in Europe without disproportionate and disadvantaging regulation or costs. At a time when we're heralding devolution so widely at home, we need to see this firmly applied to our EU relationship abroad. The bill is about an internal process and as such does not constitute the real substance of this debate. But before we can get on with putting our renegotiated position into a shop window for people to examine, we need to pass this legislation so that people know that the process itself will be fair and not loaded in favour of remaining in an institution that has seemed to load so many processes in its own favour over recent years?
Nigel Dodds.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and as someone who's been involved in campaigning for a referendum on this subject for many years alongside colleagues from both sides of the House, it gives me great pleasure to speak in this second reading debate. It is indeed a great day for this country, as others have said. But before I address the specifics of the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, we're all conscious of the astonishing flip-flopping and reversals and clarifications which have accompanied it. Although I do think we have to accept that it's quite right for the Labour Party and the Lib Dems and others to change their minds when it comes to this EU referendum bill, or at any rate for the people to have changed their minds for them, and I very much welcome their change of mind. The DUP has been a strong and consistent defender of the people's right to have their say on the issue of the European Union and our relationship with it. And speaking for the only party that has been consistent and united on this matter in this House in the course of the last Parliament and beyond, the only party that has consistently called for a referendum on the UK's membership of the EU dating all the way back to the troubles over Maastricht, I'm very glad, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it's almost upon us. Our long-held position has been vindicated. No one can seriously argue or reasonably maintain that the people should be any longer denied the right to express their democratic will on this subject. We need to settle this for a generation, and whatever the result, we will respect the will of the people of the United Kingdom, but it does need to be given. Successive government backtracking and broken promises have been the hallmark, unfortunately, of efforts to deny a referendum to the people of the United Kingdom. Labour refused to give a referendum on the Lisbon Treaty, and in 2010 the cast-iron guarantee given by the Prime Minister was not delivered on. It is, as I've said, long past time now, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the British people had their voice heard. And that was very, very clear, I think, as we went round the doors during the general election. No one under the age of 57 in the United Kingdom has had any say on our relationship with the European Union, apart from politicians and apart from diplomats. The impact of the EU is vast, but the ordinary people feel that they have not given any authority for these decisions to be made by the people they don't elect. I don't want to stray, Mr Deputy Speaker, into discussing the merits or otherwise of the UK's membership of the EU today. The bill before us is about how the people will decide on that matter, so it's to that bill that we must address ourselves. And unfortunately, I have to say that there are already a number of grave defects looming. Take the timing of the referendum. And surely it must make sense that with polls as important as the three devolved contests and the GLA elections in the offing, there can be no question, in our view, of the EU referendum being held on the same day as them. Yet far from there being a commitment on this, the legislation specifically allows for the possibility. I can envisage no circumstances in which my party would support the EU referendum being held either before the devolved polls or on the same day as any other ballot. I hope that other opposition parties, in their haste to abandon previous opposition to the referendum, don't neglect their duty on this front. And I'm reassured to some extent by what has been said from the opposition front bench today, because to allow that vote to go ahead on the same day, and contrary to the advice of the Electoral Commission and others, would certainly taint the referendum at source. And that would fail utterly to give the clarity to this issue that we all want. There are other matters, Mr Deputy Speaker, disguised to look technical, but actually so wrong, so misplaced, that they also risk vitiating the very point of this bill, settling the matter of our membership of the EU one way or the other. There is no point in the government unduly influencing a referendum, as all that will do is to land them another one, and sooner than they think. If the people believe that the referendum is not fairly held and they are allowed fairly to have their say, then the demand will grow very soon afterwards for another say on this issue. Take the spending caps. Why on earth is the government contemplating a regime which will potentially allow one side to so significantly outspend the other? Why not simply provide an equal spending cap? Why are foreign companies with offices registered in the UK suddenly allowed to participate in this poll?
Does he not see what polluting the poll at source will risk doing to its outcome? And then we have the matter of the wording of the question as chosen by the government. We have no fear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on these benches of saying no. It's a proud and honourable tradition. It's one, moreover, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which has had very little harmful effect on the result of referendums, certainly if you look at what happens in other Westminster model countries. Our phrase during the Belfast Agreement referendum was, it's right to say no, and sometimes it is right to say no. And as a result of that, we have delivered a much better way forward. But the question could be leave or stay, or remain or depart, or any other formula along those lines. Ignoring the clear advice of the Electoral Commission against a bald yes or no question is wrong, in our opinion, and it's discouraging behaviour on the part of the government in terms of the way it's looking in getting this question over the line in this bill this evening. I can't help but agree with those members who have already publicly voiced their scepticism about why the government doesn't intend to observe Purda over the referendum, nor why it won't provide in this legislation for a requirement on the European Commission or many of its arm-length satellites to observe it here likewise. So the fact of the matter is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that there will have to be changes to this bill in committee if it's going to be acceptable, certainly to us. This isn't the place yet to criticise the specifics of the Prime Minister's negotiations, whatever they turn out to be. We on these benches wish the Prime Minister well in his attempts to renegotiate our relationship with Europe. We wish him well in conveying to European leaders the frustration and strong sense of feeling from across the United Kingdom in this issue. I will in a minute. We support him in his attempts to re-evaluate and reform our relations with Europe, and I hope he succeeds. I give way.
My honourable friend has been a voice of consistency and reason on this issue for a long time. Will he look sympathetically at any amendment that seeks to enshrine in the bill that period of Purda, which he recognises as a prerequisite for a free and fair referendum?
Yes, we certainly will. And I detect across the House on both sides a desire to come together on some of these changes that have been alluded to on Purda, on the timing of the election of the referendum date. And I think there is room certainly for people of goodwill to get together to ensure we have a fair referendum and that fairly addresses the concerns of people and that the decision that is made is done on a fair basis. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister, in our view, must deliver real and tangible changes to the European project, and he must address the concerns that the people of the United Kingdom have with an ever-encroaching Europe based on ever closer political union. And he must deliver substantial change in those areas which most concern people, including the issue of those coming to this country from other parts of the European Union. The previous speaker, the Right Honourable Lady from Chesham, who talked about areas like Northern Ireland, Scotland, so on, being feather-bedded. I think that when we have this debate, we will be able to show that, in fact, the fishermen of County Down in Northern Ireland don't regard themselves as being feather-bedded, haven't been put out of their work and their traditional activities by the EU. And certainly, given the extent of our contribution to the EU budget, far more than we get out, I think they will also not recognise the issue of feather-bedding. I have to conclude because I haven't very much time left. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we will stand by our long-held principle that the people of the United Kingdom have been too long denied their democratic right. The case for a referendum is overwhelming. I'm glad it's now supported overwhelmingly in this House. But it's time, when we come to this vote, that we have a real choice, and it must be one that is based on the Prime Minister delivering real substantial change if he is to have any chance of winning the referendum.
William Cash.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this referendum bill, which I, in principle, strongly applaud, is the culmination of over 20 years of campaigning, which commenced with the Maastricht referendum campaign in 1993. I congratulate the Prime Minister on carrying out his commitment, which disproves the allegations and claims which have been made not only by our opponents, but also by even some of his friends. The reason for this bill was that he listened. He listened to backbench opinion and in particular to the amendment we put forward, resulting in 81 colleagues voting for a referendum on the EU issue on the 24th of October 2011. I urge him also to listen again now and to ensure that this referendum is fair in its procedures and in its governmental and EU involvement and in the impartiality of the broadcasting authorities. I also ask him to properly address the issue of the question of fundamental change in our relationship with the EU, as I mentioned in my intervention on the Foreign Secretary. It was Churchill who said, "Why be afraid to tell the British public the truth?" That is what we have tried to do since those Maastricht days. When I'm under attack by not only Nigel Farage, but also by the member for Rushcliffe, which he did recently, I know I must have got something right. Since Maastricht, we have moved the terms of trade on all essentials in respect of this historic question, which is who governs this country and how, which in one form or another has reoccurred throughout the centuries, about every 50 years, from time immemorial. This decision will now lie with the voters, but for it to be conclusive, it must be a fair referendum. I now turn to what the Prime Minister clearly stated on the 23rd of March this year, in the full knowledge that this would be part of the general election campaign, when he said, in the last week of the last Parliament, and I quote, "We have the opportunity to reform the EU and fundamentally change Britain's relationship with it." He then referred to the referendum and added, "If I am Prime Minister, that is what I will do." I referred to this in a meeting, one moment, I referred to this in the meeting of the 22 Committee immediately after the general election. I'll give way to my...
I thank the right honourable member for giving way on this, on the point about having a fair campaign in the referendum. It's very important that the broadcasting media in particular have a balance of voices on both sides. Would he not agree that the BBC has for too long tended to see the EU divided is surely a Conservative Party matter, and not that there are people on the left who take sceptical views as well as on the right?
And our report, the European Scrutiny Committee, was unanimous, and it was severely critical of the failure by the BBC to be sufficiently impartial in the matters it addresses in relation to European issues. And this will be a matter on which there will be further discussion during the course of these debates. I made clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we would not engage in willful opposition, but in a process of mutual respect and debate. In plain English, what the Prime Minister said on that day, on the 23rd of March, boils down to the following. He says he wants to change the basic principles by which the United Kingdom is connected to the European Union. He carefully distinguished between fundamental change in our relationship on the one hand and mere reform of it on the other. Reform may include some treaty change to include issues relating to benefits and so forth, but they pale into insignificance to the Prime Minister's own assertion that he wants fundamental change in our relationship with the EU. Indeed, the House of Lords Constitution Committee, on its report on referendums, made clear that a referendum will be primarily necessary in the event of a proposition that we leave the EU and not mere nibbling at the treaties. I have repeatedly said for years now that if we do not achieve this fundamental change, we will have to leave the European Union. This becomes essential if we are to govern ourselves in line with the wishes of the voters in general elections. And to quote the Prime Minister again, in his Bloomberg speech he said, "It is national parliaments which are and will remain the true source of real democratic legitimacy and accountability in the EU." Nothing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is more important than this in relation to the government of our country and its freedom. Other member states may seek to block this at their own peril, but they need us politically and they need us economically, and they repeatedly say that they want us to remain in the EU. But then the handouts, the bailouts, the subsidies and the ideology of political union get in the way. We have positive alternative to the European Union. Our democracy and our national parliament is what people fought and died for in 2 world wars. And it was through this sacrifice that we saved Europe in those 2 wars. It is neither in the interests of Germany nor Europe nor ourselves that we should remain in the second tier of a 2-tier Europe dominated and profoundly affected by a de facto Eurozone, but which is in reality at the epicentre of the legal framework of the European Union itself, in which we are embedded by successive treaties and which does not work. I'll give way to my old friend.
Honourable friend, because I think this is the most fundamental point that the people who want us to stay in on the present terms have to address. We have for 20 or 30 years had a dysfunctional relationship with the European Union because we don't want to be in political union, we don't want to be in monetary union, we don't want to be absorbed into something that looks more and more like a state. And if they can't answer the question as to how we can be at the heart of this union on a completely different basis, it means we will finish up as a second-tier member state of an increasingly centralised European Union.
Absolutely right. To remove the words ever closer union, which have never been specifically adjudicated upon by the European Court of Justice and merely form part of the preamble to the treaties, will not solve the problem. To remove those words does not change the legal obligations of the accumulated treaties from Maastricht to Lisbon. And I would say that the protestations of the establishment of the EU or even of the BBC or the vested interests of self-appointed multinationals, none of whom have given a rational argument for their determination to stay in, to answer my right honourable friend the member for Rushcliffe, who asked the same question of us on the other side, and who, for example, were hopelessly wrong on the euro and have been hopelessly wrong on so many aspects of European debate, that they will not decide these matters. It will be the voters who will give their verdict by the end of 2017. It is the voters and the voters alone who will decide it, not the massed ranks of the Europhiles. The rolling back of these treaties is imperative in our national interest. Indeed, in the White Paper of 1971, on which the present European Communities Act 1972 is still founded, it clearly stated that we must keep the veto for the reason that it was in our national interest to do so. And it went on a European front to say, and to do otherwise would imperil the very fabric of the community itself. That's what it said. And I look at the Right Honourable Member for Rushcliffe, because he knows that that is something that he supported at the time in 1971. I was therefore concerned. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Well, yes, it's quite right. In 1971, we had unanimity when making European laws. But once they were made, they were directly binding. And it's the second point which the Right Honourable Gentleman was trying to reopen. In the Lisbon Treaty, we went to weighted majority voting, because with 28 member states, to allow every government the right to block any proposal was going to stop any decisions being taken at all.
And it's precisely for that reason that I set up the Maastricht referendum campaign, so that we would get through that problem, and why he and others have persistently and continuously not wanted to have a referendum, because they haven't wanted to have these matters reopened. But they are opened, and they're opened by virtue of this bill. I was, however, concerned to hear the Foreign Secretary say on Sunday that the repeal of EU legislation unilaterally at Westminster was unachievable and would lead to our leaving the EU. Of course, the second part of this proposition is inherent in the referendum itself. The voters will decide. He invoked the analogy of the yellow card, which has been a dismal failure, and when it was applied in relation to the European Public Prosecutor, the Commission simply ignored the result. During the Maastricht debates, we were told by the then Foreign Secretary that the Maastricht Treaty was the high water mark of federalism. This was patent nonsense, as so much of the Europhilic commentary which has been poured out in a relentless tide of enthusiasm for the European integration, and which has engulfed the United Kingdom and Europe as a whole, with protests, riots and massive unemployment. It will drag Europe down and will create the very instability that the project after 1945 was intended to avoid. We need amendments to this bill, and they include the Purdah arrangements, they include the question of prohibiting European or governmental money, they include the question of the impartiality of the broadcasting authorities and the level of expenses and the timing, and perhaps also, I believe, the question as well. Trust by the European voters is at an all-time low, according to recent opinion polls. This trust is what lies at the heart of this whole debate. And in the words of Lord Randolph-Churchill, we must trust the people.
Order! Justin Matters, 7-minute limit, no imposed. Maiden speech.
Thank you for calling me Mr Deputy Speaker. I understand that during my maiden speech I'm unlikely to be interrupted, which is good to know, as it's an experience I've not had since my children learned to talk. And it's a privilege to follow such a long-serving and formidable parliamentarian as the Honourable Member for Stone. But I would like to pay tribute to my predecessor, Andrew Miller, who served the constituency with distinction for 23 years. In his 5 years as chair of the Science and Technology Select Committee, he commanded the respect of the whole House for his diligent, thorough and fair stewardship of that committee, just as he was respected in Ellesmere, Port and Neston for his commitment to representing its people. And I'm personally grateful for all the help and advice he has given me over the years. The constituency itself is largely based on the footprint of the old Ellesmere, Port and Neston Borough Council, which I served on for 11 years. There are rural villages such as Elton, Williston, Childerthornton, Burton and Mickle Trafford, and most notably Neston, with its thriving market and natural beauty at Nest Gardens. But it is largely an urban area centred around Ellesmere Port itself and Little and Great Sutton, with some major industries such as Vauxhall and SR, sadly employing just a fraction of the numbers they did 30 years ago, but still of critical importance. And it was the Borough Council's achievements in diversifying the employment base that mark it out for special note. Under the leadership of Fred Venables and Reg Crimes, great efforts were made to tackle the ravages of unemployment during the 1980s, and decisions made then still benefit the constituency today. I then served on the successor unitary authority, Cheshire West and Chester, where again I was fortunate to work with another stalwart, Councillor Derek Bateman. All three of these men, whose combined time in office was 151 years, were the kind of community leaders who have been the backbone of public service. I, for one, will always remember the valuable lessons they taught me about respect, loyalty and basic decency, qualities that are often forgotten in modern politics. And the constituency has historically benefited from investment from the EU. And only last year, Ellesmere Port was granted assisted area status, which will help accelerate growth. That status lasts until the end of this decade, so is a very direct example of what my constituency could lose if we leave the EU. And existing major employers who strategically invest on a Europe-wide basis will be looking at their plans and asking themselves, do they really want to take the risk and invest in a country whose future is unknown? We are in a very competitive world, and you can be sure the major employers, such as Vauxhall and Airbus, who between them employ thousands of people in my constituency, but also have factories throughout Europe, will be having those other factories pointing out at every opportunity the certainty that they can offer. So I welcome the country having its say, but let's have a swift decision and give everyone certainty for the future. And it's not just investment that's at risk, but hard-won employment rights enshrined in the social chapter. Do we really want to go back to a time when you had no right to paid holidays, no right to rest breaks, no limits on a safe working week? That would be a return to the dark ages. And I saw firsthand, as an employment lawyer, the importance of those rights in a system that offers no job security. I have met too many people who have given half their lives to an employer, offering loyalty and fidelity, only to find themselves discarded at the stroke of a pen from someone based in an office halfway around the world. Insecurity at work in all its forms is one of the most insidious facets of modern life. Not knowing whether you will be able to put food on your family's table at the end of the day and having the spectre of unemployment looming over you can be debilitating, destructive and deeply damaging, not just for the individual, but for the whole family.
Social justice includes workplace justice, and the system as it currently stands does not deliver justice. But even access to that flawed system is denied to thousands of people every year. An 80% drop in employment tribunal claims since fees were introduced should not be considered a mark of success, but a mark of shame. Yes. For even the most begrudging would have to concede that some of those 80% have been denied justice and that poor employment practice has won. I recall speaking to 5 women who had all worked in the same shop over a few months. All had been denied their pay for periods ranging between 1 and 6 weeks, but not one of them could afford to proceed with an employment tribunal claim. Yeah. Your rights are only as good as your ability to exercise them, and I do hope a serious appraisal of the fee system takes place as a matter of urgency. And we also need to look at the many ruses and mechanisms used to stop effective workplace protection, be it bogus self-employment, 0 hours contracts, or the fact that you have to work somewhere for 2 years before you get any kind of basic statutory protection. Too many people feel a sense of vulnerability and inevitability about their job. And the challenge for us is to value the quality and security of work as much as the creation of the job itself. So I intend to spend my time here standing up for the people of Ellesmere, Port and Neston, but also fighting for a fairer and more secure workplace for everyone in the country.
Damian Green.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I start by congratulating the honourable member who's just spoken on such a good maiden speech. He'll clearly be a strong and eloquent voice for his constituency, and he is very welcome in this House. I rise to speak in favour of this legislation, and I do so as one who believes it is significantly in Britain's interests to remain a member of the European Union, and it will be even more in our interests as a result of the reforms which the Prime Minister has now started negotiating. And if I can pick up just one thing that the Honourable Lady from Vauxhall said, an Honourable Member for whom I have huge respect and admiration, and she said that she objected to being called anti-European, which is fair enough, but she then went on to describe the European Union as a dictatorship. And it is a collection of democracies who come together in their mutual interest. Each of these countries is a democracy, and I think to describe the institution as a dictatorship is the inflation of language of the type she disapproves of when she herself is accused of being anti-European. And I don't think that's the way the debate should be conducted. I said she wishes to respond.
Well, thank you for that. I certainly think the European Commission dictates what it wants to do, and we in this Parliament, with majority voting and all that goes on within the institution, have very little or no say in how that money is spent and what they do.
Well, I think since our government is represented, obviously, in the Council of Ministers and in the Parliament, then that is the democratic check. And of course it can be improved. Nobody is saying that the European Union is perfect. There are many institutions that need improving. Parliament needs improving, but that doesn't mean we should give up on the many and manifold advantages of parliamentary democracy, and I think that's the attitude with which we should approach the European Union. And I'm also in favour of this bill because I'm happy to take on in friendly public debate those who want to cut our close ties with friendly neighbouring democracies, and because I believe it is appropriate to have this debate now. The subject of Europe is a curious one in British politics. For a small number of people, some of whom have spoken today, it is an all-consuming passion. For the vast majority of the British people, it is something that rarely features in the top 10 list of things they really want governments to get to grips with. I'll be happy to play a part in persuading the British people that the risks of turning our back on our democratic neighbours massively outweigh the benefits. But I will do this in the spirit of removing a cloud which has hung over politics for too long. Having a permanent in-out debate hovering around adds an unnecessary level of uncertainty to our national debate on many subjects, and it leaves the rest of the world, particularly our friends, unsure about Britain's view of its own place in the world. It's been clear for some time that we need a referendum to clear up this uncertainty. It has been 40 years since the last one. The world has changed, the UK has changed, the European Union has changed, so let's get on with it. Let's focus the British people's minds on the choice before us and see what they say. When they have reached, I will with some trepidation give way to my honourable friend.
Well, I think it's very kind of you. I'm glad that the honourable member has chosen to do so. The member of Rushcliffe did not, because I'm going to ask the same question. Does he agree with the Prime Minister when he says that he wants not only reform, but he adds and a fundamental change in our relationship with the European Union?
I will come to the bits about the change in the relationship in a second, but if I can turn to the bill itself, I think the government is to be commended on passing the first and most important test in any referendum, which is that it's asked the sensible and fair question. Asking whether we want to remain in the EU makes it clear we're not starting with a blank sheet, but that we have an existing web of relationships, rules and habits which would be put at risk by a no vote in the referendum. And of course, those who are most vocal in pointing this out are British businesses. They make the point that for the vast majority of our businesses, the EU is not a straitjacket, it's a springboard to the opportunities provided by the global economy. And this is as true for small businesses as it is for big ones. I was interested in the most recent CBI survey. They've said often that 8 out of 10 CBI members support our continued membership, and those who are against membership of the EU says, are they just the voice of big business? In fact, if you drill down into that, 77% of small and medium-sized businesses said they support the UK's continued membership of the EU. And I think all those of us on this side, or frankly on any side of the House, that recognise the importance of small businesses in prosperity, in entrepreneurship and in job creation should listen to their voices. People often complain that politicians don't listen. I think I've run out of time, so if my right honourable friend will excuse me. And the other point, is very well made, that for those who are arguing that we should pull out, that they need to set out what Britain would look like, what our economy would look like, what our country would look like in their alternative, because there are many alternatives. People have used the word historic a lot in this debate. I claim another historic point in that I think my right honourable friend from Rushcliffe, who made the case for our continued membership as passionately and eloquently as he always does, actually slightly understated his case at one point. He was making the point about the undesirability of Norway's situation. The one point he didn't add in, that Norway, not a member of the European Union, of course needs to have access to the single market, and in paying for that access, Norway is the 10th largest contributor to the EU budget. So it has all the alleged disadvantages and none of the advantages of membership. So that is certainly a model that the British people would not wish to follow. I'm sorry, I've had my 2 interventions at good time. The other option, of course, is Switzerland. Again, he mentioned that. And again, the point he didn't mention was not just that Switzerland doesn't have access to the services market, which would be absolutely essential for the UK, but that it took Switzerland 9 years to negotiate its current partial access to the single market. So if this referendum vote goes the wrong way, if the British people vote to come out of the European Union, then the British government can expect, any British government can expect to spend at least 10 years trying to renegotiate ourselves back into a position where we have any kind of reasonable access to what is significantly our largest export market. I put it to this House that this is not a sensible approach for any British government to wish to adopt. It would do long-term harm to the economic interests of this country, as well as to our position in the world. I've never understood the proposition that making it more difficult to export to Germany and France makes it easier to export to China and India. And I suspect very few businesses would agree with that proposition either. I look forward to it being tested in the coming months and years. But this isn't just an economic debate. This legislation sets us off on a debate about our place in the world, how we see ourselves and how others see us. In the current state of the world, particularly with the dangers emerging on both the eastern and southern flanks of Europe, what would we be thinking about in turning away from our closest neighbours? Are we so confident of a friendly reception in other parts of the world that we can turn to 27 other friendly democracies and say, we don't want to be part of a club with you anymore? Is that act going to increase our influence in the world or damage it? Would it make it more or less likely that the US President would pick up the phone to Downing Street in a crisis? Would it make the Indians or Chinese treat us more seriously as trading partners or dismiss us as a bunch of nostalgic eccentrics? President Obama has already this week made it clear what the answer is to my rhetorical questions. Our closest friends want us to stay in the European Union. We should listen to their friendly advice. The notion of an Anglosphere in which English-speaking countries from all over the world can set the rules for themselves is a post-imperial fantasy that I don't think this country should follow. There is, of course, and there needs to be, a positive case for continued membership of the European Union. And there is one. There is an idealistic vision of a continent that spent centuries tearing itself apart with wars that destroyed communities, which in the past 70 years has largely become a haven of peace and prosperity. Ask people in Krakow or Bucharest or Vilnius and see what they think. Britain can be proud of our part in building this peaceful and prosperous continent, and Britain can benefit hugely from continuing to play a full role in its development. Let's have that national debate, and let's then vote yes in the referendum.
Wes Street.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my maiden speech in this important debate, and it's a pleasure to follow the well-argued and reasoned case for the right honourable member for Ashford just made very plainly clear to all of us. I'm also really delighted to join and follow my honourable friend, the member for Ellesmere, Port and Neston, who I know from his outstanding leadership in local government will be a strong champion for his area, and like me, who's also come through the ranks of local government, will be a strong voice for local government in this House during the course of this Parliament. I'm pleased to have my honourable friend, the member for Ilford South, next to me, without whom I can honestly say I wouldn't be here this afternoon. And though he's attending to other matters outside the chamber, I ought to thank my honourable friend, the member for Leighton and Wanstead, for recruiting me to the Labour Party some 17 years ago. And though he and I may not always see eye to eye on the question of Europe, in both cases I couldn't ask for better parliamentary neighbours, mentors, or indeed friends. It's customary to pay tribute to former members during a maiden speech, and I'm happy to report I've been aided in this task by a note from a constituent providing an appraisal of each of my predecessors who've represented my area for the old Wanstead and Woodford constituency and since 1945 for Ilford North. He describes my Labour predecessor, Linda Perham, as quite outstanding, which is some accolade given he described his first MP, a certain Sir Winston Churchill, as most unsatisfactory. I can't comment on the contribution of one of Britain's most celebrated Prime Ministers as a constituency MP, though some around the House and in the other place may be able to enlighten me, but I wholeheartedly endorse my constituents' remarks about Linda Perham. A librarian, councillor and former mayor of the London Borough of Weybridge, Linda arrived in Parliament in 1997, having lived in Ilford North for over 25 years. And her commitment to public service in Weybridge has continued long since she left this place in 2005. In paying tribute to my immediate and Conservative predecessor, I do so with a warmth and sincerity that's rather unusual following such a closely fought race. But I've known Lee Scott for a number of years, and our differences have always been political and never personal. He was characteristically affable in the campaign and gracious in defeat. His service to the people of Ilford North and the London Borough of Weybridge more widely, both as a councillor and as a member of this House, is rightly both recognised and celebrated. And Lee's work on autism and human rights in Sri Lanka in particular earned him the respect of people across the political spectrum, and I wish him and his family the very best for the future. Mr Deputy Speaker, Ilford North is a large constituency, at least by London standards, ranging from Woodford in the west to Hainault in the east. Many have moved to my constituency with dreams of a larger home, good local schools for their children and a better quality of life. Some, like me, have walked the well-trodden path from London's East End. Others made their journeys across countries and continents with the promise of decent work and better lives or sanctuary from persecution. The diversity of my constituency, our community cohesion and the role that migrants have played in shaping our part of London is something I am very proud of. It's a great place to live, though it is not without its challenges. Our schools are excellent but oversubscribed. Our NHS services are cherished, but people are waiting too long to see a GP and to get a hospital appointment. Post-war housing development has given generations the chance to enjoy our country parks and our open spaces. But rents are becoming unaffordable, and home ownership a pipe dream for too many. Mr Deputy Speaker, none of these challenges would be addressed by withdrawal from the European Union. The referendum debate will inevitably centre on the economic benefits, and many of those arguments about jobs, trade and inward investment are already well rehearsed and well made by British businesses of all sizes and from all industries. But this debate extends beyond the simple question of Britain's continued membership of the European Union to a far bigger question about who we are and where we see ourselves in the world. On the big issues of our age, eradicating poverty and inequality, tackling climate change and safeguarding the security of every citizen, nation-states are no longer able to triumph by acting alone. Globalisation was a trend foreseen by Sir Winston Churchill when he spoke in this House in 1950 of the growing interdependence of nations. It presents challenges. Many of my constituents feel left behind. Their concerns deserve to be heard and need to be addressed. But the truth is that withdrawal from the European Union will lead us on a race to the bottom in which deregulation, labour market volatility and a weakening of our industrial base will worsen their living standards. Globalisation presents a world of opportunity for this small island to punch above its weight in the 21st century, if we are willing to seize it and if we are willing to make sure that every community has a stake in it. Mr Deputy Speaker, we should be leading Europe, not leaving Europe. It's a question that will define our future for generations to come, and so it is right that the next generation should have their say. I'm proud of the numbers of young people that we got involved in my campaign in Ilford North. Like the young Scots who voted in the independence referendum, they do a credit to their generation and demonstrate they are ready to play a part in shaping their future, which is why I strongly support the extension of the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds. It's their future as much as ours which is at stake. I want to see young people in my constituency from all backgrounds daring to dream and back to succeed. Whether they want to be scientists or business leaders, artists or engineers, they will only have the world as their oyster if they grow up in a country willing to play a leading role on the international stage. This is the central test for our new government. Will they bequeath a nation more divided at home and more isolated abroad, or will they forge a future in which prosperity is shared and Britain looks to Europe and the wider world with optimism, confidence and leadership? Mr Deputy Speaker, for as long as I continue to enjoy the privilege of representing the people of Ilford North, I will fight for a future in which power, wealth and opportunity are in the hands of the many, not the few. And every day that I arrive in this place, I will never forget who sent me here, and I will be relentless in advocating their cause and campaigning to serve their interests.
Liam Fox.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a great pleasure to congratulate the honourable member on his maiden speech. It was clear, generous and strong. I'm sure he's going to make quite a mark in this House, and I wish him the best of fortune and good health to enjoy his career in the House of Commons. We are here today in a day that we should, as Democrats, be celebrating, because we are today redressing one of the great democratic deficits in our country. No one in this country under the age of 58, happily including myself, have been able to have a say on our membership of the European Union. And the world is very different from it was in 1975 when my parents campaigned on opposite sides of the European question. In 1975, Britain was the sick man of Europe, with chronic high inflation, with state-owned industries bleeding us dry, dominated by the trade union barons. Europe we looked at as a sign of economic success, and we looked at Germany and said, let's have a little bit of that. And let's look at how Germany and how Europe has changed today, with the chronic crisis of the euro threatening global financial stability and condemning millions of young Europeans to chronic high levels of unemployment. And Europe was at the centre of a very different world in 1975. In the middle of the Cold War, political interest lay in Europe and its relationship between the United States and the communist bloc. But today, in the multipolar era of globalisation, Europe finds itself increasingly diminished politically and economically. And therefore, the choices that will be made in the referendum will be against a very, very different backdrop. And the question is often asked, and has been asked in this debate, if people had known in 1975 what Europe would become, would they have made the same decision? Because they did not know then, when they joined the common market, that what they were actually joining was a ratchet effect that was taking them closer and closer, with no means of redress, to the destination of ever closer political union. And I think that people in this country genuinely wanted to be able to cooperate with our European partners when it was in their mutual interest to do so, but wanted to keep separate the levers that might be required to be used when Britain's national interest required it, if our national interest was indeed different from the interests of our leading European partners. And I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that most people in this country today feel deep down that too many of our laws are made abroad, that too many of the basic democratic decisions under which we live are actually made beyond our shores with no means of redress by the British people. And it's part, I'm afraid, of a process where those who live under the law in this country increasingly have less and less ability to shape those laws themselves. And I believe that we simply cannot continue with a European model which is failing systemically. We cannot continue with our 1950s trajectory in an unyielding and unbending way, and if the European Union ultimately breaks, it's because it will not bend. It's because it cannot face up to the changing realities of the era in which we live. I think most people in this country believe that we should neither leave whatever the circumstances, nor stay whatever the circumstances, but they should take a rational decision based on whatever renegotiation is brought forward by the Prime Minister and the Government. They believe that they should take a rational view and that they want a reform of all the European Union. And this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is key. It is not just enough to have a change in Britain's relationship with the European Union. We need fundamental change in the European Union itself. Because unless we get that change, Europe will continue to be going in the wrong direction. And if we only have a change in Britain's membership with that, then what we're saying is we can actually negotiate a better membership deal to a bad club, and that is not in the long-term interests of the country. Yes, I give way to my right honourable friend.
Don't most British people still want what many of them wrongly thought they were voting for in 1975? They want a trade-based relationship with political cooperation when it's in our interests. They did not want to join a super-state in the making.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I believe my right honourable friend is perfectly correct. I think people in this country wanted to join a common market. They wanted an economic and trading entity. And they believe, like many who voted in that referendum, that by stealth they were sold a pup. They were sold into a very, very different entity upon which they were never allowed to give their opinion. That is why today we should celebrate what is happening in the Chamber. We are actually today allowing those people to have a voice that has been denied by governments of both political complexions for very many years. This is a triumph of democracy. I'm running short of time. Very briefly to the Honourable Lady.
Wait, I just wondered, I agree with everything he's saying, but I wondered, would he like to also reflect on the fact that there are so many people within the Labour movement who feel very much the same as he does? And in fact, if refer the leaflet from my right honourable friend, the honourable member for Luton North, which is the European Union, a view from the left, well worth...
Message has been got. Liam Fox.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, across the political spectrum in this country, there are many people who believe we have been denied a genuine debate about the future of the country. Now, those people may come from different sides of the debate, but what they have in common is a profound belief in our democratic process and the right of the people to be heard, not to be involved in a cosy stitch-up by the political establishment in this country, which is what I'm afraid has happened over too many years. And I would say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as well as having to have profound change in the European Union itself, a profound change in Britain's relationship with Europe, the question of sovereignty, we also need to ensure that any of those changes are enshrined in treaty. Now, the point has been made in this debate so far, well, you can't have that because it's impossible, or you're only demanding it because it makes the process more difficult. Let me say this to the House, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Any changes that we get and any guarantees that we get that are not entrenched in treaty will not be worth the paper that they are written on, because the European Court will continue to determine any elements according to the concept and the drive towards ever closer union. That is why the process needs to be done in the way that it is. We in this country, Mr Deputy Speaker, are different from our European partners in many ways. It does not mean in any sense better, but we are different. We have a very different concept of sovereignty. It is deeply entrenched in our history. We have a different concept of what our democracy is and how it operates. And we are one of the few countries, if perhaps the only country in the European Union, that never felt a need to bury our 20th century history in a pan-European project. We are different from so many different perspectives. And the one thing that I have the greatest problem with the European Union are the three words: ever closer union. Because I do not believe in ever closer union, because for me the logical endpoint of ever closer union is union. And I do not want to lose our status as a sovereign, independent nation to be part of a union where the union comes first and the nation-states come second. That is why it is of such fundamental importance. Some of us, Mr Deputy Speaker, bear the scar still of 1992. That is why we must not rush into the referendum. We must make sure we have adequate debate. We must make sure that people do not feel that they've been bounced, or the result will not be as binding as we would like it to be. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would say this: the behaviour in which we conduct ourselves is of crucial importance. And I say this especially to my own colleagues. We will have to work together after the referendum is over. How we conduct ourselves, the language in which we conduct ourselves, the way in which we speak of and to one another will be of fundamental importance in our ability to pull ourselves back as a united party after the referendum. How we do it, we may do it passionately, but we should do it with tolerance and decency, and how we treat one another will be a judgment that the country will make upon us all.
Right.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I just start by congratulating the member for Ilford North on his maiden speech. He was very confident in his delivery, and I'm sure he will serve his constituents very well. I'd also like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to Lee Scott, his predecessor, who I knew through Lee's activities in relation to the Tamil community, and he was very effective in that role and will be missed in this House for that reason, and I'm sure many others. Mr Deputy Speaker, when the issue of Europe raises its head in this place, then what John Major so colourfully and with such bitterness described as the bastards normally start to sharpen their knives, and with the mania of Oscar Matzerath, bang the Europe drum. But they, the Eurosceptics, I think, are keeping their counsel at present. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister's pirouettes on the issue of collective cabinet responsibility are worthy of the opening night at the Royal Ballet, but I don't think the business community will be calling for an encore. The business community wants certainty about the PM's negotiating stance and certainty about the circumstances in which he and the section of his government that will follow him will campaign to stay in or indeed come out of the European Union. Mr Deputy Speaker, we, the Liberal Democrats, have changed our position. The coalition, of course, had legislated already for a referendum if there were any proposals to transfer powers from the UK to the EU, but it's very clear in the general election a month or so ago that people voted for an in-out referendum, so it is going to happen, and now, therefore, the focus should be on ensuring that we win that referendum. So the priority now for my party is, one, to help secure reforms in the European Union which benefit all EU countries, because we are not Euro-fanatics, we are not the Euro-fanatics painted by the party opposite. And indeed, the Secretary of State acknowledged in his opening remarks the reforms that the coalition government had been able to make in relation to the European Union. And the second priority, as I stated, is to win the battle to stay in the European Union. A market of 500 million people, our largest export market, I'll give way in a second, 2.2 million UK citizens who live in other EU countries, who work there, who travel, who study there, who buy second homes there, and I want them to be given the opportunity that my father, our family, had to live, work and study in another EU country. I'm happy to give way.
What powers the Liberal Democrats do want to get back from Brussels? They never seem to want to get any back when they're in government with us, and does it include controlling our own borders?
I think that he needs to address that question to his own Prime Minister and actually get some clarity from the government about what it is they are seeking to negotiate. Clearly, we are in favour of reforms within the EU, and we have pressed for a number of those in relation to some very simple measures, such as ensuring that the Parliament meets in one place rather than two. But there are many other reforms that we would support within the European Union. I'm happy to give way once more.
Are you not worried, as I am, that there are people on that side of the House that, whatever the result is, will just want to have another crack in a year's time and a year after that, and that will cause so much harm to this country?
Absolutely right.
Absolutely. I hope that the outcome of this, whatever it is, will give a degree of certainty that unfortunately the outcome of the Scottish referendum didn't give in terms of where we are going on the future of the European Union. Now, this bill is flawed in two. I won't give way. I've given way twice, and there are many other people who want to speak. The bill is flawed in two respects, and a number of members have referred to that. First of all, votes at 16. This is about the future of 16 and 17-year-olds. When I visit schools in the constituency, I talk to people about both the disadvantages of being in the European Union, but also, of course, the benefits. And one of the benefits for those young people is that at some point in the near future, they may well want to pursue careers that take them to other EU countries. Now, of course, members opposite may say, well, they could pursue careers in other countries beyond the European Union. That is true, but they have a degree of certainty about the ability to pursue those careers in other EU countries that they do not have in relation to other countries such as the US, China, New Zealand, because they'll be dependent on the conditions that those countries apply. So I want those 16 and 17-year-olds to have that opportunity, and I therefore want them to be able to participate in something that is going to affect their future very directly and potentially in a dramatic way in terms of reducing their opportunities. And secondly, the issue of votes for EU citizens. This is not the general election franchise. We know that it has been modified, and therefore it seems very strange to me that a French, a German, Italian citizen who has lived here, whose children were born here, who have paid taxes here, are not actually able to participate in something that could affect them and their children in a very dramatic way. So those are two things that I hope it will be possible to address. We will vote for the bill at the second reading, but we will seek to extend the franchise because, like the Foreign Secretary said in his opening remarks, I do not like it when things are done to people, not for them.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this referendum gives the British people the great opportunity to restore their precious but damaged democracy. For all too long, the British people have had to watch as successive parliaments have given away their birthright by transferring important powers to the European Union. It's taken big decisions away from the sovereignty of the British people and given it to the bureaucracy of the European Union. I believe in the sovereignty of the British people, and I would like to help them restore it. Before we joined the European Economic Community, the sovereignty of the British people was clear and it worked well. The British people could elect a parliament. The parliament was sovereign until it had to face re-election. It meant that the parliament was responsive to the British people between elections, because it meant that those elected recognised that if they did not please, did not serve well, if the chosen government did not govern wisely, they would be thrown out by the British people at the end of the 5 years. So the sovereignty of the British people required a sovereign parliament that they could dismiss and they could influence. And much of the architecture of this building and the political architecture of our country was based on maximising the access to MPs and on maximising the influence of MPs over the wider government.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way, but does he not accept that in the concept of what is now the European Union, it's quite usual for member states to actually pool sovereignty, and the democratic process that he talks about is a situation where you actually elect members of the European Parliament who are democratically elected to their accountable to their electors, can make decisions on behalf of their constituents in exactly the same way.
You cannot pool sovereignty. You are either sovereign or you've given your power away. and the British people do not think the European Parliament exercises control or power over the Brussels machine in the way that this Parliament at its best does exercise power over the British government machine. And you can see that in the way that the British electors don't turn out on anything like the same scale in a European election, because they do not believe in that Parliament, and they understand that that Parliament has very limited influence over the unelected bureaucratic government in Brussels. But now we are in the EEC and it's evolved to the European Union. The fundamental condition that one Parliament cannot bind its successors has been removed, and that has completely undermined one of the basic pillars of our democracy. You had to have the rule that any new Parliament can amend or repeal any law of a previous Parliament. It can reverse or change any decision relating to the future about the expenditure of monies or the development of policy. The British people now don't have that full sovereignty. If they elect a new Parliament, the new Parliament discovers, as this one is doing, that there are a very large number of areas where we cannot change things to reflect the will of the British people, because it would be illegal under European law to do so. We find that because so many vetoes have been removed, we can no longer prevent things happening from the European government that we do not want. Worse still, because there's a whole body of agreed European law and treaty that we inherit as a new Parliament and a new government, there are very large areas where we cannot fulfil the will of the British people, and we therefore cannot please them. Now, fortunately, Britain still has a fairly powerful Parliament because we stayed out of the euro. Those countries that went into the euro are discovering that they now have puppet parliaments. And we see the terrible tragedy in Greece, where the Greek people have understandably said they want a complete change of economic policy. They want to get away from unemployment and recession and austerity from the European Union and have a pro-growth policy at home. And they are told they cannot do that because it is against European rules.
For the right honourable gentleman, can he tell the House, did he support Margaret Thatcher when she signed up to the Single European Act?
No, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of course I didn't. I gave her very strong advice not to sign up to the European Act. She often took my advice. I think it was a great pity she didn't take my advice on this occasion, because I fear I was also right on that one. She was a very great lady who did hugely important things for this country, not least getting a lot of our money back, which Labour foolishly gave away, meaning we're much worse off than we need be. But she wasn't always right, and I think on this occasion she thought that it was going to help a market. Whereas, of course, the truth is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you don't need a European bureaucracy and a lot of laws to have a market. You just need buyers and sellers. And one simple rule, which is that if something is of merchandisable quality in Britain, then it should be of merchandisable quality in Germany and France as well. And we had that in the Cassis de Dijon judgment, and we didn't really need all these extra laws which have been imposed upon us. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because we can no longer change things, the British people too are going to get very frustrated. And we saw their frustrations in the last election. That it was very clear to me in constituencies that elected Conservative MPs and MPs of other parties that there was a very strong majority feeling that this Parliament should be able to decide who comes to our country and who is given admission. And a very strong feeling that this Parliament should decide how generous we should be on welfare benefits and to whom we should pay them. We might disagree amongst ourselves about how many people to invite in. We might disagree about how much money we give them and when we first pay them. That's all a healthy part of our democratic debate. But what we are in the position today is that we cannot decide these things because the powers to control our borders and to settle our welfare system have gone to the bureaucracy and to the courts of Brussels and the continent and are no longer present in the United Kingdom. Now, quite often when we have these debates, it's brought down to a simple issue of trade. I'd like to reassure anyone listening or watching this debate that our trade is not at risk, whether we stay in or we leave. And there's no need to accept my word for that. I'm sure many people here won't accept my word for that, except the word of the German finance minister, who's very clearly stated that he would like Britain to stay in, but if we leave, that of course Germany will want to trade with us on the same terms as she currently does. And why wouldn't Germany? Because she sells us twice as much as we sell Germany. And I say to my right honourable friend who wouldn't take an intervention, there is no way that Germany is going to want to pay a 10% tariff on exporting Mercedes and BMWs into the United Kingdom. And because Germany won't want to pay a 10% tariff, nor will our motor manufacturers have to pay a 10% tariff. So worry not. Our jobs and our trade is in no way at risk. And remember that Britain has faster growing trade with the rest of the world, where we don't belong to a special club, than it has with the rest of Europe, where we do belong to this trade club. Around the world, there are many of these trade clubs. Very few of these trade clubs are evolving in the European way of imposing more and more government and bureaucracy upon their companies and traders, because they believe in prosperity and more free trade. But we don't belong to any of those clubs, but we trade extremely successfully with the countries who are in them. If you are genuinely in a club which promotes trade, you're happy to trade with people from outside the club as well, because you obviously need to be able to trade with the whole of the rest of the world. Mr. Deputy Speaker, many of us feel that the EU as currently constituted is thoroughly undemocratic. It stifles and prevents the will of a once sovereign people from being properly expressed. It means a government cannot be elected on a prospectus which you can implement in all respects, because the European Union won't let it. And above all, the European Union is the past. It's holding us back. It's something from the last century. And it is a complete myth. It is a complete myth that the European Union is a body which keeps the peace. The peace has been kept by NATO and by the fact that our partners, France and Germany and Italy and Spain, are all peace-loving democracies. I'm amazed that these pro-Europeans have such a negative view of our partner democracies in Europe that they think that without a European bureaucracy they'd all be at war with each other. Of course they wouldn't, Mr. Deputy Speaker, both because they now believe in peace themselves and because we have NATO and mighty America guaranteeing the peace, as she has done since 1945. So let's get rid of these myths. Our economy is not at risk. Being out of the EU or in a better and new relationship with the EU is the future. It means we can be more prosperous, we can have more freedom, and above all, we can restore the sovereignty of the British people. We can restore our parliamentary democracy.
Mark Durkan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In following the Right Honourable Member for Wokingham, I have to say it is new light from an old window to my eyes to hear him want to escape the givens of history so readily, and I would welcome it if it applied in other directions. He, like other members, has already rehearsed some of the strong and passionate arguments that he will bring to the debate that will take place on the back of a referendum whenever it happens. While I want to touch on some of those issues, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do also want to address the bill and some of the questions that there are about the bill in terms of the quality of referendum and what we will be afforded. I first of all want to say that other honourable members have made the point that compared with some of the debates that took place on Fridays in the last Parliament, this is a very different looking chamber. And that is simply because many of us regarded those debates about the private members' bill in the last Parliament as an exercise in which the ADHD wing of the Tory party was pleasuring itself. And we did not wish to spectate or participate in that exercise. We are in a different situation now, as we have a bill here that is coming from a government. And we have a situation where other parties seem to have adjusted their position in relation to how they view the potential of a referendum. That being done, I think we need to make sure then that we don't rush into just simply preemptively debating that referendum, but we do look at some of the issues around the bill. One of the questions has been about the franchise. Should the franchise be extended? I fully believe that the franchise in this referendum should be extended to 16 and 17-year-olds. I openly admit I believe 16 and 17-year-olds should have the vote in all elections anyway. And I have tabled amendments in the past to Northern Ireland legislation so that the Assembly would have that power in respect of its own elections and local government, and I voted for the earlier franchise here. But the idea, I heard the Foreign Secretary say that the question of votes for 16 and 17-year-olds was a decision for another day, was actually what he said. Well, we're actually talking here in this referendum about a decision for future generations, if we're to listen to what people are saying. So just simply dismissing the issue as a matter for another day is wrong. And as the Honourable Member for Leeds Central indicated, Nobody is pretending that the arguments for votes at 16 and 17 are the same as the arguments for votes for women. But it is true that the arguments against invariably are the same as were the arguments made against votes for women, that people were immature, that they couldn't make decisions of their own, that they would derive decisions from other people. In terms of the franchise, the alteration to the franchise in this vote, in this referendum bill, of course we have it that it will be extended to peers. So when we ask for what's going to happen to votes for the young, well, there are 4 lords named Young who are going to get votes as a result of this in this referendum, and there is even 1 peer named Younger who will get a vote in this referendum. So that's what the government has done in response to the questions of votes for young and younger people in this referendum. 5 people in the House of Lords get a vote, but all the 16 and 17-year-olds are ignored. In terms of the questions that have been raised about Purda, I share the concerns that are there, because I think it is important. Once people think that there has been any jiggery-pokery around basic rules, that will create its own questions and its own consternations, some of which will be abused in a distortive and exaggerated way in a campaign to distract from the core arguments in the referendum itself. So I do question why the government have moved in relation to Purda. Similarly, in relation to the questions about money, again, I think it's important that the government aren't seen just simply to change the rule in relation to this referendum, particularly when there will be a lot of questions about where a lot of the sourcing will be. There's also then the issue of the wording of the referendum. Should it be yes or no, or should it be as the Electoral Commission have advised? I would favour going the Electoral Commission way, simply because in the experience in the Irish context, a very powerful argument has continually been used in referendums. If you don't know, vote no. And it has been used time out of number in the context of Irish referendums, whereby people opposing the referendum create all sorts of scares, all sorts of arguments, all sorts of detailed and technical confusions that nobody can quite settle on. Not even the Independent Referendum Commission can give people full enlightenment on what is or isn't involved, and so it makes it very easy for people to run the argument of you don't know, vote no. When it comes... Yeah.
It seems that the side of scaremongering and fear is on the yes side. Wouldn't he agree with me?
Yeah.
Well, he may argue that. It's not how I would see it, but I know that the point I'm making about why we need to make sure that this bill is correct in terms of the context that it frames for the referendum campaign, we're not subject to any allegations, one side or the other, that the Yes campaign has tilted or framed the thing in a particular way, or that the No campaign is resorting to scares. We all need to be free of those allegations.
Well, he mentioned that the Electoral Commission had taken the view that the most neutral form of question was the one that he has just posed. And would he not agree with me that if that is the view of the research, that's confirmed by the research which the Electoral Commission is undertaking between now and August, then the government would be well advised to change the question, because that would build confidence in the whole process.
I do believe that the government would be well advised to change the question, and we've seen this week that the Prime Minister seems to be able to have a second take on some issues, that even when he feels he's restating a position, it does seem to be somewhat different. It might be a case of EU turn, if you want to, from this particular Conservative leader. So the government should, I think, accede to what the Electoral Commission have advised. It is also important to think then, looking forward to the referendum itself when it takes place, we need to recognise that there are many different issues for many different people in this referendum. As someone who represents a border constituency in Northern Ireland, the implications of the UK leaving the EU would be pretty fundamental, not just in my constituency, but also in terms of the political institutions that we have in Northern Ireland. The fact is that the common experience of EU membership provided the very context in which we had changed British-Irish relationships, and then in turn that provided the context in which we had the peace process. And it should be remembered that the institutions of the Good Friday Agreement don't just take as givens things like the human rights provisions in the Human Rights Act and the European Convention, but also took as givens the common membership of both the UK and Ireland in the EU, and even some of the cross-border institutions that we set up as a result of the Good Friday Agreement directly address and reflect our common membership of the EU. So fundamental damage and change is potentially done once serious questions are raised about the commitment on human rights or about the membership of the EU. But if we are facing a referendum, we are going to have to responsibly address and carry forward those arguments and those issues. What we also need to recognise as well is that there are more questions arising for people in relation to notions about the sovereignty of this Parliament than just where this Parliament stands vis-à-vis European institutions. We heard it yesterday in the debate on the Scotland Bill. There are clear tensions and ambiguities around this Parliament's notion of parliamentary sovereignty and what it means for it, and what its implications are for devolved institutions and the rightful authority that those devolved institutions should have. Similarly, there will clearly be tensions between this Parliament's notion of its parliamentary sovereignty in terms of what comes out of any renegotiation and what are the new arrangements, what are the new treaty terms that may emerge from EU negotiations. And that's why, in my view, we would have been better to have something like a constitutional convention before we had this referendum, a constitutional convention that could address not just the longer-term democratic relationships, create a new democratic charter as between this Parliament and the other elective institutions in different parts of the UK, but also a new democratic charter that clearly delineates between this Parliament and the various EU institutions as well. Because there is a danger that we will end up with a referendum campaign where there will be a yes and a no. But the yes side will be people who want to be both half in and half out. The no side will also be confused because some of them will want to be totally out, but some of them will also say, no, you can be half out. But if you reject this, you will be able to renegotiate in the way that Ireland did. So the danger is we will end up having a referendum that doesn't settle this question at all in the terms in which members believe it will.
Order. Before I call the next speaker, I have to say, with the number of members wanting to take part in this debate, we have to drop the time limit to 6 minutes. So, Mr. Paul Scully.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to make my maiden speech as the new member for Sutton and Cheam. I've received a number of kind messages of congratulations over the last few weeks, two of which particularly caught my eye. One from Sir Neil McFarlane, the former esteemed Sports Minister, and one from Lady Olga Maitland, both of whom were former members of Sutton and Cheam, and reminded me of the long Conservative history of that seat. We've had a long 18-year hiatus, however, and that break is partly explained for a number of reasons, but one of which is my predecessor, Paul Burstow, who built up a deserved reputation for working hard for his constituents. I know that whatever we agreed or disagreed on, his heart was always in the place of his birth. Paul built up a reputation and experience and knowledge in social care and elderly issues, and I hope that whatever else he does in the future, that knowledge is not lost to the debate, because that is a particularly pressing issue. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Sutton Guardian reported a Department of Work and Pensions official last year as describing Sutton as an average place, where there are a number of reasons why that's just not so. We've got some of the top-performing schools in the country. Education in the borough is predicated on 5 selective schools, which all perform particularly well. We have a high number of parks, green spaces, street trees, which makes us a truly green, leafy outer London borough. Our pride for our local hospital and healthcare as well is something that is way, way above average, and that's why my top priority is protecting local healthcare, and I will always do right by our local hospital in the Right Honourable the constituency, the Right Honourable Member for Carshalton and Wellington, St Helier Hospital. Now, when I've been walking around this place trying to familiarise myself with it, I found myself in Members' Cloakroom and saw somewhat disappointingly that my coat hanger seemed to be the only one that actually didn't have a pink ribbon from which to hang my sword. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know what you've heard about Sutton and Cheam, but crime is also something that is not average. We actually have one of the lowest crime rates of any London borough. So I hope that puts your mind at rest, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I can be trusted with pointy implements in and around the estate. Now, it gives me great pleasure, and it's a real privilege to follow members, the member for Stone, member for North Somerset, Wokingham, people that actually have spoken very eloquently today and over a number of years about an issue that actually moved my interest in politics from being interested in politics to being active in politics, an EU referendum. We've heard today about the fact that the European Union wasn't a major factor in the election campaign. Actually, I'd have to disagree. I believe it actually became a major factor, mainly driven by the immigration debate. But for me, it's so much wider than that. It's about retaining sovereignty in this country. It's about accountability and transparency. And it's also about making sure that when we're breaking down barriers for the single market, we're not just replacing them with walls around our global trade and protectionism. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've actually just veered a little bit from the traditions of the maiden speech. I don't want to talk about history because I want to look forward. I don't want to talk about geography because, for me, it's not so much representing the place of Sutton and Cheam, it's about representing the people of Sutton and Cheam. So I'm looking forward to representing them over the next 5 years. Last week, I had a meeting and helped to secure 10 more parking places in Cheam. A couple of days ago, I think we had an announcement which actually helped us build a school in my preferred area. And then today, I'm actually here helping to secure a European referendum for the people of Sutton and Cheam and for the people of this country. I'm going to have to go some to actually top that next week. I'm not sure. So, as I said, this is all about people for me. It's all about representing the people. This place is all about representing people. Giving the people of the UK is all about people. It's trusting the people of the UK to determine their future in Europe. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm really looking forward to the next 5 years for representing my neighbours, the people of Sutton, Cheam and Worcester Park. Thank you.
Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member from Sutton and Cheam in his excellent speech. This is an opportunity for me to make my maiden speech, and I'd like to congratulate my colleagues who have already spoken, and who in doing so have set a very high standard. My predecessor was Danny Alexander, who first took his seat in 2005, when my constituency of Inverness, Nairn, Badenoch and Strathspey in its current form was new. I know that he was very proud to represent this Highland seat, and he did what he thought was best in delivering his duties as an MP, and I thank him for his hard work. No doubt there will be others on the benches opposite who would wish to thank him for his work as Cabinet Secretary in the last government. My constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a diverse and wonderful place to live in. In sport, leisure, tourism and business, my constituency has much to offer. It is the home of the Castle Stewart Golf Links, which will host the Scottish Open next year, and has just announced a second course to be constructed in conjunction with one of the golfing greats, Mr Arnold Palmer. This will be his first course in Scotland. Beyond Castle Stewart lies Nairn with its beautiful beaches, riverside walks and its own famous golf courses of Nairn and Nairn Dunbar. South towards Aviemore we have the Cairngorm National Park, the funicular railway, skiing and snowboarding, as well as fantastic camping and hill walking. Of course, we also have one of the greatest visitor attractions of the world, at beautiful Loch Ness, where legend has it that a saint, Saint Columba, banished the beast to protect the people. Madam Deputy Speaker, a similar task faces the 56 SNP MPs as we seek to banish the beast of austerity, although by no stretch of the imagination am I saying we're quite as saintly. In Inverness, there is a city now home to the holders of the Scottish Cup, the oldest football trophy in the world. Inverness Caledonian Thistle, who are to be congratulated on their win. This city attracts tourists from around the world and continues to be an inclusive and welcoming place for visitors and workers alike. I would like to make a special mention of Granton 250, the splendid old town of Granton, a new town in its day, 250 years old this week. It will be hosting a variety of events to mark this anniversary. Its history has many lessons for the present day.
It was reported that James Grant of Grant seemed to have founded the town mainly to save his clansmen from the poverty which had overtaken so much of the Highlands. Of James Grant's action, it was said, never surely was power so gently used or protection so gratefully acknowledged. 250 years later, the need remains to save people from poverty and protect them from an unjust use of power. This is why it is vital to provide a stronger voice for Scotland. We must deliver an understanding of our constituencies to this House. In my own, for example, there are around 70 communities where there is no 1- and 2-bedroom social housing. We never needed to build them that small. This means that the bedroom tax would have the inevitable, devastating effect on people who are at their most vulnerable and unable to protect themselves through no fault of their own. The Scottish Government is to be commended for finding the funding to offset this insidious task, but that's not going to be made any easier by the cuts to the Scottish budget announced the other day. I intend to try to get some headway in relieving us in Highland from the housing debt, this unfair burden that's been left on the people of Highland and should be written off like it was for other constituencies around the country. Whilst my constituency continues to attract visitors and businesses from around the world, I'm aware that more can be done to improve our connectivity. It is vital, as with other rural areas in the UK, that we become prioritised for mobile and broadband coverage. The next time mobile operator licences are granted, and when 5G is sold for the many billions of pounds it will attract, the priority must be written into the contracts to provide for rural areas in order to even the playing field. Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate is on Europe, and my constituency is just like others in that it benefits from inward migration. We have suffered for too long a population drain in the Highlands, particularly of our young people. A different policy on immigration is needed for our needs. Our connections with Europe are vital, especially in my constituency. I believe that a referendum on EU membership should reflect what we were told by the Prime Minister about this family of nations and should respect the decision of the Scottish people on whether they wish to remain part of the European Union. And participation by 16 to 17-year-olds and EU nationals must be part of that decision. Connectivity is another reason why I am pleased to have been made the SNP spokesperson on transport, and I'll go into that more later, but I see I'm running out of time. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are clearly many challenges to come. However, with a desire to be constructive, with a commitment to imagination and innovation that is driven by sheer hard work, I look forward to meeting those challenges. I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and members for your attention, and this is likely to be the only time when I will ask you not to clap.
Thank you.
Speaker, I rise to give the government my wholehearted support. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the chair, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a joy to follow two new members whose constituencies I know well. In the run-up to the 2010 election, I spent plenty of time in Sutton and Cheam, and I listened very carefully to my honourable friend's speech. I particularly congratulate him for making his speech only on the basis of light notes, and like him, I know what it is to stand up and make your maiden speech as the time limit is shortened. So I particularly congratulate him on the grace and flexibility with which he made his speech. And the honourable gentleman, I remember my time in the RAF at Gruntown on Spain very fondly, exhausting myself running around his beautiful constituency, and he made a noble and bold speech, and I also congratulate him on coping with a shortened time limit. And I'm sure both members will be steadfast defendants of their constituents. I wish them both very well indeed. When the Foreign Secretary opened this debate, my heart was lifted. I got a real sense in listening to his words of the betrayal he felt that he had been sold a proposition other than the facts of the treaty at the time. And as an 18-year-old, as he explained, he hadn't read the details. Well, all of us in this House can read the details, and if we read the Lisbon Treaty, then we'll understand that the current circumstances do lead to ever closer union and a single nation state. But this is a very happy day indeed. There are many subjects about which I care extremely deeply, but the one thing which got me into politics was the treatment of the European Union Constitution and then in due course the Lisbon Treaty. And I confess I am a sinner who has repented. For many years I annoyed my wife most sincerely by being thoroughly in favour of European integration, I confess to the House. But what I realised with the handling of the EU Constitution was that that integration meant surrendering our democracy, and I simply decided that I would not have it. The House does not need me in the available time to rehearse the process. But the Lisbon Treaty was a mess, and I fondly recall the cover image of an Economist issue that came out, which says, "Just bury it, what to do with Europe's Lisbon Treaty," and it rather appropriately has an arrow through the heart of what looks to be a sparrow with the EU flag on it. And that is indeed what should have happened to the Lisbon Treaty when the EU Constitution was rejected. It was not appropriate to continue with the process of European integration positively against the democratic will of the people. And this is where I have common cause with members opposite from the Scottish National Party, is that we wish to see democratic self-determination peacefully at the ballot box. And in that, I wholeheartedly say that I'm delighted that we have this common cause. Some of the disputes have been rather synthetic. It was posited that those of us who are Eurosceptical are against international cooperation. Well, actually, I'm for international cooperation. The question is, on what basis? Is it to be voluntary or is it to be compulsory and without adequate democratic control? There was the question of nationalism, and of course some Eurosceptics are ugly nationalists. They do have an aggressive, militaristic even nationalism, which is wholly unhealthy and is to be resisted everywhere it is found. But my critique of the European Union is a classical liberal critique, and I rather regret I've only 2.5 minutes. Equal treatment has come up, but in a constituency like mine, one of the most pressing problems is that a large minority of my constituents have family outside the EU, whether it be Kashmir and Pakistan, or Sri Lanka, or the Caribbean. They face fundamentally different migration circumstances compared to people in the European Union. I recently had a grandmother whose visit visa was repeatedly rejected. All the family wanted was for her to come from Pakistan to see the newborn, to support the mother. And the process of reapplying and reapplying for a visit visa was just causing more and more stress. And it was frankly inhumane. Whereas, of course, if grandmother wished to come over from Spain, she would simply come. Now, I'm actually for the free movement of people. I think it's a wonderful thing. All these great advantages, all the liberal advantages of Europe are a wonderful thing. But surely most of us would accept you can't have open borders and the welfare state. You must have some border controls. And I would like to see a fair migration policy which applies equally to all. So, as I say, on this issue of cooperation, on the critique of nationalism, on the issue of equal treatment, some of these disagreements are rather synthetic. We are reminded every day in this House, in the prayers, that we should keep in mind our duty to further the interests of all mankind. I won't pick up the exact words for now. And in doing so, we should remember that each and every one of us has a duty to promote peace and prosperity, not only in the UK, but in Europe and the world. And in doing so, we should oppose nationalism. We should proceed thoughtfully and with kindness to one another in this difficult time, which will affect all our lives for a very long time. I discovered a book recently by a very good trade economist called Razin Sally, and he described something called neoliberal institutionalism. And it's the idea that you should impose liberalism from the top down rather than from the bottom up. And I would recommend his books and his work to the government, because it seems to me that what we're suffering from, above all, is the imposition of a system of government and a system of society to which people have not consented. The world has changed. I will.
Just on the part of the economy, and the Honourable Member is making a fine speech. Does one not have to look any further than the Eurozone itself to see what a complete and utter disaster a basket case, putting everyone into one currency, has on the economy of a free, loving peoples?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I think he knows my view about money and banking, and that my view would be that we should have market-based monies, and that this is one of the things which has gone profoundly wrong. But he prompts me to say that we are very clearly across the world in the midst of a profound crisis of political economy. And that is what we must wrestle with, that's what we must cope with. And some of the old and simplistic and unpleasant arguments of the past must be put to rest. We need to rediscover a true liberalism, a liberalism which is accepting of one another. I will give way to him.
Honourable friend also accept that the Eurozone is a de facto entity, whereas it's part of the European Union, and that is the question that is before us in this referendum. And the Eurozone is a basket case, but at the same time it is dominated by one country, which causes a lot of distortion in the way in which it works.
Well, indeed, and I think it's very important in currency systems that there should be a degree of flexibility, and indeed Alan Greenspan's wonderful book on gold and economic freedom is something I'd commend to everybody. But in the remaining time, and I won't use all of it, I would just say this. As the Minister knows, I have misgivings about some of the detail in this bill, which has already been fleshed out by some colleagues. But it's a happy occasion today, because our party is wholly united in supporting the principle of this bill. It's long overdue, and we are delighted that it has come forward. And we look forward to the progress of this bill. In due course, the people will decide. On the one hand, they have the choice of radicalism, political union right across Europe. That is the radical choice. The moderate, the conservative choice is trade and cooperation amongst friendly nation-states. People in the end will choose either for the European Union or for Britain.
Ian Austin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's fantastic to see you in the chair. And this has been a brilliant debate with some absolutely superb maiden speeches, and so I'm delighted that I'm able to take part in it. The EU's changed radically since Britain joined a relationship between a small number of developed countries to promote trade through the creation of a common market. Today's EU is very different from that. 28 member states with vastly different economies, governments and social structures, an ever closer political and economic union with the free movement of labour and a European currency. Other European countries wanting much closer relationships on foreign policy and defence as well. And this has been a controversial question in British politics for decades, and Westminster has not been able to settle this to the public's satisfaction. And that's why I'm delighted that we're having this debate, and I'm very pleased that my party is taking this opportunity, is backing this opportunity to let the British people have their say. I've been saying for years that a referendum would be the best way to have a proper debate about the decisions that are taken in Brussels or in Britain and the jobs that depend on our membership of the EU, so that we can sort these issues out once and for all. But we can only settle this argument if it's carried out in a free and fair and balanced way, and if the public's got complete confidence in the process. And this is such a significant debate that everyone involved should have a chance to agree on the rules. There can't be any room on either side to say that the contest was fixed or fiddled in any way. So first, public funds should not be used to promote one side or the other in the debate. The spending rules should be designed to ensure that neither side has an unfair advantage. Second, this is such a significant decision that it should take place as soon as possible and separate to any other election. It's a huge issue of great national importance. The issues need to be considered on their own merits, outside of whatever other political issues are being debated in election campaigns at the time. Third, I think the Prime Minister should have the confidence to give his ministers the freedom to campaign as they see fit, as Harold Wilson did in 1975. Now, my view on this is that yes, of course.
Congratulate the honourable gentleman on having a very positive view on the referendum and the fact that he's done it in a party that has not always seen the way he speaks. But would he agree that his front bench should also have the right to debate on both sides of the argument?
Absolutely, without question. And my own view on this is that I can see the benefits of being part of the world's biggest single market and free trade area. I think that's made a big difference to our economy, particularly in the West Midlands, where the car industry is of such huge importance. But I am worried about the impact of freedom of movement on low-paid jobs and the effect high levels of immigration have on public services.
I'm enjoying immensely the very good contribution of my honourable friend. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Certainly my constituents, during the election campaigning particularly, but actually over the last 10 years, time and again raised with me their concerns that quite often there's a levelling down of wages when somebody comes along from another European country, and that employers, rather than embracing the opportunities of widening skills, just see it as an opportunity to drive down wages.
Well, this has been one of the. This has been one of the costs, one of the impacts of our membership, and I know his constituents, like mine, will be very concerned about this. So I can see the benefits of membership, and I can see the costs too. And I think Britain could survive outside. Of course, we could. But there'll be massive risks of that, not least, as I said earlier, for the car industry. And I think that's where the majority of the British people are on this issue. Outside of here, most people are not ideological and they're not dogmatic. They're reasonable, they're pragmatic, they hold mainstream views. They've got a balanced view, they can see the benefits and the costs on both sides of the argument. And incidentally, I think the No campaign has got to think about this really carefully, how it presents a positive view of Britain's... because I listened to some of these speeches this afternoon, the sort of apocalyptic, doom-laden vision of Britain as a member of the EU at the moment. I just don't think is going to strike a chord with anybody out there. And I suspect that if the Yes campaign could pick a leader for the No campaign, they would choose Nigel Farage. He's clearly a very good communicator. He's a very charismatic leader. Winning 4 million votes in third place is a huge achievement. But he's clearly not regarded by most people as pragmatic and someone who holds balanced, mainstream views on Britain's membership of the EU. And if you read the accounts of the 1975 referendum, the campaign to stay in was led by leading mainstream figures from both the major parties and the business community, and that had a huge impact. The campaign to come out was led by people on the extreme left of the Labour Party and the extreme right of the Conservative Party, and it was unable to show that it could speak for the reasonable mainstream majority. Now, I think what the British people want is a clear analysis of all of the issues so they can make their decision once and for all, and that needs two mainstream, reasonable campaigns putting the argument. I think the debate about our relationship with the EU should start right now, not after the Prime Minister's completed his negotiations. We should be involving the British people in that debate directly, listening to their views. We live in an age where people want to be engaged. They want to know that politicians will listen and take their views into account. So I'd like ministers, and I've taken two and I want to carry on. So I'd like ministers to consider trying to involve people in this debate by commissioning someone like the National Centre for Social Research to construct a detailed survey to find out exactly what the British people think about the benefits and the costs of our membership of Europe, looking at, in detail at the jobs that depend on it, the impact of immigration, benefits, the emerging questions of defence and foreign policy. And I think actually knowing exactly what the British people think about this would strengthen the Prime Minister's hands in his negotiation. I'm going to be doing this over the summer in Dudley. I'll be sending out a detailed but balanced survey to 30,000 households. I'll be inviting them to a dozen or so public meetings to discuss this issue. It's something we did last year on immigration. So I welcome this debate on our membership of the EU, but it's got to be carried out properly. It's got to be a fair debate that starts right now and involves all of the British people. The truth is that people in places like Dudley feel they've not had their say on the EU, and we should start this debate by listening to them. Let's use it to show there's a new way of doing politics with a proper, serious debate and a real conversation. Let's use this to rebuild public trust in politics. And I say this to both sides in this. Listen to the people, trust them, and they'll respond.
Very good.
Alan Mack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to make my maiden speech in this House. I'm honoured to represent the people of Hammond, and I thank them for placing their trust in me. I'm delighted to follow the Honourable Member for Dudley North and the excellent other maiden speakers who've set the bar high. Like many honourable members, I suspect I'll be spending some of the coming weeks and months engaging with voters on the EU referendum, probably standing at the front of school halls and community centres. But it was my father who first inspired me in his public service, because he was more used to standing at the back of all the rooms he was in. He'd escaped communism and dictatorship to find freedom and opportunity here in Britain. He worked as a waiter and as a bartender, standing at the back of restaurants. It was tough work, but it allowed him to save up and open a small shop up in Yorkshire with my mother. We lived above our shop, and much of my childhood was spent working in it. Madam Deputy Speaker, that journey from the back of the room to the front of the room, from the shop floor to the floor of this House, sums up the spirit of the Opportunity Society that my family and I have cherished, and which we must safeguard, and which we must safeguard for future generations. Madam Deputy Speaker, one man who shares that view is my predecessor, David Willits, who represented Hammond in this House for 23 years. David was an outstanding local MP, a distinguished parliamentarian and a successful minister. He served his country and his constituency with distinction and honour. David was a practical and innovative thinker, and many of his ideas became government policy. David understood that a strong economy is the driver of social mobility, and building a country where everyone has the chance to succeed, no matter their starting point in life, will be the focus of my work in this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, as many honourable members will know, David was affectionately nicknamed Two Brains. I want to manage the House's expectations for the future. Because although I have twice as much hair as David, I must confess I only have half his brains. But I do hope to make up for it with my passion for Havant. Although the modern Havant constituency is named after the ancient market town between Chichester and Portsmouth, today the seat is a microcosm of modern Britain, leafy suburbs, social housing, a rural island, coastal town, and each part of my constituency values its own identity. Emsworth, for example, is a beautiful market town overlooking Chichester Harbour, which hosts an annual celebration of British produce. Emsworth also used to be famous for its oysters, until a banquet in 1902, that is, when some local councillors died from food poisoning after eating Emsworth oysters. I'm sure that honourable members would never want any councillors they know to suffer a similar fate. Further south, Hayling Island combines rural charm with a bustling visitor economy. Its beach has been awarded blue flag status for the last 24 years, and Hayling is a world-class centre for water sport and sailing. Bedhampton, Purbrook, Widley, Warblington and Denvilles complete what is a wonderful constituency nestled between the South Coast and the South Downs. Madam Deputy Speaker, for centuries, Havant's economy has prospered on the back of parchment making, brewing and manufacturing, powered by our famous watermills and natural springs. In fact, local tradition says that Havant parchment was used for Magna Carta and the Treaty of Versailles. But in the modern era, Havant is now a world-class centre for high-quality engineering, science and technology. Multinationals like Lockheed Martin, Colt, Pfizer and Kenwood all have substantial operations here, joining our many small businesses. The IBM factory that David Willits mentioned in his maiden speech is reopened as Langston Technology Park, an outstanding example of economic regeneration and one of the crown jewels in our local economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, whatever the British people decide in the coming referendum that my party has enabled, we must maintain our status as an outward-looking nation, working with our partners in Europe, but also strengthening our ties with the exciting, fast-growing economies of Asia, Africa and Latin America. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm also mindful that in today's economy, every worker in Havant is facing competition, not just locally, but globally, and we must equip them with the skills to compete and win. Having benefited from an assisted place scholarship myself, I'm confident the Government's Academies and Free Schools programme will do just that. The transformation of Havant Academy shows exactly what can be achieved. 5 years ago, it was literally a different school. Then called Staunton Community Sports College, it recorded England's worst GCSE results, but by last summer, it was England's most improved school. Madam Deputy Speaker, Havant Academy largely serves Lee Park, one of Britain's largest post-war housing estates. And some may ask me, why does my seat nevertheless return such a large Conservative majority? I can tell them. Lee Park is home to entrepreneurial tradesmen, some with white vans and England flags, rightly and proudly displayed. Small business owners, military veterans and hard-working families. They all want to get on in life, not just get by. Most bought their council houses using right to buy. Many work for local businesses and understand the importance of a strong economy, and they all care about their children's future. I'm proud they turn to my party for a secure and prosperous future, and I'm proud to represent them in this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, my parents taught me not only how to serve people from all walks of life, they also instilled in me an enduring faith in the enormous possibilities of our great nation, our great United Kingdom. For example, I'm proud to be the first ever Member of Parliament from any party of British Chinese heritage. In many places, a seat in Parliament is open only to the rich and powerful, but we are all privileged to live in a country where anyone, even a family of modest shopkeepers, can stand tall and achieve their dreams. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that through my work in this House, I can help everyone in Havant achieve the same.
Tom Elliott.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I firstly begin my maiden speech by congratulating yourself on becoming Deputy Speaker, and I look forward to impartiality throughout the Chamber and the House. But I am grateful that you have called me here to speak in this EU referendum debate. And what an interesting debate it is to make my maiden speech in, especially when it unites so many members of the House. They're all from different parties,
by and large, but it at least unites members right across the divide. I'll be interested to see the debate as it moves forward into further readings and establish exactly how many in each party will be supportive of their party leadership. But in the first instance, I do want to pay tribute to the people of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, who took on a great challenge to elect me, and I suppose the Fermanagh and South Tyrone voice hasn't been heard in this place for this last 14 years. So I'm grateful for the people who put their faith in me, and I know that they will want rewarded in that respect. But I do want to put on record my thanks to the contribution of the previous member, who, while she didn't sit in this place, actually went out of her way to campaign on mental health issues, and I do put that on record. But there have been other quite flamboyant members who have preceded me, not other than maybe Ken or now Lord McGuinness, who was quite reserved and rather backward when he went to speak. But anyway, I'm sure people will remember that. And over 65 years, this constituency has changed from nationalist to unionist, and vice versa on no less than 7 occasions, notching up some notable records on the way, such as the still unbeaten, as I understand it, of 93.4% turnout in 1951. I wonder will we get that in the European referendum when it comes about. And in the 2010 election, not that far away, a majority of 1. The seat was won by 1 vote. I bet there's not many other constituencies can match that or equal that. We also had the former MP of Frank Maguire, who unusually turned up in this place where he didn't normally, but he turned up to abstain in person and actually brought the government of its time down, where the Labour government expected that he was going to vote for them and keep the government in place, but it was actually brought down. So obviously this is a very interesting constituency that I represent, and hopefully I'm here for much longer than that short period that has been established for so long. But just last weekend, in the most westerly constituency of the United Kingdom, Fermanagh and South Tyrone, I attended an event for the commemoration of the 200 years anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo. And what a privilege that was to remember the 2 great regiments that was raised in Enniskillen. And clearly it was a very, very momentous occasion. And coming from that area, I come from a farming background, and I make no apology for standing up for the rural communities, because I think they have a hugely difficult task at the moment within those areas. But obviously we have a very strong engineering base in Fermanagh and South Tyrone that stretches all the way from Severfield, which is a United Kingdom-based company which is based in County Fermanagh and Ballinamallard, right up to Dungannon, where we have a lot of light engineering industries. And obviously in Fermanagh we have a great tourist industry. The lakes of Fermanagh is known far and wide, and if any of you haven't visited Fermanagh to see those lakes and see the beauty, shame on you. And hopefully you will now do that in the not too distant future. But I do want to put on record the issue around what we have went through over the last 45 years. Things have moved on, things have progressed in Northern Ireland, that we're quite content and happy that they have progressed in such a way. We would like to see more progression, but I do want to remind people that in Fermanagh and South Tyrone we had some terrible atrocities. Atrocities where we had 3 individual family members murdered in 3 different incidents by the IRA. We had the Enniskillen bomb, which killed and murdered 11 people, and I'm sure we all in this House remember that. Those victims and those families still have not got justice. And I will want to remind this House on every occasion that I can that they deserve justice. Not only those families, but all of the families in Northern Ireland who deserve that justice. We need a new definition of a victim, because the definition that we have is not appropriate. I say, how can you equate the perpetrator of a serious crime, of a murder, with the family of the person that they murdered? That is not fair and that is not right under anybody's quality. I do have to say that now that we're debating the EU referendum, at least the European definition of a victim is much better than that we have in Northern Ireland, and I would actually like to see that implemented much further than it is. So again, I just want to put on record my thanks to all of those who voted for me, indeed all thanks to those who didn't, because they will get exactly the same service from me in the constituency. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Peter Bone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to serve under your chairmanship for the first time. And it's a great pleasure to follow the honourable member for Fermanagh and South Tyrone, who made a very good traditional maiden speech. But in addition, he touched on a very important subject of justice for victims in Northern Ireland. And if he speaks like that in the House, he will be listened to on every occasion. I'd also like to thank the other members on both sides of the House who have made their maiden speeches, especially the honourable member for Sutton and Chene, and of course my honourable friend for Hammond, who made such a powerful speech just a short while ago. The EU referendum, which is now taken for granted, it seems almost everybody in the House is going to vote for it tonight if there is a division, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, of course, except for the principal Scottish nationalists who hopefully will divide the House so we can show what immense support there is for the EU referendum bill. 3 years ago, of course.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I wanted just to ask him to reflect that, in fact, the appetite for this referendum is not the same in all parts of these islands. At the recent general election, there were parties who advocated a referendum and parties who advocated not having a referendum. Over 80% of the people in Scotland voted for parties who did not want a referendum. And in most of the opinion polls that are taken, the great majority of Scottish people are content to be Europeans and their relationship with the EU. So what is going to happen if he doesn't, as I presume he doesn't support this amendment? What is going to happen? What is
Order, please. Order. It's an intervention, not a speech. Thank you. When the chair is standing, you sit down. Now, that's a very long intervention, and we are very tight for time. Thank you. Peter Burke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. And I take the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and he makes a fair point. But I do not think that the Scottish Nationalist Party is here in numbers because they opposed the European referendum bill. I think it may be for other reasons that they are here. And as a Democrat, I'm sure he was pretty pleased about the referendum that happened in Scotland, though he might not have liked the way the Scottish people actually voted. If I was standing up here, Madam Deputy Speaker, 3 years ago and suggesting that this House was about to vote for an EU referendum bill, I'd have been laughed at. Every party was against it. The coalition government was against it. The Labour Party was against it. It was just never going to happen. And it just proves that this House and MPs can change things. The people were ahead of Parliament. They wanted their say on whether we should be in or out of the European Union. And to see how this Parliament slowly changed its position and how the excellent Minister for Europe has been on that journey. And I'm sure I shall be cheering his speech tonight as I was booing it 3 years ago. And I just think, you know, people say this House doesn't matter. They say MPs don't matter. It's all done by government. It's all done by people sitting in sofas in number 10. That's just not true. Now, there may have been another party born out of this, the UKIP, but I don't actually think that's what's changed it. I think it was members of this House. I can remember, under your chairmanship, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Backbench Business Committee, the first time backbenchers could schedule business in this House, putting on a debate about whether we should have a referendum. And yes, the government tried to manipulate things at the time. They actually brought bill forward from the Thursday when it was scheduled to the Monday. MPs from this House went home on Friday night. They talked to their constituents. They talked to their local members. They talked to their party chairman. They thought about the issue. And when we came back on the Monday and the debate was, when the debate happened and I had the great pleasure of winding up, yes, the vote was lost, but I think it was 80-odd Conservative MPs opposed the three-line whip. And from that moment
my
on...
honourable friend, allow me on that point.
Of course.
Let's not be too horrible to our colleagues who disagree with us or the Labour Party who changed their mind. After those who arrived last to the vineyard are equally to be valued.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. My honourable friend is far too kind, and as always, I was not making a point about any individual members. I was just making the point that all the members sitting here now, if there's something you really care about and campaign about, as the Honourable Member for Dudley North has consistently done, we can get there in the end. Never be scared to stand up and be in the minority, because after a while, the minority view often becomes a majority. Of course, I'll give way.
The Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Does he welcome, as I do, the fact that all UK nationalists, including those in Gibraltar, will have a vote on this issue, and the fact that we in Northern Ireland wish to see it happening so we can make our choice as well? But the only thing I am a wee bit perturbed about is the fact we'd rather have the referendum held earlier rather than later. Does he agree with that? We should have it as soon as possible.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, being a second reading debate, obviously I want to support the principle of what's happening and celebrate the fact that we are going to have this hid-out referendum. And one of the issues, the Honourable Gentleman raises one of the issues that I just want to touch on briefly that just slightly concerns me, and that is, you won't be surprised, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the timetabling of the committee stage of this bill. Quite rightly, it's a constitutional bill, so it will be held, the committee stage will be held on the floor of the House. Now, we will be voting on, immediately after the second reading, the programme motion. And we're not allowed to debate the programme motion in the programme motion, but there's a tradition that you can refer to the programme motion in the second reading debate. And my concern about it is that there are 2 days scheduled for the committee stage of the House. It will be Tuesday and Thursday of next week. And the programme motion says the first set of clauses will be debated for 4 hours after the commencement of the bill or the committee stage. Now, we know what happens, especially on a Thursday. There is going to be business questions. So you have normal questions and business questions. That's 2 hours used up. If there is then a statement or an urgent question, what is going to happen is, yes, you're going to be able to debate for 4 hours the first group, but the last group, you're going to have no time at all to discuss. And what I'd like the Minister to think about and talk to the business managers about before we have the business statement on Thursday is whether we can just change the programme motion so that instead of the second group of clauses finishing at the moment of interruption, you remove that so that it can go on as long as necessary. This is such an important constitutional bill. We should not have clauses debated for about 10 minutes. That used to happen too often in the old Parliament. On this important issue, just remove those 2 little bits in the programme motion. That means the moment of interruption causes the committee stage to fall. And I think that would help a lot in the democratic process. Many people have said today, whatever side of the argument they're on, they want to see this as a fair and proper referendum. And I absolutely agree with that. And if this House considers properly what's going to happen in the bill and what's going to happen in the referendum, we'll be better for it. So that's the one point I'd ask the Minister to look at. Thank you.
Kelvin Hopkins.
Can I say, first of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, what is an absolute pleasure to see you in the chair and to speak under your chairmanship this afternoon. The only note of sadness I would enter is that you're not with us on the benches, and your company was always a delight. I'm very pleased to support this bill, and indeed I have campaigned for a long time in favour of a European referendum. I speak as a former board member of People's Choice, the multi-party campaign for the EU referendum, and secondly as a member of Labour for a European referendum. Both campaigns have succeeded, if a little late in the day in the second case. Labour for a referendum has indeed included EU supporters, Europhiles, as well as sceptics such as myself, and recent voter analysis has concluded sadly that had we persuaded our Labour leaders earlier to support a referendum, we would have won an extra 8 seats in the recent general election and prevented the Conservatives from having an overall majority. This would be, I think, make this Parliament rather different from what it's going to be for the next 5 years. So it was a very significant decision not to support a referendum before the general election. However, I'm very pleased that my party leadership has now has a change of heart and is now supporting a referendum. Some few years ago, a mini-referendum was held in my constituency on whether local people wished to be granted an EU referendum, and there was a 2-to-1 vote in favour. The wishes of my constituents are now being reflected in this House on all sides, and I'm pleased about that. I have a track record on EU matters going back to the 1975 Common Market referendum, when I was chair of the Luton Vote No campaign and the Bedfordshire agent for the No vote. I have not changed my view, maybe that's just rigidity of mind, but I think events since then have merely strengthened my view that the European Union is not a sound organisation, certainly not for Britain. Interestingly, the Bedfordshire agent for the Yes vote at that time was the late Sir Trevor Skeet, the then Conservative MP for Bedford. At that time, the Conservatives were, I have to say that I met Sir Trevor a few years ago before his death and reminded him of his previous position, and he was horribly embarrassed because he'd become a strong Eurosceptic and would no longer wish to vote yes. But at that time, the Conservatives were overwhelmingly pro-common market and Labour had a majority against. And I have to say to my honourable friend for Dudley that this idea that it was a small number of extreme left-wingers, there was a massive majority at the special conference which I attended on the common market in 1975, and the great majority of Labour MPs were for a no vote. So it was not just a small group of left-wingers. I happen to be on the left myself, but there are people on the right of the party who took a Eurosceptic view as well. But Labour Eurosceptics have included many most distinguished former members of this House, including Hugh Gateskill, Michael Foot, Barbara Castle, Peter Shaw, Tony Benn and many others. Indeed, I last met Dennis Healy at a meeting in the late 1990s, which was called to oppose Britain's membership of the Euro. I hope, therefore, that during the campaign on the referendum there will be no personal disparagement and that the debate will focus on the arguments. Those who take a critical view of the EU will not be abused, but their arguments will be listened to. I have set up my own views in print and will be writing and speaking much more in the coming months. In very simple terms, I believe the EU is about economics which are failing. Low growth, mass unemployment and falling living standards in swathes of the Eurozone in particular are evidence of the EU's failure. But the overwhelming argument against membership of the EU is about democracy. That democracy must mean national parliaments, elected national parliaments, making basic and final decisions about how people are governed and how people choose to be governed. I do believe that we may not, dictatorship, my honourable friend for Vauxhall referred to a dictatorship, but it may not be a dictatorship, but it's certainly an authoritarian bureaucracy. And we want our laws to be made following debate in this House, not by bureaucrats in Brussels. And I think that is of fundamental importance. Yes, of course.
I support all the points he's making, and he made the point about the importance of democratic decisions. Is he therefore concerned at the increase in the spending limits that there will be in this bill for the referendum expenditure and the danger that that has of undermining true democratic debate and actually putting the decision in the hands of the big spenders?
Well, indeed, the honourable member makes a very important point. Spending limits are crucial, and I remember in 1975 the vast amounts of Euro slush which was poured into Britain to win the yes vote. Every corner shop in my constituency had a steel notice board. It cemented into the pavement with pictures of Harold Wilson saying vote yes. I mean, that money didn't come out of the pockets of ordinary people. Well, it did indirectly, but it came from eventually big business or from the European Union. But I have one final point to make, repeating what I suggested in business questions last Thursday. I suggested that all parties ought to have a free vote for all members in this House as to whether or not they accept the terms that come back from Brussels when the Prime Minister has finished his negotiating. Indeed, I hope my party will certainly observe that, but I hope the government side will also observe that. I think actually it was probably my fault that there was the row broke out over the weekend, because clearly some members on the other side of the Conservative Party were rather taken with my suggestion that there should be a free vote for all members on all sides. Indeed, I shall be voting freely, and I hope my whips will understand when the time comes. But it was Harold Wilson who wisely allowed a free vote on his renegotiated terms of membership of the common market before the referendum. I hope all parties will indeed follow that wise example, and we shall have not just a free debate where we discuss the issues and not abuse each other, and also at the end of the day we should be free to vote with our consciences in this Parliament. Thank you.
Tim Lawton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to be called in this debate for three reasons. Firstly, to congratulate you on your quite rightful elevation to the Deputy Chairmanship. Thirdly, to congratulate three excellent maiden speeches from Sutton, Cheam, Havant and Fermanagh, who have certainly set the bar high in terms of the quality in this House. And thirdly, to follow the honourable gentleman for Luton North, somebody who was not a Johnny-come-lately to the referendum campaign, but has consistently been in favour of giving the people the vote, and from what appears to me to be the only person who's spoken to this House who actually voted no back in 1975 out of everybody that we've heard from. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the run-up to the general election, who remembers the words of the failed UKIP candidate for South Thanet, Nigel Farage, when he constantly hoodwinked the British public with his grandstanding, with lines such as, "It is infuriating how the Conservative Party can string the British public along and constantly make claims over holding the EU referendum when it was clear from day one that it would never happen." Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, not only is this EU referendum bill already underway within days of the state opening of this new Parliament, but the Prime Minister has hit the ground running and toured EU capitals to start the serious business of renegotiating our terms of membership and indeed the whole future of the EU. And the main opposition party have come round to our way of thinking belatedly as well. And barring an affront to the democratic will of the people in the upper house, there will be a referendum on our future membership of the European Union, a straight in or out vote before the end of 2017 at the latest. The only broken promises and stringing along with the public came from UKIP. Indeed, the biggest threat to a meaningful referendum came from UKIP. If we'd listened to their siren voices and we'd held a referendum immediately, then all the polls suggest that it would result in a yes to a stay-in vote, and before we had achieved any reform, it would likely have brought the nightmare scenario of the UK staying in unreformed EU, so that when the PM went to summits in the future in search of reform, he'd be met with a frosty "forget it, chum, you voted to stay in the club, like it or lump it." Can I give way to my honourable?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and the point he's making, I think, reinforces why it's going to be so important that the facts are clearly laid before our constituents. Would he welcome the initiative of the Church of England to provide hustings so that our constituents can hear clearly and objectively both sides of the argument?
Well, I absolutely welcome that, and I do hope that one thing that will come out of this referendum is a full, frank and long debate engaging as many members of the population electorate as possible, as was the case in Scotland, so at last we can discuss this situation and familiarise ourselves with the facts rather better. I'll give way to my friend.
Does he agree with me that this should not be an in or out referendum, but a referendum on whether we want further and closer political union or whether we want a common market and a European market for all our goods and services?
Well, I think that the argument about an ever closer union has been won. That movement is dead, certainly as far as this country is involved. And it's going to be a question of whether we can make the EU work not just for the UK but for the whole of the sustainability of the EU, or whether we are better going it alone. Because now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to achieve genuine, lasting and sustainable reform of the EU, not just in our own interests, but in the interests of the sustainability of the whole EU, as I say. Many of us believe that the EU in its current form is just not working, and it cannot survive in an increasingly globally competitive world. The status quo is just not sustainable. If there's one statistic that tells that story, it's the fact that within 5 years, The share of world GDP of the EU will be just 60% of the levels we enjoyed back in 1990. We are shrinking whilst the rest of the world gets bigger, and we are not getting a slice of that cake. Now, some of us have waited a long time for this moment, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many constituency Fridays were brutally sacrificed in vain in support of the valiant efforts of my the honourable friends for Stockton South and Bromley and Chislehurst. As co-chair of the Fresh Start Group, which was set up by the honourable members for Daventry and for South Northamptonshire, and with the work of Open Europe, we have produced detailed work on the amount of change in the areas that it's possible to achieve. We've had scores of meetings with European ministers and members of Parliament from across EU countries. And one thing we need to appreciate is that amongst those 28 different members of the EU, they all have their own reasons for wanting to be part of the EU. Finland shares a 1,500-kilometre border with Russia. Poland, the Czech Republic, talk about the relationship with Russia and wanting a bulwark against Russia, which is why the EU is so important. Other countries want the agricultural and trading links. They are all different, and trying to compartmentalise all those countries into one reason for becoming members and staying members of Europe is where we've gone wrong in the past. But the scenario has completely changed, because we now have a clear and present prospect of a referendum by 2017 where the British people could vote if they choose to leave the EU. The dynamics of EU reform has changed drastically. Now, inevitably, this debate is less about the bill itself. Goodness knows its progenitors were scrutinised exclusively in this place. But I support the detail of the bill. I don't support extending the franchise to the actual vote, as has become a recent talking point. But the main issue will be how the next months and years pan out up to the referendum, and how its passing changes the dynamics of the whole debate in Europe. I won't give away, because I've given away twice. So just a few words of advice for the Prime Minister in finishing. Firstly, I think we've made a great start. Go for maximum reform. Take it to the wire all the way to 2017. It'll be a long, hard slog. You will find many detractors along the way. You'll also find many allies. But fundamentally, the major players within Europe who will shape the future of Europe, like Germany, desperately need the UK to be part of it, shaping it along with them. We will achieve some things we want and want other things we had not expected. That's how negotiation works, and we'll inevitably have to compromise. And as the Finnish Prime Minister said, the EU without Britain is pretty much the same as fish without chips. It's not a meal anymore. Secondly, this is not just about a better deal for the United Kingdom, important though that is. It's about a sustainable future for the whole of the EU. There are encouraging signs already. The ever-closer union mantra of Monnet is dead. The recent comments by the French economy minister this month, who said it was time to accept the idea of a two-speed Europe. And the Prime Minister's notion of the flexibility of a network, not the rigidity of a bloc, is what's needed, is gaining traction. And thirdly, we need to remember why we joined the EEC in the first place, and in particular the advantages of the single market that so attracted Mrs Thatcher, despite the warnings from the member for Wokingham. Yet the single market is far from complete, especially in services. Services account for 71% of the EU GDP, yet only 22% of this is from intra-EU trade. There are still some 800 professions in Europe subject to individual country regulation. Only 11% of internet shopping across Europe is cross-border. So there is still lots to do. Yet we seem to spend too much time sitting around the table in Brussels working out ways of making regulations more complicated for our businesses and our citizens, rather than looking beyond Europe to see how, working together, we can be securing a larger slice of the global economy for all 28 members for our mutual benefit. I could talk about his shopping list of what we want, but now's not the time in this bill. Now is not the time to hamper the PM with his negotiations with emotional and artificial red lines. Now is the time to pass a bill which will trigger a referendum, which will change the mindset of our EU partners to achieve sustainable reform for the whole of Europe. The Prime Minister's every waking conversation, discussion, breakfast, lunch, dinner with EU leaders must focus on getting the best possible reform package for us and our European partners. This bill, at last, is an essential part of achieving that and achieving some sort of cross-channel state of nirvana.
Before I call the next speaker, could I just make a plea to keep speeches as short as possible and interventions to an absolute minimum? We are really squeezed for time, and I'd like to get as many speakers in as possible. And with that in mind, I would like to call Mark Hendrick.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I start by congratulating you on taking the chair? It's certainly well deserved. And can I also congratulate those new members today making maiden speeches? It casts many of us cast our minds back to our original maiden speeches. I rise today, Madam Deputy Chairman, as part of a Labour Party that didn't want a referendum. I didn't think a referendum was necessary, and it's my view that we're better off in the European Union with the current faults, if there are any, and indeed whatever circumstances arise in the future. I think it's inconceivable that the UK could leave the European Union. So I'm happy with the status quo. But the reality of the situation is that we lost the general election. There is now a Conservative majority. A referendum is going ahead whether we like it or not. So this isn't a policy change brought about because we've suddenly had a change of mind. This is a recognition of reality. There's going to be a referendum whether we like it or not. So the best thing we can do is take part in that referendum and do our best to see that Britain or the UK stays within the European Union. And the reason for that referendum is nothing about the high-mindedness of it's about time that we had a decision on this matter. And some of the speeches I've heard from the opposing benches are beyond credibility. There seems to be a collective amnesia that people have forgotten about, and that was that the Prime Minister was dragged kicking and screaming into having a referendum because many of his own backbenchers were talking about having a pact with UKIP, so UKIP candidates didn't stand against Conservative candidates. Some of those backbenchers, and one of them's here today, chose to jump ship and join the UKIP party, and the Prime Minister was scared to death of his own party falling apart before his very eyes. None of the members opposite today have mentioned that simple fact. So the reason we're here today has got more to do with holding together the Conservative Party in the run-up to the last general election, and the next 2 years will be spent trying to hold together the Conservative Party to the detriment of all the other issues of state that this government should be dealing with. So I think that puts in context why we're here today discussing this referendum. Conservatives for Britain has now got anything up to 60 members. Oh, sure.
Does my honourable friend imagine that his party may have done better had they actually allowed voters the choice that other parties allowed?
I think we may have done slightly better, but I don't think it would have greatly affected the measure of our defeat. Let me put it that way. And I do believe that this idea of Conservatives for Britain neglects Britain's interests, in fact, by remaining within the European Union. Our place in Europe is about Britain being an outward-looking nation, a nation that sees the way in which the world is developing, sees globalisation and sees the opportunity that the 21st century and the modern economy offers Britain. It's not an inward-looking Britain in the same way that people in this chamber hark back to the days when we had an empire and then we had a Commonwealth. I get the impression, listening to some members opposite, that they still wish we had that empire, and some think, but I think some people haven't realised that the Second World War is over and the Germans are no longer the enemy. We're actually working with the Germans, in my constituency, for example, to build military aircraft to fight possible other future foes. So coming from a constituency that spent 100 years building aircraft to fight against Germany, now we build aircraft with the Germans, with potential enemies anywhere. And that's what's happening in the world. Nations are coming together. Countries are deciding that it's better to work together, work as closely as possible, and make sure that Britain isn't that little nation that it once was that was extremely powerful, but it's a less powerful nation working with a much more powerful European bloc of countries, now 28, comprising of over 500 million people that now can take on the mights economically and politically of the likes of the United States, that can start to compete with massive nations that are developing, like China, like India, like Russia, like Brazil. This is a new world. It's the 21st century. And for those on the benches opposite who are still looking back at the loss of empire and our relationship with European countries of the past, it's a world away from that, and I think members opposite ought to sit down and think about that. I've no problem whatsoever with ever closer union. The more that we can do to actually enhance our effectiveness through working with European partners on legislation that affects all of us. People talk as if, OK, we could manage on our own, but we would not manage as well. People say the European Union isn't as strong as it was in the past. It's got a lesser share of trade. Maybe it has, but it's still got far more trade and far more business and far more clout than we ever will have or we ever had on our own in the past. So we've got to look at that. We need to look at the existing superpowers like the United States and China and those emerging powers that I've mentioned. And really what we've got to do, and I think by us staying within the European Union, and I genuinely believe that that referendum will be won by the yes camp, that we will see a Europe emerging, not a United States of Europe, but a unique Europe that will ensure that Britain has stability, Britain has a voice, Britain has a bright economic future, and Britain will still count on the world stage in a way that it wouldn't if we left the European Union. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I say, I think it is a very historic occasion that we're having this debate and that we will soon have a referendum on the future. But I look forward to that debate. I look forward to this referendum, even though I didn't think it would be necessary. And it's a shame to see 2 years spent fighting over an issue which I see really as a no-brainer. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
David Nuttall.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I start by saying what a great pleasure it is to see you in the chair and congratulate you on your election as Deputy Speaker. Can I also congratulate all those honourable members who, on both sides of the chamber, who have made their maiden speeches during the course of this debate today. Madam Deputy Speaker, I too welcome the fact that this new Conservative government has wasted no time in bringing this bill before the House today. It will have immediately quashed the fears of those people who thought that the Conservatives were simply saying that they were going to give the people of this country a say on our membership of the European Union simply in order to gain votes in the general election. Some members who were here in the last Parliament will recall that back in October 2011, I moved a motion in this House to provide for the holding of a referendum with an out option. And back then, the Conservative front bench, the Labour front bench and the Liberal Democrat front bench were all opposed to the idea. And there was a three-line whip against the proposal. Nevertheless, 81 Conservative colleagues supported the motion on that day. And today, after the promise of a referendum was contained in our Conservatives' election manifesto and formed part of the first Queen's speech in this Parliament, I'm pleased to see that this bill is having its second reading today. It is 40 years since the people of this country... Yes, certainly, I'll give way.
I really think that the future of this country in Europe, a huge issue, should be entrusted to members of a political party who can't even organise to donut the right speaker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a very interesting point, but they'd have difficulty getting behind me here. You might have noticed. I did think about going standing on the front bench, but I always like to speak from this seat, as the right honourable member will, I'm sure, find out. He will have known had he been here in the last Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's 40 years since the people of this country last had their say on this issue. And back then, the question was whether or not the United Kingdom should remain part of the common market, the European Economic Community. But since then, the nature of this organisation has changed beyond all recognition. The European Economic Community became the European Community, and the economic bit was quietly dropped. And then the European community changed to the European Union. So it changed its name. And it had its own elected parliament, its own flag, its own anthem, its own currency, its own court structure, its own foreign officers. You don't have to be a constitutional expert, Madam Deputy Speaker, to realise what is going on. This organisation is turning itself into a United States of Europe, a single European superstate. I believe that this country would not simply survive, but would actually thrive outside the European Union. And we hear a lot about how important it is that this House reflects the country outside of this place. But on this issue, we as a House do not reflect what is going on outside. The proportion of members of this House who believe, as I do, that we would be better off out of the European Union in no way reflects the millions of people outside of this House who believe that we would be better off outside of the European Union. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I realise that this bill is not about the merits of the case of our membership of the European Union. It is about setting up the mechanism to hold that referendum. And it is essential that when the referendum is held, the British public accept and believe that it is being held on a level playing field. And there are a number of issues in this bill on which I think they rightly will have concern. Firstly, there is the date on which it is to be held. I think it is absolutely vital that this referendum is held separately to any other form of election. And perhaps the most contentious point of all is the precise wording of the question. I've never really understood why it is essential, it's regarded as essential by the government, that we have to have a question which elicits a yes, no response. When the Electoral Commission were looking at the private members' bill that we had in the last Parliament, they decided that the most neutral question was, should the United Kingdom remain a member of the European Union or leave the European Union, with the answers being either remain a member of the European Union or leave the European Union. I believe that would be a much clearer question. On the franchise, I do not think that changing the franchise to simply include 16 and 17-year-olds just for this bill is the right way to proceed. It should be on the basis of the general election franchise. And on the issue of Purdah, I think it is absolutely essential that the government and that the EU itself and, crucially, EU-funded organisations should be precluded from making any statements or campaigning in the weeks ahead and in the run-up to the referendum. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am delighted that my constituents in Bury, Ramsbottom and Tottington are finally going to get their say on this crucial issue, which will determine whether our country has a future as an independent, sovereign nation or merely as a region of a European superstate.
Speaker, can I congratulate all those new members who've made their speeches or who are about to make their maiden speeches today, because there's no more important debate so far in this Parliament in which to do so. Madam Deputy Speaker, I chair the British-German parliamentary group here at Westminster, and on the morning after a difficult, disappointing election for Labour, the German ambassador was kind enough to call me to congratulate me on retaining my seat in Newcastle-under-Lyme. And during that call, I feared that the first casualty, policy-wise, of the election result would be our stance on the European Union referendum. And I regret it that it has been, but understand the politics behind it. I still think, however, that the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster showed great courage in not joining the chase for this in-out referendum on the EU. because, like him and the Right Honourable, learned and very experienced member for Rushcliffe, I think it's a reckless gamble in the circumstances with our country's future, its place in the world. It was hastily conceived by a Prime Minister to throw red meat to the anti-Europeans in his party. They, of course, have just wolfed it up, snarled for more, and will never be sated until Britain leaves. The honourable member wishes to intervene.
You look like it.
For the first time. This referendum, though, will clearly happen now. And despite Labour's change of stance, I'm glad that we'll make the same arguments now as we made in 1975, that the membership of the EU is in our country's best economic interests in terms of trade, jobs and investment. But for many of us, membership can't simply be reduced to statistics without regard to history of war after war in Europe before 1945 and peace through dialogue, cooperation and more unity since. Madam Deputy Speaker, in my late teens and early 20s, I worked closely with the German War Graves Commission, organising camps for young people from all across Europe, attending war cemeteries in Berlin, during the time of the war when reconciliation in Europe could simply not be taken for granted. That original connection came from the German War Cemetery in Staffordshire at Cannock Chase, that stands next to our Commonwealth War Memorial. My father was an immigrant who came from Ireland in the 1950s, and his decent, generous employer, Hubert Steiner, was a former Luftwaffe pilot who was shot down, interned at Cannock, fell in love through the wire with a local girl, stayed after the war, and built a great local contracting and engineering business. Madam Deputy Speaker, working in Berlin between school and university, one of my great joys was to play chess with a colleague, Willy Lotz, who was then in his 60s. Willy could only do light shop work because his withered arm had been shot to pieces on the Russian front in a battle that had claimed the lives of all his company. In 1961, months before the war, Willy and his wife left the East for the West, to a West Germany, now a united Germany, that plays the fullest part in the European Union, that remembers its history and that needs Britain as an ally now and in the future. Madam Deputy Speaker, later on, when I joined Reuters as a journalist in 1990, the civil war in the former Yugoslavia was about to erupt. I can't think now that if Croatia, Serbia and the other republics were to join Slovenia in the dialogue and cooperation of the EU, that such a conflagration simply would not happen again. For the Baltic states, certainly, Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, in 2004, their joining the EU, as much as joining NATO, was an expression of their desire to be part of a union that guaranteed peace in our times and in the future. And Britain, like it or not, plays a vital role in that European Union and would be simply unforgivable for our country and for all our European neighbours if we withdrew. Madam Deputy Speaker, just turning to the economics, in my area we've got Siemens in Congleton, Bentley owned by VW in Crewe and Toyota in Derby. All those companies believe it would be bad for investments, jobs in Britain if we withdrew. And as soon as the Prime Minister announced this intended referendum, indeed, one of our local companies put on hold an £80 million 10-year investment because the political risk was simply too great. In the potteries, we've got regular meetings with the local ceramics industry, at which there are endless discussions about EU carbon and environmental regulations. It's frustrating fighting our corner in Brussels, but the thought never seriously occurs that if we simply break away, that we can be free of the burdens of the rules while being able to trade in a single market without any tariffs. Our biggest local employer now in the potteries is Bet365, which owns Stoke City. They don't want 28 different sets of gaming regulations in 28 countries. It's bad for business. They want us to remain in the EU, arguing from the inside, leading by example, to extend the single market in the future. That's good for business and good for Britain. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was elected chair of the British Norwegian Group this week. Norway, for its own reasons, fish and oil, has decided to remain outside the EU, but it's only in name. To access the single market, they comply with its provisions and contribute to its funds. Only unlike Britain, as has been pointed out, they have no say at the negotiating table or in decision-making. Becoming a Norway or Switzerland is not a panacea nor an answer if Britain were to leave the EU but still wanted the benefits of a single market. Madam Deputy Speaker, just to conclude, let me just turn back to an event at the German Embassy a couple of years ago. There was an animated discussion about our place in the EU, which included the Indian High Commissioner and the Chinese Chargé d'Affaires. Neither of the representatives of these huge growing countries and markets, frankly, could fathom why Britain would want to leave a market of 500 million people and strike out on its own in the world today. We would have no clouds and no place, unlike our combined European neighbours at their negotiating tables. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope all parties will join a coalition of common sense in this campaign for an emphatic yes when this referendum is held.
Foster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a delight to be following the member for Newcastle-under-Lyme to give a slightly more positive view on how we can trust those who send us to this place to make the right decision on our nation's future. It is an honour to be able to give my maiden speech in this House during a debate on what will be the most vital debate of the next 5 years, Britain's place in Europe and its place in the European Union. Literally, the decision that will be taken in that referendum will decide not just for the next Parliament, but for a whole generation what Britain's place should be. It's right that in starting, I pay tribute to my predecessor in Torbay, Adrian Sanders. Adrian, over 18 years of hard work in this House, ensured the Bay's view was heard, and his work on issues like diabetes and animal welfare commanded my immense respect. It's also appropriate, therefore, that I'm speaking on this issue, because Adrian was the only Liberal Democrat to vote for a referendum in that famous rebellion about 4 years ago. So it's therefore appropriate I should give my maiden speech on us actually now moving to have that referendum. Torbay is made up of Torquay and Paignton, two of the most beautiful towns in the whole of England. We're famous for Basil Fawlty. We're also and a comedian who still does support the Yellows. And we're also famous as one of the best places to retire in the whole country. But today is about an issue that is core and is so important to many people across the Bay, about securing a referendum. Some people ask me when they heard I'd put in to speak today whether I'd vote yes or no. Well, today's not really about that. Today is about why it's so important that millions of people, not 650 members of this House, decide this issue. It's been 40 years since the last time people had a direct say. Literally, we've heard lots of talk about how old people are. I was -3 at the time when voters took that decision for me, including both my parents. I think we've always said that the British Constitution is based on conventions. I think it's right to say that in the 21st century, we now have a strong convention that certain changes, such as the voting system for this House, whether we change the monarchy or if we made radical changes to the other house, should have the direct consent of those who would be governed by it, as we had in Scotland, where the union is now no longer based on the treaty of 300 years ago, but is based on what was described as the sovereign will of the Scottish people. And I must say I'm pleased to see the Right Honourable Member for Gordon now in his seat, because I know he was concerned that I was being unnecessarily squashed on the benches a few moments ago. That said, looking at the Scottish referendum last year gives us a real excitement about what will come with this referendum. Seeing people who'd never really been very interested in politics getting involved in politics. I must say the classic moment when in the early hours of the morning when the results were coming out, when someone tried to say, why has there been a low turnout of 75% in Glasgow? And one of the other pundits turning around and saying, the very fact that we've just described a 75% turnout in Glasgow as low says what this referendum has managed to do. And I hope we have the same positive debate across the whole of the UK as was seen last year in north of the border. For me, I think that there's a very key principle in this bill, and that it's very much about one person and one vote. We are members as the UK, we should therefore vote as the UK. Others think we should perhaps a new nation should be joining as a new member. I'm clear that we are a United Kingdom who joined, based on the parliamentary franchise that was exercised in 1970, and therefore it's right that it's the parliamentary franchise that's used to decide this issue. One thing we cannot have is a pick-and-mix approach. It would be somewhat bizarre if you had a referendum one Thursday that certain voters could take part in, then a week later you had a local by-election that had a different age limit of majority. Also, coming on to the role of public bodies, it's absolutely right that councils and others should promote the referendum. It's absolutely right that they should make the public aware of their vote, how to get a postal vote and how to have a proxy and what choice the country faces. But it'll also be right that it's left to the campaigns to persuade voters about what the answer to that question should be. There should be, perhaps it may be time for a proper debate around the franchise. This referendum bill is not the time to have it. So for me, I'm pleased that in giving my maiden speech, I'm talking about giving millions of people the chance to have their say on an issue that will define the future. I know there are many businesses in Torbay who trade across Europe. There's many debates people want to have. Some in the tourism industry will probably favour the yes campaign, others will favour the no. The key is it won't just be me as their Member of Parliament voting to have the decision. It'll be every one of them who sent me to this place. In concluding, it's worth saying that last year I lost someone who played a key role in supporting and encouraging me to reach my goal of being elected to this House. The adverts say the majority now survived cancer. My mother Linda did not. My mum said that in life, success was not always guaranteed. Things would sometimes get in your way. But the key was to always do your best. And that is what I intend to do as a member of this House. Thank you.
Holly Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like all of my newly elected colleagues of all political persuasions from right across these green benches, I'm incredibly proud to be making my maiden speech here today in this historic chamber. It is a privilege to have been chosen by the people of Halifax to represent them, to fight for them, and wherever possible to protect them. Halifax has a proud history of sending tough Labour women from our town to represent us in Westminster. My predecessors worked hard, stood their ground and delivered for Halifax, and this is a tradition that I very much intend to continue. I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to my predecessor, Linda Reardon. She dedicated herself to the people of Halifax, representing them firstly in local government before going on to champion our town and its people here in Westminster. She was a fierce advocate of workers' rights and offered vital help and support to hundreds of people in Halifax, and I wish her all the very best for her retirement. Halifax has a lot to offer, with a rich industrial heritage. You could say that we have successfully upcycled a number of our mills into new business units, supporting both established and start-up companies alike. There are thriving communities boasting restaurants, cafes, art galleries and enterprise at both the Elsa Whiteley Innovation Centre and at Deanclough Mills. We have the National Children's Museum, Eureka, which has welcomed more than 6.5 million people through its doors since opening 23 years ago. I still remember Prince Charles making the trip to Halifax to mark its opening. I joined my mum and my younger brother, who was just 4 at the time, to go and see the Prince drive past the bottom of our street on his way to Eureka. As the motorcade drove past and my mum told us both to wave at the Prince, my brother instead waved just at the police escorts, telling my mum, I didn't know Prince Charles would be coming to Halifax on a police motorbike. We also have the Peace Hall, which has served as a trading hub in Halifax for more than 230 years and is currently undergoing a multi-million-pound transformation and will once again attract investment and support jobs, just as it did all those years ago for those looking to buy and sell pieces of cloth, hence its name. Halifax is a great place to live and to work, but of course, many members of the government front bench do not need me to tell them about the charm of my hometown, as you all spent a great deal of time there during the general election campaign. Rumoured to be the only seat nationally that the Conservatives were campaigning to take from Labour, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank those right honourable members for pledging to fix almost every problem that Halifax has ever had. We were promised the electrification of the Calder Valley line and an enterprise zone, but most importantly, the Prime Minister himself pledged that the Accident and Emergency Department at Calderdale Royal would not close. Despite the best efforts of hard-working and dedicated staff, the Calderdale and Huddersfield Trust, which oversees both Huddersfield Royal Infirmary and Calderdale Royal Hospital, is facing a budget deficit of £1.6 million for the year 2014-15, partially due to a £4.4 million restructuring bill and an increase in agency staff. The Trust runs an A&E department at each hospital, and best practice guidelines suggest that the Trust needs 20 consultants, 10 for each department. The Trust is currently coping with just 10 to serve across both departments, and in March last year they were down to just 7. We are now moving towards consultation on the possible downgrade or even closure of the A&E at Calderdale Royal, meaning that residents right across Halifax and the Calder Valley could be faced with a trip to Huddersfield for their emergency healthcare provision. The Prime Minister's promise to save A&E has been a great relief to all those served by Calderdale Royal, and voters in my constituency have put the Prime Minister's word in the bank. I will be asking him at every opportunity just how and when he will be making good on that promise. But I would also like to take this opportunity to echo the sentiments of a number of my honourable friends in their maiden speeches, but in particular the member for Holborn and St Pancras in his maiden speech, that we as British citizens have a long and proud history of establishing and promoting human rights both here and around the world. From the Magna Carta to the European Convention, human rights have never been something that happens to us or are forced upon us. The origins of human rights in their current manifestation are entwined with our own recent history. Having witnessed the brutal possibilities and reach of injustice, we have always sought to take the lead on human rights, both here and around the world. Our very own Sir Winston Churchill is often credited with the original idea of the European Convention in the aftermath of the Second World War. British judges represent us in the European Court, and even the iconic building itself was designed by a British architect, Lord Richard Rogers. We have been instrumental in the establishment and promotion of modern human rights, and as we look to the rest of the world, as we take a stand against the atrocities committed by ISIL, as we speak up for Rohingya Muslims fleeing Myanmar, when we strive to lead the world in bringing about an end to the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war, to call for an end to human rights violations in Kashmir and in Palestine, is our credibility not undermined when we are taking a backward step on human rights here on our own shores? With this in mind, many of my constituents are growing increasingly concerned about our role in the international community, not only in relation to human rights, but also our membership of the European Union. After graduating from university, I spent 4 years working for a dynamic and growing SME called Matrix Technology Solutions in my constituency. We traded right across the world, but it was no coincidence that our biggest trading partners were within the single market. Anyone who has argued that we'll simply continue to trade with the rest of the world if we were to leave the European Union has not struggled, as I have, to sell products to some of the emerging economies, for example, who have import duties anywhere up to 35% on certain products. I hope to serve both my family, my constituents and my party well in my next 5 years.
Craig McKinley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure members will be unsurprised that I've stayed for the whole day of debate today on a topic that's of great interest to me. Indeed, it's the topic that brought my interest in politics to the fore some 24 years ago. And it's been, indeed, 40 years since this nation has had a decision of any type by the people of this country, by their hand alone, as to where the European Union is going. And I will pay a great credit to the Foreign Secretary this morning for his very wise words and his great preamble to this debate. And he really had, the heart that I have in some of the concerns that he raised. But I would also pay a tribute to the Shadow Foreign Secretary, because he argued his case equally well, but from a completely different viewpoint. And I do wonder how the party opposite will divide later on, and as this debate develops into the future. Now, I could argue on, as we've heard this afternoon from some very, very good members, both Right Honourable and Honourable, about the pros and cons of various aspects of the European Union. And I don't suppose I need to expand on too many of those. But when we look at where we are today, from the 1975 settlement and agreement that the British people gave to what was then the old EEC, its move through the Single European Act, the Maastricht Treaty, Treaty of Amsterdam and Lisbon, we have a very, very different beast today. And it is only right that this is put to a referendum of the British people. So for me, this is a day of very great joy. It seems to me perhaps the end of a journey, but also the start of a brand new one. And I really would suggest to some members from both sides of the House, but I think more of them opposite, when they seem to say that they will stay in no matter what, which we hear a lot of. I think you really ought to consider where we were those 40 years ago to where we are today. Cast your mind forward 40 years, and frankly, there will be no purpose in this place whatsoever. So I'd like to keep my comments, or most of them this afternoon, to the issue in point, this referendum bill, because they don't come round very often. And this has to be a proper referendum. It cannot be poured over and raked over after the events with people saying it wasn't quite right, it wasn't quite correct, it wasn't quite fair. And so, just turning to the question itself, I'm fairly comfortable with the question as it stands. It has actually gone through the Electoral Commission, and I know many of us have pluses and minuses with the Electoral Commission. We used to be able to run elections quite easily without thousands of sheets of paper, but on this I think they have things fairly right. But I must say that I was more than convinced with the Walton words of those couple of years ago, or last year, which I think had a complete lack of ambiguity. It was simple, and it didn't favour one way or the other. Whilst this has the benefit of simplicity of words, I still feel that it angles slightly towards the status quo, so it doesn't have the neutrality that I would prefer. Now, on other aspects, on the purdah period, which has been discussed widely this afternoon, and it was very good to hear some members on the opposition. As ever, the Honourable Member for Vauxhall, I always do listen to very closely. I do wonder whether this bill is full of clauses about loans and permitted persons and maximum expenditure. And there we have, putting aside the Section 125 of the PPERA, which frankly causes me concern, and I do hope, and it's on something that I actually agree with the Right Honourable Member for Gordon, where perhaps I would be more comfortable if this was in legislation as to exactly who can spend what, how and where. Of course, the institution that I'm most concerned of in how it may expend public money is indeed the EU Commission, and I would want to see them particularly excluded in what is a personal debate within these islands on a matter of constitutional issues. I was very taken with other debates this afternoon, and particularly the Right Honourable Member for North Somerset. You'll forgive me for not knowing everybody's constituencies just yet. And the words that are important are those words in all the treaties, ever closer union. And as one advertiser says of their product, I think that means exactly what it says on the tin. And when I've fought this election over the last 10 months, of which I'm only 90% of the person I was, we walk so much, this referendum was on the lips of many. They want this referendum. It's right we have this referendum, but I want this referendum to be done pretty much for good. The lid must not come off again for 40 years. We must not pore over it afterwards and say it was not right and fair. So that's what I'll be fighting for and arguing for in this place, and doubtless when the debates go onto the streets of this country, I will make my views very clear as to which side of the debate we should be going down. And currently, there is a place that I could stay in this European Union, but it would have to be massively reformed. But I'm not one of those to close my mind. I'm here to listen to arguments, and I want what we thought this was going to be: free trade and friendship. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. David Davis.
I apologise for interfering in this important debate, so I'll be brief. On Thursday of this week, the independent counter-terrorism advisor of the government, Mr. David Anderson, is publishing a 300-page report on surveillance strategy. It's normal that the government's reports are presented to this House first, before anybody else. I now understand that there are major briefings going on tomorrow of the press on this report, so that we will not be the first to hear about it. We will hear about it first on today's programme, rather than this House of Commons. Can you give me advice, Mr. Speaker, on what we do to bring the government to heel on this matter?
Certainly, if the government has anything to say in relation to the report to which the Right Honourable Gentleman has just referred, that should be said first to the House of Commons. The Right Honourable Gentleman is extremely dexterous in his use of parliamentary mechanisms to flag up matters of importance, be they local, national or international, and I don't think that that capacity is likely to desert him in this case. Where a matter is judged to be pressing, there are means by which it can be brought to the floor of the House. The Right Honourable Gentleman is well aware of those mechanisms and can deploy them if he so wishes. But this is a serious matter, and although we're pressed for time, I'm genuinely grateful to him for drawing to my attention something of which until 5 minutes ago I was myself unaware. Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, for calling me to give my maiden speech in this debate, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable members for Halifax and Torbay, who gave a very moving speech, and of course my honourable friend, the member for Inverness. Mr Speaker, there have been many things said about the great city of Glasgow in this House over the years that have gone by, but I wish to submit the words of Sir Compton Mackenzie, the first nationalist rector of the University of Glasgow, who defeated the fascist candidate Oswald Mosley in that election. And he noted that when gazing over Glasgow from the Campsie Fells, that it offered something that neither Rome nor Athens could. That is the glory and grandeur of the future and the beating heart of a nation. Mr Speaker, my constituency in the south side of Glasgow has a long tradition of playing a major part in writing the story of Glasgow. It is home to the Battle of Langside. It's home to the National Football Stadium, Hampden Park, the last village in the city, Carmunnock, and vibrant communities such as Cathcart, Pollokshaws, Shawlands, Carnwadrick, to name just a few. And members, I hope, will indulge me for just one moment as I note on the record that I am the first member of this House to be elected from what is probably the most famous part of my constituency, Castlemilk. Mr Speaker, Castlemilk has featured in the maiden speeches of 3 of my predecessors in this House. It's often referenced when talking about urban deprivation and social and housing problems, but I wish to change that in my remarks today. Instead, I wish to draw the attention of members to the anthem of Castlemilk, the famous Geely Peace song. Mr Speaker, the Geely Peace song is much more than a piece of fun. It has at its heart a fundamental message that everyone deserves a decent start in life, a fair crack of the whip, no matter the circumstances of their birth. And it is that message that has inspired people such as Maureen Cope and Bessie Anderson, 2 pillars of the community, to keep on fighting for a better future for their place and to write further into the story of Glasgow. And it's these fundamental values that inspire my politics: justice, fairness, equality for all. I would at this point, Mr Speaker, like to pay tribute to my predecessor Tom Harris, who I can honestly say I have had the pleasure of knowing for many years. He's a generous-spirited man with a great sense of humour, and I wish him, his wife Carolyn and 2 children, and indeed his staff, all the very best for the future. I should also, Mr Speaker, as I've been advised to bring something for everyone, note that one of my other predecessors, Sir Teddy Taylor, the last Tory MP in Glasgow, is still mentioned with much love in my constituency, not least of all because he attended to his duties with great diligence as a constituency member. But, Mr Speaker, the most famous son of my constituency is, of course, the great John Maclean of Pollokshaws. John Maclean never made it to this House, Mr Speaker, but there can be no question over the impact that he's had on our national politics. He's probably the best MP that Glasgow never had. He was an internationalist to his fingertips, but absolutely committed to Scottish Home Rule. And this was not a dilemma for Mr Maclean, and it shouldn't be a dilemma for this House. I am a European citizen. Scotland is an outward-looking European nation. Our history, our literature, our songs and stories pulsate with internationalism and solidarity, whether they be the poems and songs and stories of Hamish Henderson, such as Freedom Camoye, Liz Lochhead or Alistair Gray. And I and my 55 colleagues have been sent to this House to argue for Scotland's place in Europe and for the rights of young people and European nationals to have a say on our future in Europe. However, so rose-tinted are the spectacles of some of the members opposite that they cannot see the problem they are walking into. And that is, Mr Speaker, that in trying to kill one union, they might end up killing 2. Mr Speaker, if Scotland is to be dragged out of the European Union against its wishes and on the back of votes from voters in England, then that may be the result that they do not see coming. If only they had a little of John Maclean's foresight, rather than some of the navel-gazing I fear we have seen this afternoon. Mr Speaker, in his speech to the High Court in Edinburgh, John Maclean, when he was charged with unconstitutional behaviour, refused to accept that he stood there as the accused and instead said he was the accuser. And so too do I and my party stand here as the accuser of a government that wants to make our country small, look inward and divide our citizens. We will oppose this in the most vociferous way. Mr Speaker, the Glasgow story will continue to be written. It must continue to be told. I hope to add something meaningful to that story by emulating the diligent approach of Teddy Taylor, but with a political philosophy, Mr Speaker, much closer to that of John Maclean.
Nusrat Ghani.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, for this opportunity. It is a great honour to represent Wilden in Parliament, and I'm thankful for the hard work of my volunteers and all the voters who have placed their faith in me. Wilden has always been highly selective in its choice of candidate and MP. 15 years ago, Charles Hendry, my respected predecessor, won the Conservative selection against a stellar list of candidates, most of whom ended up in the Cabinet. He even grabbed a seat from the present Prime Minister. I note that this time round, much of the Wilden shortlist has joined me in the House. No pressure then. Charles not only dedicated his life to public service and served our country as Energy Minister, he served twice as Deputy Chairman and was Chief of Staff to William Hague when he was leader. Charles and his wife Sally were dedicated to the Conservative cause and gave our party backbone, stability and common sense during the toughest of times. No doubt there are parties opposite looking around for a few Charles Hendrys of their own. They certainly need them. Mr Speaker, Wilden is the most beautiful of constituencies tucked away in East Sussex and noted by G.K. Chesterton as the place where London ends and England can begin. The stunning Ashdown Forest, the market towns of Crowborough, Uckfield and Helsham, as well as numerous community-minded villages, mark Wilden out as quintessentially English. But we are by no means insular. Small businesses flourish, trading beyond Europe to the world. We have winners of the Queen's Award for Enterprise and Innovation, and we even export Sussex wine to France. But we depend on our connections to the rest of the country and the wider world, which is why the state of the local infrastructure is a source of deep frustration to my constituents. We have a thoroughly inadequate rail service that frequently lets commuters down. Delays, cancellations and short trains combined with a lack of communication with passengers are simply not acceptable. Similarly, the broadband and mobile networks in Sussex need to improve. This is not just about the rural economy, but with an increasingly elderly population, it is a vital social issue too. And we also suffer Gatwick as a neighbour. Its demand for a second runway does not sit well with my neighbours. Mr Speaker, Britain's relationship with Europe matters deeply to my constituents, and I am pleased to say they have a history of always supporting the government of the day's policies towards Europe. Back when the world was the centre of the iron smelting industry, it produced the arrowheads used at Agincourt and later made many of the cannon used to defeat Napoleon. During the Second World War, it was home to the Asper Distra project, transmitting black propaganda into Germany. Of course, we have no need for that now. I hope the prospect of a referendum convinces our European friends that we are serious about reasserting our sovereignty. And I am proud that this government will give the people of this country the chance to decide on their future relationship with the EU. But we must be careful not to turn the debate about our membership of an institution into a closed-minded attempt to pull up the drawbridge. This country is at its best when it is open to the world, embracing opportunities and welcoming people who want to contribute. It will not have escaped the House's notice that my roots are from further afield than East Sussex, and it says a great deal about the constituency which contains the oldest Conservative association in the country, who chose someone with a somewhat different background. You see, Mr Speaker, I am from Birmingham. In fact, my parents arrived in this country over 40 years ago. My father exchanged his Kashmiri headmaster's cloak for Birmingham biscuit factory overalls. And here I am, just one generation later, giving my maiden speech in the greatest democratic chamber in the world. And I have the great privilege to represent the thousands of voters across Wilden. I draw inspiration from a saying from my most famous constituent that politicians everywhere should take to heart. It was Winnie the Pooh. Yes, Winnie the Pooh, resident of the 100-acre wood in the Ashdown Forest, who said, "You can't stay in your corner of the forest waiting for others to come to you. You have to go to them sometimes." Mr. Speaker, I will endeavour to follow that advice in all I do here.
Mr. Phil Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank everyone who's made their maiden speeches today, especially the member for Wilden, who I've just heard there, who made an excellent speech, but also on this side of the House, the members for Ellesmere, Port, Ilford North and Halifax. And if they continue to speak, and this, everybody, all the ones who have made maiden speeches today, if they continue to speak like that in the House in the coming months and years, then I'm sure they will be listened to, not just in this House, but more importantly, out there in the country as well. Now, I just wanted to say a few things about Europe, because Europe is very important to me, and I think it's important to my constituents. I have the largest industrial estate in the northeast of England in my constituency, and I also think the question on EU and our future in it is important, not just to my constituents, but for the whole of the northeast and for the rest of the country also. And I agree with the Labour members of the European Parliament for the North East, Paul Brennan and Judith Curtin-Darling, when they said and just outlined quite simply what the 5 key things are, what are important about our membership for the membership of the EU. It creates jobs and growth. It means investment in the North East of England. It protects our rights. It keeps us safe, and it improves the environment. It does all of these basic essential things, not just in the last 2 or 3 years, but over the last 40 years, and I hope well into the future. And it's not just these 5 issues, it's also the fact that over 63% of businesses in the North East of England, in a recent survey by the North East Chamber of Commerce, want to see as being part of Europe as well. And the other issue to say as well, that we actually gain in net terms in contributions for Europe, for social investment and for economic investment in the North East of England as well. £1 billion of investment in the North East of England over the next 6 years for transport, infrastructure, small business support, international trade support and digital skills. And the Engineering Employers Federation and the North East Chamber of Commerce have called for less political game playing, because that's causing greater uncertainty and business uncertainty and economic uncertainty for businesses in the North East of England. And as far as my view is concerned on this particular issue, there's a lot of game playing being played within the Conservative Party, because this issue is not about what the people think ultimately, but whether it can actually keep the Conservative Party together. And what's important is the Engineering Employers Federation have said British manufacturers remain overwhelmingly of the view that our economic well-being is linked to the EU and we must stay in membership. It makes no sense to disengage from our major market where we would still face all the costs of compliance and enjoy none of the influence. And I just want to mention 2 major firms in the North East of England. Nissan, everybody's heard of Nissan and the importance not just to the North East economy, but to the economy in the rest of Great Britain. There's over 37,000 jobs in this country dependent on Nissan. It employs 6,000 to 6,500 people directly at its factory in Sunderland. 50% of what it produces goes in to Europe, into the EU. It's part owned by Renault. Over the next 2 years or so, there's going to be major new models coming out, the new Duke, the new Qashqai, and the Washington plant will be in competition with the Nissan plant in Spain on whether they actually get that new model. If they get that new model, it's going to sustain the existing jobs there and will probably lead to more jobs, not just in the plant in Sunderland, but for also other jobs in the northeast of England. That is why it is vital that we need to stay in Europe, because I do not want to see this factory go to Spain or go to France or anywhere else. I want it to stay in Europe, where it's one of the most productive car plants in the world. And then Hitachi in my own constituency, bringing train building back to the northeast of England, where the first trains were built 190 years ago. 730 jobs, thousands in the supply chain. They've come to this country because they want to export trains to the rest of Europe. For all these reasons, I do not understand how any parliamentarian of any political party in the North East can be against continuing membership of the EU. Thank you, Wayne.
For giving way, if there was a region in the United Kingdom which is a perfect example of the necessity of inward investment and its relationship with the European Union, it is the North East of England. In our area alone, we have 3 Tata steel factories. We have the largest potash mine in Britain, which incidentally was protected by European regulation from Russian dumping. Isn't it the case that the North East would be severely harmed if it left the European Union?
The North East of England would be severely harmed, but it's not just the North East of England that would be harmed, I believe. It would be actually the UK and our position in the world. Now, the other issues I think we need to think about is our position in the world. And are we an outward-looking country that wants to embrace the EU and the rest of the world, or do we actually want to pull up the drawbridge? And I actually believe that some people do want to pull up the drawbridge and want to let the world get on and pass us by. And one of the issues that's going to be addressing will be one of the major issues for this Parliament over the next 5 years is the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership. Something which is controversial, something that could lead to regulating nearly 50% of the world's GDP, that could actually lead to better standards in labour and consumer rights and in trade for, like I said, 50% of GDP in this country. We're not going to get that kind of agreement for the UK alone. We're only going to be able to negotiate something like that if we are part of the EU, that if we're part of a marketplace of 500 million people, of a union of 28 countries. And yes, you do have to pool some of your sovereignty to actually achieve better things in this world. We're a member of NATO. You talk about pooling sovereignty when we could actually go to war for another country if it's invaded. Now, that is what I call pooling sovereignty. Pooling sovereignty for economic gain is something worthwhile if it's going to benefit this country, which I believe it is. So I think this is about the future of the UK. It's about our future in the world. It's about where we want to be in a globalised economy. We cannot close the door on the rest of the world. We've got to remain part of the world, and being part of the EU is vitally important to us, and that is why when this referendum comes, I will be voting for it and campaigning to stay in the European Union.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And anyone who thinks that MPs are all the same would do well to listen to the excellent maiden speeches of my honourable friends, the member for Wealden and Hammond. Now, I was 8 years old when the last referendum took place, and my brother and I were given a long string of stickers saying, "Say yes to Europe." And being young lads, we stuck them to everything we possibly could, and it was only later we discovered quite how difficult it is to get rid of orange pro-European stickers. Now, the 2014 European elections indicated the scale of the public's concern about our relationship with the EU, and we've long recognised the movement within Europe towards closer political union. And we want to give the British people a choice on the European Union, and we are delivering on our promises. This has been called an in-out referendum, a yes-no referendum, but I believe that the choice is far more complicated than the question allows. It is instead a choice between closer political union with Europe or a free trade and common market. We each have our specific concerns about the EU and how it functions, and earlier this March it became clear that the EU Commission was pressurising our government to scrap the exemption for those small-scale producers of cider and perry who make less than 70 hectolitres a year. Fortunately, in this instance, when I made representations to the then Exchequer Secretary at the Treasury, the member for Witham, I was delighted with the very positive response I received. and the Exchequer Secretary assured me that the Government would make strong representations to the EU Commission about such a ruling. Now, various studies have been made to calculate the cost to the EU of its membership of the EU, but estimates vary significantly, from between 3 or 4% of GDP, to, which is a cost, or a net benefit of between 4 and 5%, according to a recent study by the CBI. Figures from the House of Commons Library show the EU accounted for 45% of our exports and 53% of our imports last year. That's £227 billion exported and 288 billion of imports, compared with 90 billion to the US and 17 billion to China. There's also a claim that 3 million jobs are dependent on the EU. However, the Treasury explained that the 3.3 million figure to Open Europe said it was not an estimate on the impact of EU membership on employment, and this is because trade with EU countries would continue if the EU was to leave. So before we put the referendum to the people, we need to renegotiate our deal with the EU. And the Prime Minister rather helpfully set out his proposals for reform in March 2014 at what was called the Bloomberg speech. Powers flowing away from Brussels, not always towards it, national parliaments able to work together to block unwanted EU legislation, business liberated from red tape, UK police forces and justice systems able to protect British citizens without interference from European institutions, free movement to take up work, not free benefits, and removing the concept of ever closer union. Now, that is the one that matters the most to me, because once renegotiation has been concluded, the referendum will be put to the British public, and I'm certain that every member in this place has a list of things that they would like to see enacted. The Labour Party itself has a long list, including scrapping the Strasbourg Parliament. But the elephant in the room is ever closer political union. That is in Europe and run by Europe. Now, without doubt, the Labour Party are right to have rejected the euro. But it is a contradiction, because if you really want to become a European partner, then you ought to want to join the single currency too. Happily, I don't want either. This debate is only one of the many that are going to come on this subject. And when the campaigns commence, for both sides, I would like them to be positive. I'm optimistic that this campaign and this debate can be centred on visions of better futures. No one should be fearful of the unknown. We should be fighting on each side by saying life will be better if we stay in, or life will be better if we leave. I am hopeful that our constituents will hear this. It is what they want and it is what they deserve. Thank you, Mrs. Wilson.
Howell Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by congratulating all the new members who have made their maiden speeches this afternoon, and particularly my honourable friend for Glasgow South, who made an accomplished and confident contribution which will stand him in good stead into the future. Mr. Speaker, Plaid Cymru is in favour of Wales remaining in the European Union, so the answer to the question in clause 1.5 of this bill should be a resounding dylai, or even yeah, or even yeah. There are several ways of saying yes in Welsh. We are a critical friend of the EU, but our firm belief is that Wales should stay in, and that on at least 3 counts, and all have a bearing on this referendum and on this bill. We see ourselves as being Welsh and European. The EU reflects our social reality in Wales, multicultural, multilingual, indeed the condition that is normal throughout most of the world, if sadly not always so in these islands. Secondly, we value the peace, stability and openness between peoples that the EU has fostered over decades. That is the true meaning of the phrase ever closer union of peoples for us. Thirdly, whilst there are problems, not least in the lax enforcement of employment standards, Wales enjoys significant economic and social benefits within the EU. These might be endangered in a renegotiation which is heedless of our requirements and would certainly be put in jeopardy were we to be dragged unwillingly out. Throughout our history, Wales has had links with other European countries beyond those valuable links with our near neighbours. Plaid Cymru's support for the idea of one Europe stretches back right to the foundation of our party. We put enormous stress on our role as part of the struggle against the dehumanising effect of the large state itself, with its oppressive drive towards uniformity and centralisation. And this stance has always been mirrored by the moral and political value that we place on supranational cooperation. As the common market membership became a probability in the 70s, we were sceptical of that very common market as an exclusively economic entity. This, of course, is very much what some Eurosceptics now long for, and we remain sceptical of their position. The European Union that emerged in the 1980s, however, allowed smaller nations more of a voice, and we continue to work for an Europe of regions and smaller nations. This underpins our membership of the European Parliament, of the European Free Alliance and the Green Group of like-minded national, regional and Green parties. Now, as far as this referendum is concerned, our leader, Leanne Wood, has set out our standpoints. The results should be announced nationally for Wales. If our nation decides to stay in the EU, then it should not be dragged out against its will. The same goes for the other nations of the UK. Our 16 and 17-year-olds should have a say in the future direction of our country. EU nationals living here should have the vote, as they do for local, European and National Assembly elections, and in the same way as they did in the Scottish independence referendum. We want the EU to be reformed. We want a greater say for Wales, with direct representation for Welsh ministers, a reformed and improved regional policy, safeguards for our environment and areas such as food standards, reform of the tripartite structure to include the Committee of the Regions, an end to the scandalous waste of the Strasbourg Parliament. We oppose the TTIP, but to want an end to all of these things does not mean that we want out. Lastly, what happens if there is a no vote? Wales has some of the poorest communities in the UK and in Western Europe. The UK government needs to set out contingency plans for replacing structural funds and the Common Agricultural Policy, which provide billions of pounds to Welsh communities every year. We are deeply sceptical of the UK's commitment to continuing such funding. Many of us still bear the scars of the protracted campaign to enable Wales to benefit from Objective 1 funding in the first place. And we well recall the institutional obstructionism from London that we had to overcome. Lastly, Mr Speaker, the family farm is the cornerstone of Welsh rural life and of the rural economy, and it is vital that support for the family farm, for agriculture and thus support for our culture and language continues. We know nothing of the emplacement for vital funds to support our farming communities. These are yet more reasons why Plaid Cymru will fight to keep Wales in the EU. Our reservations about this bill are clear, and tonight we will vote accordingly.
Mr Peter Heaton-Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for calling me to make my maiden speech during this debate. I had perhaps rather imagined making my maiden speech in some obscure late-night debate on a piece of legislation when the House was half empty, so this is nice. I am immensely proud to have been elected to represent the people of North Devon, and I'm particularly proud to have been part of that blue tide which has swept through the southwest. We are known for having strong tides in our part of the world. Not all of them are as welcome as this, though. Let me begin by paying tribute to my predecessor in this seat, Sir Nick Harvey. Sir Nick served North Devon and this House with diligence and with distinction for 23 years. And he served in the last government as well. And to spend that long in your career in public service is something for which we owe Sir Nick a debt of gratitude. Mr Speaker, although I always hoped to take the seat of North Devon, I think there was a lot of uncertainty, as there was in the election as a whole, and that was, I think, summed up for me perfectly when on one sunny afternoon my campaign team and I went into the front garden of a cottage in a lovely village called North Moulton, and the lady approached us and she said, seeing our blue rosettes, she said, "You won't want to talk to me, I'm a committed Marxist." And then she took a deep breath and with perfect comic timing she said, "And I'm never voting Liberal Democrat again." We knew from that moment that all the pieces were in flux. Mr. Speaker, my overriding priority in this House will be to stand up for North Devon, and in particular there's one overall theme, and that is to say that we need our fair share. For many years now, under governments of all colours, we haven't had our fair slice of the funding cake in North Devon, and I'm here to say that that is something up with which we will not put. We especially need investment in our infrastructure, and in particular the North Devon Link Road, the A361. We don't look upon it as our only link to the rest of the country. We look upon it as the only means that the rest of the country have to be lucky enough to visit us. It is not fit for purpose, it is dangerous, it is slow, and it is inhibiting economic growth and investment in North Devon. I have lobbied on many occasions my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, to the point that I think he's getting bored with me. But I am happy with that, and I will keep lobbying, and I'm delighted to say that he has now made commitments, and I will see this project for the North Devon Link Road through. It is a long-term ambition, dare I say perhaps it's aspirational, to use the word du jour, but I am sure that we will achieve that. The other main issue is rural broadband, or should I say, the lack of it. The information superhighway, Mr. Speaker, should not stop just because we are west of Bristol and north of the M5. And I am going to do all I can to try and ensure that we achieve improvements. The importance of the tourism industry in North Devon is also high on my list of priorities, and I shall now unashamedly use this opportunity to promote everything that North Devon has to offer. We have, quite simply, some of the most beautiful coastline and countryside, not only in the southwest, but in the entire United Kingdom. We have some of the rugged north-facing coasts and the surf beaches that head west. And the place where the two meet is called Baggy Point, which is derived from an old English word that means full of holes. I am told that some parties did consider launching their manifestos there. We also have Exmoor National Park. We have beautiful towns and villages such as Ilford, South Molton, Chumley, and the biggest village in England, Braunton, and woe betide anyone who thinks it is not a village. And we have our principal town in Barnstaple, an important commercial and economic centre, and a driver of the region's economy, which is undergoing a very welcome redevelopment, with a major riverside development of shops, hotels and restaurants, homes and businesses now taking shape. Mr. Speaker, obviously it never rains when people take their holidays in North Devon, but I do remember as a young boy more than 40 years ago being on a family holiday on the North Devon coast, and we retreated to the cinema in Barnstaple when the rain at the seaside became more horizontal than vertical, and little did I know that all these years later I would be representing North Devon. It's a particular privilege to be making my maiden speech on this the same day as my honourable friends for Sutton and Cheam and for Havant, with whom I have family connections. Indeed, more than 60 years ago, my mother and father met at the Young Conservatives in the seat of Sutton and Cheam, so the whips on my side of the House would be delighted to hear that I am literally a product of the Conservative Party. Mr. Speaker, I will work hard every day to repay the trust that the people of North Devon have put in me, and I will do the very best I can for everyone in the area that we are so lucky to call home.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for North Devon, who made a very eloquent maiden speech and was also incredibly gracious, I think, about his predecessor. The long-standing Green position on the debate about the UK's membership of the EU is really one of three yeses. Yes to a referendum, yes to a major reform, but ultimately yes to staying in the EU. I'll say a little bit more about those three in a moment, but to start, I want to add one more big yes to that list. And that's yes to allowing 16 and 17-year-olds a say. I think that is one of the most important amendments we can make to this bill. Whilst I believe we should change the voting age to 16 for general and local elections too, I think the EU referendum is materially different, and the outcome cannot simply be reversed at the next election. When given the vote in the referendum on Scottish independence, young people engaged strongly, intelligently and responsibly with the debate. An estimated 75% of them turned out to vote. This suggests that young people aren't disinterested in politics. They're just quite understandably disillusioned sometimes by what happens at Westminster. But denying 16 and 17-year-olds their say on an issue as historic and far-reaching and long-term as the UK's membership of the EU would only compound this. And that's why I say we must amend this bill to give our young people a say. But when it comes to the Greens' wider position of saying yes to the referendum, I welcome this bill and will support it. Greens have long called for a referendum on EU membership, not because we're anti-EU, but because we're pro-democracy. That's not to understate the need for EU institutions to be dramatically more democratic and accountable, nor to understate the need for the EU to urgently change direction away from an obsessive focus on free trade above everything else. But I believe we must use this as an opportunity to have a real debate about the role and purpose of the EU. That means ensuring civil society organisations are encouraged to play their full part as well. And it's one of the most potent reasons for ensuring the referendum is not held on the same day as other polls, notably those taking place next May. Now, as someone who was once a member of the European Parliament for over 10 years, I've seen up close that there's plenty wrong with the EU institutions. But one thing that struck me was that there's a lot of common ground among European parliamentarians from all parties about the changes needed. For example, MEPs from all parties would agree that the unelected Commission has too much power, the elected politicians not enough. Democratic renewal and curtailing the power of the unelected bodies must be a top priority. We also need to tackle the pernicious corporate lobbying that takes place in Brussels. And it's quite wrong that on big issues like international trade, MEPs still have no formal decision-making powers at all. A more democratic EU matters more than ever, at a time when an infamous trade agreement is being negotiated more or less in secret right now. That agreement, the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, is one of the most egregious examples of corporate power run out of control. But who's the driving force behind that? Yes, some of those unelected EU bureaucrats, but most forcefully, it's the UK government itself. The redesign of trade rules along very different lines, guaranteeing decent work, achieving meaningful democracy, fighting poverty and driving transition to a low-carbon economy, those should be at the top of our EU reform list. There are many other areas where reform is so sorely needed too, not least the common agriculture and fisheries policy. But I have no doubt that we have more chance of securing positive changes from a position of influence inside the EU rather than a position of impotence outside. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we need a people's Europe, not just a business Europe. We need to inspire people with a more compelling vision of the EU's role and purpose, how it really could be a world leader in poverty eradication, in promoting peace and spreading human rights and environmental protection. Too many people out there simply aren't sure what the EU is for anymore. And that involves us having to make much clearer how EU membership makes our lives better. And so, to paraphrase Monty Python, what has the EU ever done for us? Well, perhaps not very much, except for clean beaches and rivers, cleaner air, lead-free petrol, restrictions on landfill dumping, recycling culture, cheaper mobile charges, improved consumer protection and food labelling, a ban on growth hormones, stronger climate policy, freedom to travel, funded opportunities for young people to undertake work or work placements abroad, access to European health services, labour protection, the right not to work more than 48 hours a week, and so on, Mr. Speaker. And that's before I even get to the extraordinary role that the EU has played in terms of its soft power, in terms of spreading human rights throughout the wider European area, and, I believe, in playing a key role in maintaining peace in that area as well. And so I believe that as we go forward, we need to be making a much more positive case for the EU. We shouldn't be leaving it to UKIP and the others to be filling that space and spreading their mean-mindedness and backward-looking policies. We should claim that space and make a positive case for a positive EU. So we want radical reform of that EU, as do many citizens of the European countries. But the idea that the best way of doing that is by walking away from the EU makes no sense at all. And so finally, irrespective of pro or anti-EU views, I look forward to working with honourable members from all sides of the House to ensure that this referendum is as fair and inclusive and democratic as it possibly can be.
Matt Warman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to speak on the day of so many marvellous maiden speeches, and it's an honour to speak in this seminal debate on an issue which I believe will define a generation of politicians. I'm privileged to represent the people of Boston and Skegness, succeeding Mark Simmons. Mark's career ranged from safeguarding the future of Skegness Hospital, working with a Labour administration in a fine example of cross-party constituency working, through to chairing the UN Security Council. Hardly a day on the campaign trail went by when I was not told that I had very big shoes to fill, and I will assiduously work as a constituency MP to do that.
Yeah.
Hardly a day, too, went by without a prospective constituent assuring me that Mark's own predecessor, Sir Richard Boddy, was another model of an ideal MP. Sir Richard was a Maastricht rebel back when the Conservative Party had what was described as a wafer-thin majority of slightly double what it is today. And his brave stance is a reminder to all of us here that we are here to represent our constituents rather than to toe any one party line. And I hope that I can live up to that responsibility as well. Boston and Skegness is a constituency that begins at Swine's Head in the south and is where, incidentally, King John was poisoned, and quickly arrives in Boston itself. In 1204, Boston famously paid tax of £780 when London paid £836. One newly elected councillor recently pledged to dedicate himself to restoring Boston's status to those medieval levels, and I look forward to supporting him in that endeavour. Indeed, I thank him for taking the lead on it. Elsewhere, the constituency is home to some of the best agricultural land in the country. I invite honourable members from across the House to come and visit so that they might put names to the faces of those might put faces to the names of those people mentioned on supermarket bags of potatoes. And afterwards, they might also choose to spend a few hours joining the 500,000 or so people who annually visit Skegness, one of the few seaside resorts that is never described as faded. Indeed, Skeg Vegas is more glorious neon than faded. I've not time today to mention Wainfleet All Saints, home to Bateman's superb brewery, the Bubble Car Museum in Langrick, the Carrington Vintage Tractor Show, the first Butlins, or indeed the beautiful areas of my constituency that touch the Lincolnshire wolds and almost uniquely for my patch merit a contour line on a map. That's in part because I want to deal with the subject of today's debate. Since the expansion of Europe, tens of thousands of people from Poland, Lithuania, Latvia and elsewhere have come from their home countries to work in and around Boston. They have made homes and lives in Lincolnshire, and we should welcome taxpayers who have, to coin a phrase, got on their bikes. These, I would argue, are not just the best of Europe, but they are in many cases the best of Britain too. Yeah. In Lincolnshire today, following in the footsteps of workers from the Midlands, from Ireland, from Portugal, and latterly from Bulgaria, they work in all weathers to put food on our tables, whether it is Brussels sprouts at Christmas or whether it is asparagus at the moment. But it is thanks to an open-door migration policy that Lincolnshire's police, our housing, our schools, our roads and our hospitals now face unprecedented pressure from new numbers. And it is new numbers, not new nationalities, that cause those pressures. We did not plan and we did not predict their arrival, and so we were not able to invest adequately and in a timely fashion in the services that we now urgently need. Social tensions have recently eased, but they have allowed divisive, single-issue political campaigns to flourish and to block out much of the light on what is great about my constituency. Yeah. I believe that only if our relationship with Europe changes fundamentally can we fix the root causes of our current problems. And in the future, only if we can plan for those population changes can we adequately prepare. And I would note, of course, that it is only because we have a Conservative majority government that we truly have the chance to have our say as a country between now and the end of 2017. My own motivation for standing for office stems directly from more than 15 years as a journalist. We live, I believe, in a world that needs more actors than critics. Writing about technology, I was lucky enough to cover Britain's world-beating but still somewhat incomplete broadband rollout, to cover the rise of Apple and Google and Facebook and much in between. I hope that I can continue to make the case for every aspect of technology improving every aspect of government. And I hope that we will see a world where we have more activists than collectivists. Making those changes will require far more than technical expertise. It will require political courage. I hope that I may provide a small part of that courage to stiffen the sinews of colleagues when it comes both to Europe and to changes in how government uses technology. It is no less than all our constituents deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Pat McFadden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Boston and Skegness, and I'd like to congratulate him on a truly excellent maiden speech. Indeed, I would like to begin by congratulating all the honourable members who made their maiden speeches today, the members for Ellesmere Port and Neston, for Ilford North, for Sutton and Cheam, for Inverness, for Havant, Fermanagh and South Tyrone, Torbay, Halifax, North Devon, Wealden and Glasgow South, the part of Glasgow where I grew up myself. Now, this debate has raised issues which have reverberated through this House for decades. Issues around sovereignty and issues around cooperation. And the bill before us puts before the British people one of the most important questions in a generation. Should the United Kingdom remain a member of the European Union? The answer to that question will impact on our trading relationship, on our economy, on jobs, on exports, and on our place in the world. Since we joined the European Union many years ago, British foreign policy has had two key pillars. The first is exercising a leading role in Europe, and the second is being the principal ally of the United States. As we were reminded through comments from the President of the United States this week, leaving the European Union would have an impact on not just one, but on both of these pillars. At root, this is a debate about how to maximise Britain's opportunities and influence in the world. And we're offered two alternative visions. On the one hand, there is a vision that this is best done alone, unencumbered by the rules that membership of the European Union entails. And on the other hand is a belief that the challenges that we face in the world are best faced up to in concert with others. Whether that is about global trade, responding to climate change, the regulation of cross-border flows of people, money and ideas, or many other issues. So this is a debate about power and about influence, as well as about rules. And it's about how to maximise British power in an interconnected world. Now, the Prime Minister has set out a strategy for renegotiation of our relationship with the European Union. He has not set out in full detail what it is he's asking for. He has talked about the issue of ever closer union. He's talked about migration and benefits. He has talked about the rights of non-Eurozone countries. But the Foreign Secretary himself said, I will in a second, the Foreign Secretary himself said at the beginning of this debate that he felt it would be unwise for the government to display its full negotiating hand. So we do not yet know, even as we debate this bill, exactly what it is the government is asking for. I give way to my honourable friend.
Will my right honourable friend agree that it would be very unwise for the Prime Minister to raise false hopes about things like the free movement of people, and that he has also undermined his own negotiating position by saying that whatever the outcome, he's going to recommend a yes vote?
I understand the point my honourable friend makes, but I believe that the reason that he has not outlined his full negotiating position is precisely because of the problems that we've seen in this debate about how that will go down with many members of his own party. Almost before he has begun on this process, and before this bill has even had its second reading in this House, a new group has been established on the benches opposite, anticipating the failure of his strategy. The honourable member for Wickham, who spoke in the debate and who chairs the new Conservatives for Britain group, said at the weekend, "We wish David Cameron every success in his negotiation." Now, at first glance, that looks like warm backing. But when you then realise that the standard and the benchmark for success set by this group is the individual parliamentary veto over all EU matters, you can see where this is heading. The Foreign Secretary, I'd happily give where I referred to.
Be absolutely clear. As I said on the TV several times, the group has not laid out any red lines whatsoever. I've set out what my red lines are, but the group is not committed to any particular red lines.
The honourable member is chairman of the group. I think it's reasonable to assume he speaks for the group. Now, the Foreign Secretary, not exactly one of the leading Europhiles in the government, made his view of that demand known within hours of the introductory article being printed. He said, and I quote, "If you're talking about the House of Commons having a unilateral red card veto, that is not achievable. That is not negotiable. That would effectively be the end of the European Union." Now, some on that side of the House may cheer that conclusion, but what is happening here is that the government is learning the meaning of the term transitional demand. The demand put up by those who know it will not be met as a pretext for saying they've been betrayed and then campaigning for what they always wanted in the first place, which in this case is exit from the European Union. This new group calls itself Conservatives for Britain. They are, in fact, the desperate to be disappointed. And this is the Prime Minister's problem. There is nothing that he can negotiate that will satisfy a significant proportion of his parliamentary party. That will give way.
Is it not the case that the position he's outlining is that there is no position that these EU negotiations could conclude at where he would not be willing to leave the EU?
The honourable member gets right to the heart of the Conservatives' negotiating stance. And my answer to him is this: holding a gun to your head and saying to your European allies, "Give us what we want, or we're going to shoot ourselves," is not the only negotiating strategy available to the United Kingdom. Either the Prime Minister will cave into his colleagues' demands, or sooner or later there must be a reckoning between the Prime Minister and those in his party determined to take Britain out of the European Union. Now, the Prime Minister will come back and will claim victory. Like the emperor in the fairy tale, he will say, "Look at my wonderful new clothes." And many on his backbenches may look with relief and loyalty and say he's got a good deal. But we also know there are plenty who will say there's not a lot keeping him warm. And they will conclude that it's not enough. And anticipating this, I've given way a few times, I'd like to make some progress. Anticipating this, the Prime Minister appeared to put his foot down at the weekend about collective responsibility. He told journalists, and again I quote, "If you want to be part of the government, you have to take the view that we're engaged in an exercise of renegotiation, and that will lead to a successful outcome. Everyone in government has signed up to the programme." Now, every single newspaper and broadcaster interpreted this as meaning that all ministers would have to vote yes if that's what the Prime Minister recommends at the end of the process. They even sent the honourable member for Stockton South round the studios to say, on big issues like this, we've a long-established principle of collective responsibility. But now the Prime Minister says all of that was a misinterpretation. He's not blaming himself, he is blaming the media. He thinks every single correspondent of every single national newspaper made exactly the same mistake. But isn't the truth that once again he's been forced to retreat under pressure from large numbers of Eurosceptic ministers threatening to resign if collective responsibility is enforced? And this matters because once again the country's position in Europe is being dictated by the politics of the Conservative Party and not the national interests. Once again, when confronted by Eurosceptics in his party, he has retreated, having staked out his position, even on the back of the authority of an election victory. It didn't last for 24 hours. He has demonstrated yet again to his party that on this issue he can be pushed, and believe me, they will keep on pushing. Now, the European Union does have to change. The stresses within the Eurozone are being played out daily. There must be a new momentum on how the single market works in services, in digital, in energy, in other areas. The European Union must learn to regulate less and respect the balance of powers between the institutions and member states. It must offer hope to the many young unemployed, and it must also continue to guarantee decency for people at work. But we believe these things can be achieved without the damaging threat to leave the European Union and all that that would entail. I want to make progress. No one is arguing that the European Union is perfect, but it is our major trading partner. It is the destination for over 40% of our exports in goods. It's the source of around half of our inward investment. Our position as gateway to the single market helps attract inward investment from outside the European Union, and it has helped to keep the peace in Europe for decades. It would be hugely reckless for us to take these very real achievements for granted. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my older friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that the issue of business and Europe is a progressive one? Bigger businesses will have the resources to relocate if they don't like the decision to pull out of Europe. Smaller ones won't, and they'll be stuck here.
I think for businesses of all sizes, big and small, it makes no sense for us to put barriers and risks between businesses and their customers which do not exist at present. Now, as this debate unfolds, those who want to take us out will have to explain what this would mean for jobs, for trade, for exports and for our collective security. On what terms will they want access to the single market? How much would they pay? What rules, including free movement, will they have to stick by for that? Or is the strategy to walk away from the decision-making process and still accept many of the rules? Those who advocate Brexit in the name of sovereignty will have to explain why leaving the collective institutions where many of the rules of our economy are decided and where we are currently represented enhances our power and influence. They will have to show why the major markets in the world outside the European Union would view us as a more attractive proposition if we walked away from where the rules are decided and we were outside rather than in. My right honourable friend, I'm not going to give way anymore, my right honourable friend has set out a response to the bill before us and the ways that we will seek to amend it as it goes through the House, including extending the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds because it is their future too. But in seeking to amend the bill in this and other ways, we will also be clear that we believe the best future for Britain is to remain a member of the European Union and not to withdraw from a group of nations held together by both economic interests and common values. We do not believe we should be forced into a false choice between trading with Europe and trading with the rest of the world when we all know that we should be doing both. As I said, this is a debate about power. This is about influence. This is about our place in the world. Losing elections, as we've just done, does not absolve a party of opposition from its responsibility to do the right thing by the country. In fact, doing the right thing by the country is essential to recovery from defeat. And that's why we will continue to argue for a Britain that maximises its power, its influence and its opportunities, for a Britain that plays a leading and important role in Europe and not one that retreats into the arms of nostalgia and of nationalism. There has been much debate about whether Britain has lost its confidence as a country with global reach, whether we are presiding over a quiet and unannounced decline in our influence. Be in no doubt, this debate, which this bill begins, is very much part of that issue, and we will continue to argue for Britain to remain an open, engaged and confident member of the European Union in the years ahead.
David Liddington.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want, first of all, like the right honourable gentleman opposite, to congratulate all 12 of those honourable members who have made their maiden speeches today. The honourable members for Ellesmere, Porton, Neston, Ilford North, Inverness and End, Badenoch and Strathspey, Fermanagh and South Tyrone, Halifax and Glasgow South, and my honourable friends, the members for Sutton and Cheam, Havant, Torbay, Wealden, North Devon and Boston and Skegness. There is not time to do justice to all of those contributions, but what struck me listening to all of those 12 speeches was that each member spoke with warmth and respect about his or her predecessor, regardless of which party that predecessor had come from, which I think is an important reminder to ourselves and the world outside this chamber that we do respect each other's views, even where we may profoundly disagree. And I notice that all honourable members who spoke here for the first time rightly paid tribute to the glories of their own constituencies, but also spoke with a sense of awe, it's not too strong a word, about the trust that has been placed in them by their electors. And that, I think, is something that those of us who've been knocking around here for a few years need to remind ourselves of as well, and to strive to keep in mind. And the House will look forward to hearing from all 12 of those honourable members again in the future. Now, we've heard many other speeches during the course of today, some from relatively new and still enthusiastic members of the House, other speeches that had perhaps more of the character of national treasures, sort of time-honoured arguments that had a certain familiarity to me, having sat through debates on Europe for the past 5 years. I want to concentrate in the little time that I have upon some of the questions and concerns that were expressed about the content of the bill itself, rather than upon the broader debate about Europe, which we will have ample time to consider in the months ahead of us and obviously during the referendum campaign. I simply say on that point that as far as the government is concerned, the objective that we are pursuing is that was set out by the Prime Minister in his Bloomberg speech in January 2013, namely to seek changes to the European Union to make Europe more competitive, more democratic, more flexible, more respectful of the diversity of its member states than it is at the moment, changes that are, we believe, in the interests of Europe as a whole, but which would also have the benefit of enabling the people of the United Kingdom to feel comfortable with their place in the European Union in a way that they do not do today.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. 17 years ago, I authored a pamphlet saying Britain's place in the world, time to decide. And not only is it that point, it is the opportunity to make a decision about this running sore in British politics about our relationship with the European Union, and it is essential that this bill, when it's enacted, lays the foundation for a fair referendum.
My honourable friend is absolutely correct in what he says, and that, I believe, is what this bill provides. But what this bill is about is delivering on the government's pledge to put the decision, whatever the differences there are within our political parties, within this House of Commons, to put that decision to the people of the United Kingdom, for them to take that decision on behalf of us all about the nature of our country's relationship with the European Union. Now, I was going to come on to the right honourable gentleman later, but I will give way on this point.
The Minister's been here throughout the debate, and he heard from representatives from Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, and indeed from across this chamber, from all points of view, of the unwisdom that it would be unacceptable to hold this referendum on the same day as the national polls next year. Will he now rule that out?
What we are providing for in the bill is a power to set a date by order. The only thing on the face of the bill is that the referendum must be at the latest by the end of 2017. I think when we are at the start of negotiations and we don't know when those negotiations will be concluded, that is the right approach to take. And it is Parliament that will have the right, when the order comes before it, to decide whether the date proposed is the right one or not. And I would also say, because this is a point the right honourable gentleman made during his speech earlier on, when the government comes to set a date, if that date were to require combination with other elections of some kind, then we would obviously at that point make our views known, provide a full explanation to the House in line with what the Electoral Commission proposed in its report of December last year. Now, a large number of honourable and right honourable members spoke about the importance of securing a fair referendum. I agree with that, and many of the concerns expressed concerned matters of campaign funding. The arrangements that are provided for in the bill rest upon those provided in the Political Parties Elections and Referendums Act. Campaigners who do not wish to register with the Electoral Commission are allowed to spend up to £10,000. Campaigners who are registered with the Electoral Commission, and these have to be permissible campaigners and donors under our electoral law, have other rules that apply to them. The two designated lead campaign groups will have an equal maximum limit available to them of £7 million. Each of those groups will be entitled to receive a government grant of £600,000. Each will have the right to a free mail shot to all homes, and each will have the right to a television broadcast. Other permitted participants in the campaign will be subject to a maximum of £700,000 each, and political parties, of course, are free to campaign, and the ceiling on their permitted expenditure will depend upon their vote share at the last general election, in line with the PPERA provisions. If my honourable friend will forgive me, I have very little time, and there were many points made in a very long debate to which I wish to respond. The Honourable Lady Member for Vauxhall asked about the position of the European Commission and of foreign governments. Now, these cannot be permissible donors under our law, so they would not be entitled to contribute to the lead organisations for either campaign or make donations of any kind. Now, we cannot pass law in this House that has extraterritorial impact on foreign governments and international institutions, and they have both certain freedoms but also responsibilities under the Vienna Conventions as to how they operate in this country. I can say that from a recent conversation I've had already with the head of the European Commission office in London, I think the Commission is aware that the very last thing that would help a yes campaign in a European referendum would be a flood of glossy literature from the European Commission going through people's letterboxes. And I think that I would trust to a proper diplomatic relationship with governments and institutions to encourage them to stick by their duty to respect the right of the British people to take their own decision responsibly. And I don't think that their intervention needs to be feared. I will want to respond. I think I'll write to the right honourable gentleman, the member for Belfast North, who raised also some detailed points about foreign companies. All I would say is that we are simply applying the rules as they currently exist within the overall legislation on political parties, elections and referendums. Now, many honourable and right honourable members spoke about Section 125 of PEPERA and the government's proposal that that should be disapplied. I want to emphasise the points the Foreign Secretary made earlier. Normal EU business won't stop during a UK referendum campaign, and the phrasing of the 2000 Act is so broad that it could prevent, for example, the government from setting out in any published form its position on the mid-term review of the multi-annual budget, on ECJ court cases that have an impact here, on negotiations on annual budgets, on trade negotiations, or EU foreign policy initiatives. And that would not seem to me to be a sensible position for us or any government to get itself into. And for this referendum, I think the public will expect that the government, as the government, makes its recommendation clear, explains its reasons for the recommendation, and to respond to questions put to it by electors during the course of the campaign. And it's for those two reasons we're proposing to disapply Section 125. And the question, it seems to me, I take from the debate is how do we provide the credible assurances that give effect to what my right honourable friend the Foreign Secretary said, that the government will be restrained in its use of public money. It has no wish to compete with the umbrella campaign organisations whose job it will be to lead the yes and no campaigns. And I want to acknowledge the constructive way in which the right honourable gentleman member for Leeds East, Leeds Central, I beg his pardon, responded to the Foreign Secretary's speech on this point. And as the bill goes forward over future weeks and months, I think within the House it will be necessary for us to consider how we get in place the right framework so that what my right honourable friend talked about will be given proper effect, while giving the government the freedom to publish without being constrained in the way that I have described. I think that the questions about the franchise we will come to in committee stage next week. I would simply say to those who've argued for EU citizens to be enfranchised that it is straightforward and it is in accordance with referendum precedent for the United Kingdom as a whole that we rely on a general election franchise rather than the franchise for local and national elections. And when it comes to the question of 16 and 17-year-olds, I accept that there are strongly held views in this House on both sides of that debate, but that the proper occasion to have that debate will be in the form of legislation to amend our arrangements on the representation of the people so that we can debate the principle and decide as a House whether or not to apply that rule to all future elections and referendums and not to make some one-off exception for this referendum on the United Kingdom's place in the European Union. Mr. Speaker, there have been a large number, Madam Deputy Speaker, there have been a large number of detailed points made by right honourable members on all sides of the House. I shall try to respond in detail to those members whose points I've not been able to address in the course of my concluding remarks in the form of letters over the next week. And, of course, we will have the opportunity very soon in the form of the Committee of the Whole House to explore some of these matters in further detail. But I believe that what this bill provides is a straightforward, fair and effective framework for the British people to decide our country's future in Europe. This bill delivers on a promise that the government of the United Kingdom made to the people of the United Kingdom at the general election, and I commend the bill to the House.
Order. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division! Clear the lobby! The question is that the amendment be made. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Not a lot of enthusiasm there. No. Tell us for the ayes, Marion Fellows and Owen Thompson. Tell us for the noes, Simon Kirby and Sarah Newton. the doors! Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 59. The noes to the left, 338.
The ayes to the right, 59. The noes to the left, 338. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is, order, before I put the question, members who are not actually in the chamber, but who can no doubt hear me, ought to have respect for what is going on in the chamber. They're just out of the chamber, and we expect better behaviour. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. Order! The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as that opinion say aye. 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 Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Simon Kirby and Sarah Newton. Tell us for the noes, Marion Fellows and Owen Thompson. the doors!
Order. Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Order, Mr. Jenkins. Order.
You should be down in the front bench for a division.
Point of order.
Not the right place for a division.
Am I meant to be seated?
Would the honourable gentleman care to come to the front bench? To
I can do it from here.
Order.
I can't speak from here?
During a division, please. No, he doesn't have
No. Is it relating to the division?
Point of order, Mr. Jenkins.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is a great delay in the eye lobby because there are so many members of Parliament there. I'm reminded that Margaret Thatcher once said, "The road to Damascus has never been so congested."
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order and for bringing those pearls of wisdom to the House this evening. But so far, an inordinate amount of time has not elapsed since the beginning of this division. If an inordinate amount of time does elapse, then I will, as I always do, send the Sergeant-at-Arms in to investigate if there is a delay in the lobby. Order! Order! Would the Sergeant-at-Arms please investigate the delay in the eye lobby? Order!
The ayes to the right, 544. The noes to the left, 53.
The ayes to the right, 544. The noes to the left, 53. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Yeah. And that explains the delay in the eye lobby. Unlock. We now come to the programme motion. Do we move formally?
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the money resolution. Do we move formally?
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes